Right. We are live. Okay, sorry for the late. Let me check the YouTube. Make sure we're headed in here. All right. And here we go. This is not a subject I like talking about a whole lot because let's put it this way, man. Let me be honest. Let me be honest for a second. You know what? After 35 years with you niggas, man, especially in the conscious community, I can't believe this stuff still circulates. At least in the old conscious community, you had to be grounded in scholarship. You actually had to read, okay, and study and compare stuff like that, man. You new brothers, man, y'all just take any old thing and fly off the handle with it. So the thing is that one brother, man, suggested a book to me, right? And he was quoting some stuff about Chino Indians, right? So he suggested the book. So I Googled the book, and the introduction, part to the introduction were there, right? So I'm reading parts of the introduction, man. In the first couple of pages, everything the dude said was actually wrong. I said, do you guys actually read your material? Do you actually look at your material and actually objectively read it? And half the time, these dudes don't objectively read, man. Y'all don't read. You guys don't read. That's the whole thing. And when you do read, you don't interpret. And so you guys fly off the handle with anybody can come with anything with absolutely no proof, no grounded proof, and tell y'all anything. And you guys just go for it, man. It was just what bugs me. Which actually bugs me, man. People keep bringing up Ivan Van Sertima, which I've met a couple times, right? But way back when, man, I remember he was just writing. He had just written They Came Before Columbus, and he was on Dr. Kwaku, Person Lynn's a Black Liberation Weekend, which is on KPFK way back in 1991, right? I think dude is 91. You know, my memory's getting kind of fuzzy. Okay, nobody knew about Ivan Van Sertima, and the book had just came out. And the reason the book blew up in the first place is because the black folks in Los Angeles, with Southern California, they used to just tune in, and a couple 100,000 would used to tune in and listen to this to Dr. Lynn, and to the front page on KGLH, where Dr. Sertima was actually in, basically blew this book up. So I wish I could find my old copy. My old copy's probably kind of like rotted waterlogged because it's so old. The book is like 30 years old. And I read the book when it first came out, along with a couple, with some of his other works. And he actually, if I could pull up the old interview where he talked about it, about his depression. Okay. And you guys are using his work to say that there's no such thing as a slave trade, which is bullshit. He never said that. You're putting words in his mouth. Ivan Van Sertima never said that. What he did say that there was contact between Latin America, what we call Latin America, and they call the New World, and the Africans. In fact, Christopher Columbus, father-in-law gave him maps. A rough map to the New World, because Columbus wanted to find a different route to China. He wanted to find a different route to China because the Portuguese had basically, because the Italians and the Greeks had basically locked up the overland route going into China, right? And the Portuguese, for the most part, had basically locked up most of the Cape routes. In other words, Portuguese and Spanish used to go down the Atlantic, around the Horn around the tip of Africa, and around the Horn, and then into China, into the Orient, which is the long way around. Okay, and they would trade. So saying that Europeans didn't know what the difference between what people look like is bullshit. It's bullshit. Okay, the basically no, the Columbus couldn't read the sextet because the Moors of the desert people had invented the sextet. How you guide yourself by stars. Okay, those because the desert, the Sahara doesn't have landmarks, so they had to guide themselves by stars. So it's the same thing going to the ocean. So if you wanted a guide, you had to take a Moor on the boat. If you were on an ocean and you're going to go across away from land, because most people didn't go away from land. Okay, if you sailed, you sail within sight of land. So when they sailed, they always sail within sight of land. If you're going to go across the ocean, then you need another way of navigating. So the only people who knew how to navigate were Moors. So were there Moors on the boat with Columbus? Yes, there was. The Moors had been there for 700 years, and they had taken some Saharan Africans with them into Europe. Europeans knew what black people looked like. They knew the difference in what people look like. So saying that they got to this land and they mistake the other people for Africans is bullshit, man. This is bullshit. Basically, if you go back in history, and most you guys don't, you guys stop, get this little piece of history and run with it. Go back in history and study. The Egyptians had colonies. Go read the Stolen Legacy, right? The Egyptians had colonies in Greece and Rome before they were Rome. The Etruscans through the Hittites had been all the way down, all the way down into Egypt and down into Nubia. They knew what black people looked like. Okay, they have for 3 or 4,000 years. They're all right next to each other. They know what people look like. When they see people that don't look like them or people similar to other people that they've seen, with the Europeans in the New World, the European, for the most part, the Europeans had never been to what the so-called New World. And Columbus named them Indians because those were the people most similar to the people that he knew that looked like, which is people of the Indian derivation, right? So all this other stuff that you guys are naming is bullshit, man. The oldest ruins of civilization in Africa that found is 190,000 years old in South Africa, right? So these people have been migrating out of Africa for over 200,000 years. There are some people will migrate out and find their way into other parts of the world. In fact, there's a video, I should show it. The very similarity between the dances of the Twa, which is pygmy people, and the Samoans. They have very similar rituals. In fact, the Samoans actually tell the rituals of when they rode from island to island and found their new land and found their island. They actually told the rituals of how they'd roll from one part of one part and found their island in the Pacific. And they did that from island to island until they finally got wherever they're going. That's just the Pacific. I'm sure it's the other way around. The Chinese thought that they were original people, but they found out that basically most of their people actually, 100,000 years ago or so, migrated from South Africa into what we call Asia right now, China. That's how come the Chinese look just like the South Africans. If you look at Mandela, he looks just like the Chinese premier. Look at his eyes; they're the same people. You will eventually over time your skin and your bodies will adapt to the environment that you're in. That's all that happened. Look at Grimaldi man. Okay, the people that built the Stonehenge were black. People that built the Stonehenge were black. Most of Europeans are derivations of black people. They're derivations of black people. White people just didn't spring up out of nowhere. They're derivations of black people. Homo sapiens were born in the Rift Valley. That's where all Homo sapiens come from. So to say that the first people on the New World were black, well, duh. Well, duh. People have to separate species from peoples. Okay. We think Africa is one big mass. No, there's like 2,000 different sets of peoples on the continent of Africa, all different kinds, including Moors, including whatever, right? And they all mix. They all mix. You look on the Horn of Africa. You go to some place like Ethiopia. They have 4 or 5 different groups of people that are mixed in together on the Horn of Africa on both sides, including India, including the so-called Arabs. Okay, that's one thing we learned about Kuwait. The premier of Kuwait back during the first Gulf War, he's as black as anybody you'll see. Why? Because these people have been going back and forth and mixing for hundreds of thousands of years. It's not new. You guys are buying into this race shit. That we're talking about peoples. Okay, we talk about a group of people, a set of people in a certain circumstance. That's how come the Africans don't consider us part of their people. We're different people now. They say that, and it's not because we don't have similar skin color. They could, in Ghana by itself, they got 20 different groups of people, and they know how each one of them look. There's differences that they can tell how each one of them look, and they can tell they're different peoples. They don't consider themselves all one people. So when you go on the continent, there's no such thing as Africans. Okay, they're groups of people, and there's vast differences between people on the east side on Eastern Africa versus west side of Africa. There's even where they come together. You can tell the differences between people. So I don't know where people get this from. You guys need to go back and actually do some real work. The Gullah Geechees are mixed people. Gullah Geechees are mixed people. Gullah Geechees are not pure. They're mixed people. In fact, they still have a lot of African customs that were brought with them. Okay. Ask the Gullah Geechee how many. You send a Gullah Geechee back to the continent, and then find out exactly what they brought over. They're mixed people, just like the mestizos. They're not pure people. Sig Dicky can tell you. Naaman or Sig Dicky. He's from Eastern Africa. He can tell you all those people are not the same peoples. Okay. Anyway, let me go ahead and get this started. So if you're going to come up here, you got to have all your ducks in a row. Okay. Because people that come up here and I ask them simple questions. What I'm saying is Gullah Geechee are mixed people. You got to remember that for 400 years, black people, Africans, folks that were so-called Africans, we don't know exactly what we call them African because we don't know exactly which group of people they came from. They came from all over. So we kind of mash them all together and call them Africa because the continent they came from. Okay. The slaves that came over here escaped. Okay. They escaped, and where they escaped to is South Carolina, Florida. They escaped. Okay. If you're going to escape, and especially if you're male or even if you're female, you're going to be absorbed by the group that you're in, and you're going to mix. Gullah Geechees are mixed people. There's something, and it's not just black people that said it, because everybody should check out a book called, and I always say it, check out the book by Albert Churchward, the origin and evolution of religion. He says it, okay? He's the one, they're the ones that compare all the different artifacts and all the different cultures and all the different customs and compare to each other. People say, well, who built the pyramids? The people the people in that land, they actually carry this information with them. It just doesn't stop because you leave someplace, you carry this information with you. There's pyramid. They found a whole pyramid, step pyramid underneath the Great Wall of China, buried in ruins. Okay. The pyramids just didn't pop up 3,000 years ago. The step pyramids go all the way back 100,000 years. In fact, if you ask churchwards, it's 200,000 years. The step pyramid has been developed over a couple 100,000 years. In fact, the Great Pyramids, there's a question. The Great Pyramid said they were up to 20 to 25,000 years old, and they've been refurbished over time. The Sphinx itself, as they said, if you look how it was set up and the way it was arranged, the Sphinx got to be at least 11,000 years old. This stuff is not new, but you guys don't do scholarship. You guys just quote talking points. Y'all quote talking points. They have similar customs. Similar customs. They don't have the same. Similar customs. They have similar customs. Ask the people that live there. They have similar customs. You can go to Ghana right now, okay? You can go to Ghana right now. They speak different languages. They have different customs. They have different religions. This is just a small little place. They're not all the same. Why don't you try going there? All the customs are not the same, even amongst the people. The thing is that if you read Ivan Van Sertima, you actually read him carefully, right? You actually read him very carefully. He says that there were colonies of small colonies of people that went back and forth, right? Well, especially toward from the continent, right? From West Africa. There were colonies. They set up colonies for trade, just like everybody else does. That doesn't mean they established. They traded with the people that were there. They didn't set up a civilization. They traded with people that were there. People carry the religion and information with them. Okay, let me ask you a question. What's the difference between Shango and Thor? What's the difference between Shango and Thor? No, basically, these are all the people in my comment section that have all this information. I'll ask you, what's the difference between Shango and Thor? None. So how did Shango, Horus Behutep, that started in Egypt for hundreds of years, make it all the way up to the north with white people, with blonde haired people and blue eyes? How did he make it all the way up there? The same legend. How did he make it all the way up there? In skin tone. How did it make all with there? And base in between, guess what Thor was actually called? Vulcan, right? How did Shango make it Horus Behutep, the god of the double of the double axe, the double hammer, make it all the way to West Africa, then to Rome in Greece, and then into Norse religion? Riddle me that. How that happened? Wasn't trade. Wasn't trade. Answer me that. You guys are talking about other shit. Answer me that question. Well, how did it make it all the way up there? You haven't answered my question. How did it make it all the way up there? Because Canaanite, if Canaanite, what you call Canaan, was actually a piece, was part of Egypt. It wasn't separate. It wasn't separate. Canaanites were not separate people. They were part of Egypt. You look on the map. They're part of Egypt. They weren't separate. How did it make it though? How did it happen? How did it make all the way up there? People carried it with them. Do people leave their religion behind? When slaves were brought here to Brazil, to the islands and whatnot, did they leave their religion behind? How did voodoo get into West Africa? Get into the islands and into the Brazil and into southern United States? How did it get there? How did it get there? How did it get there? People carry information with them. They don't leave it behind. Their customs, their symbols, they carry it with them. You take your traditions with them. I went when I went to the continent. Okay, there's a certain way that my mother used to peel oranges. She didn't peel oranges with her fingers. I learned that from white people, right? My mother used to take the knife and cut the skin off the orange, right? Which I thought was unusual compared to what everybody else does in America, right? I go to the continent, I'm buying oranges from, I'm buying oranges from a street vendor, a female, right? Guess what she does? She takes it, she shows me how to peel the orange, right? She takes a knife and start doing the exact same thing my mother did. How you think these customs get transferred? What's the odds of my mother doing the same thing that somebody else does? That she's never seen and been separated by what, 200-300 years? How did that happen? There's Hans, but the thing is that look at the folds of the eyes. Okay, because the Chinese got embarrassed, right? Because the Chinese said that the Mongol, so-called Mongoloid man had nothing to do with Africans, right? So they did this big old DNA test, and guess what they find out? The original Asian people came from where? South Africa. This is, which is probably why the first country to be part of the BRICS was South Africa, because that's who the Chinese are related to. That's where they came from. That's like I'm gonna have a step pyramid below the Great Wall. Why do you think that the shape of their temples are in the shape of a step pyramid? Where did they get that from? It's not European architecture. It's in the same shape of the thing that they carried, the ideas that they carried from. Even their religion about the dragon. Okay, that came right out of the Nile Valley. Their whole religion came right out of the Nile Valley. They're lunar people, just like like the so-called Canaanites or the Jewish people are. They're lunar people. Where they get that from? They carried it with them. Yeah. Well, yeah. If you have okay, number one, you got to remember the Mediterranean Sea area, right? They had people going back and forth. So you got people coming back and forth because Rome had colonies. Okay, after they defeated the Carthaginians, Rome had colonies all the way down the Nile. Okay, so did the Greeks. And so these people went back and forth. In fact, some of their generals are actually very dark. In fact, there's Rome. They said there's Roman generals who were actually darker than me. They were actually uh, um, that are actually come from, I forget what they call them. But yeah, they're all dark. It didn't matter if they're Roman. How can you have colonies in a place, and those people in the colonies don't go back and forth, right? You, all, the whole Mediterranean, all that stuff is mixed. There's a reason for that. And these people have been going back and forth with each other for the last, what, 3,000-4,000 years. This is nothing new. Number one troll. Okay, if you're number one troll, dude, we're gonna keep an eye on number one troll. All right. You know, okay. All right, dude. All right. We're putting you in timeout right now. We're gonna put you in a timeout. Oh, I got him already. All right. But the thing is that I get all these comments. They give me all these books, and the thing is, what I hate. You know what I really hate is people uh suggest a book, and God knows I don't need any more books to read at this point. Okay, you suggest a book, you give me what you think you see out of it, right? And so I go back, and in the introduction, I find out that half the stuff you said is already wrong. You know how pissed off that makes me? You know how pissed off this makes me? I said, Negro suggest the book. I said, did you read the book? Did you actually physically pick up the book and read it? And I point out exactly where you're wrong in the book that you read, that you suggested. That pisses me off because I took my time out to look up the book, find whatever copy I can find of the book, read it, and find out that you're wrong within the first 10 pages. That pisses me off. Because, oh, BGS, if you just read this book, if you guys keep suggesting that Ivan Van Sertima wrote the book, they came before Columbus to debunk the African slave trade. He never said that. He never said that black people, the African slaves were the Aboriginal people of the United States. He never said that. He never said that. If you can find me a clip of where Ivan Van Sertima actually said that black people were the original people were the original slaves, he never said that. He said there were already people here. In fact, he said when the Olmecs actually landed into what we call Mexico, right? In southern Mexico, he said they were actually warring with the people that are already there. They had fights. So they can't be original people if they're fighting against somebody. They didn't just find empty land. People are already there. They're doing. How can you trade with empty land? Nobody ever spins that in their mind. How can you trade with empty land? If nobody's there growing crops and developing the land, you can't trade with the jungle. They're already doing trade. They basically everybody remember the man I think called Thor Heyerdahl. They wanted to prove that you can actually take a reed boat and actually navigate the Pacific, right? In other words, you don't need these big ass ships, right? Remember that? Thor Heyerdahl sailed all the way around the world in a reed boat. He wanted to prove that ancient technology was good enough to navigate the oceans. He did that twice. Okay, he blew everybody away. After that, nobody questioned the out of Africa theory. Okay. In fact, Ivan Van Sertima actually mentions Thor Heyerdahl's research. Go back and look at Thor Heyerdahl, Voyage of the Ra. Because he wanted to prove that ancient Egyptians could come up the Nile, out of the Mediterranean, sail across to the New World. He wanted to prove that. He proved it. So you guys keep saying like this is new information. Thor Heyerdahl, he actually did it twice, right? And he actually made a movie out in 1969. Okay, he actually did it in the early 60s. And I think he's called it the Kontiki or something like that. I think he did it with a wooden boat, but it was smaller, right? But he wanted to actually come back with a boat that was made out of reeds, out of papyrus reeds, a papyrus boat, and see if he could navigate the world, right? He did it. That's what, 50 more than 50 years ago. And I never heard anybody talk about them. I never heard anybody talk about the discovery that they made in South Africa with the ruins of a civilization that was 190,000 years old. I never hear people talk about that. I never hear people talk about the basically that the Sphinx is probably more than 15 or 20,000 years old. Some people say the pyramids themselves are like 30,000 years old. I mean, the great ones, not the step ones, because a lot of the step ones got when they actually flooded the Nile because they wanted to actually build the dam, right? They actually built the dam. The dam actually flooded a lot of the architecture. You have pyramids going way back 50, 60, 100,000 years. And that's what churchward was saying. Churchward got almost ostracized for saying that a lot of these structures are over 100,000 years old. That's how come the Jawawa tribe, which nobody talks about, nobody actually talks about, basically they've been on that island for like 100,000 years, right? And they actually did the DNA samples, and they actually did the language samples, and found out they're the forerunners of all of Asia. All of Asia's language structure is based on them. Nobody talks about that. How does that happen? How does that happen? So naturally, if you find a cave, they find people in a cave that's 50,000 years old. What color are they going to be? What color is like 99% of the world? What kind of DNA is they going to have? What do you think? If they all come from, if they all branched out from the same descendants of the same place. The Chinese found that out. What color do you think they're going to be? The early African presence in Asia, Runoko Rashidi, who I first met Runoko Rashidi when he was just out of college, right? Runoko Rashidi, when I first met him, he was in jeans and a sweatshirt and tennis shoes, right? When I met him at Southwest College, right? He was there to actually introduce Dr. Ben. That's when I first met Runoko Rashidi, way back when. This has to be 1989. And he's been going all over the world talking about the early African presence, because this is where the people spread out from. Why do you think all these islands have black people on it, or African descended people on it, and don't think they made it all the way to the Americas? No matter which route they took, right? The Grimaldi man, 35,000 years ago, that built Stonehenge. Where they come from? The DNA samples, they came from the continent. And you guys are arguing over bullshit, man. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Morocco Rashidi before he moved to Dallas, man. He was out of Cal State, LA. That's where he got his land. Roanoke Rashidi used to be in a library copying old text. Okay, they copy old text so that they can bring them to the copy machine and bring them to the bookstore so we can actually study the books out of the library. People already know this stuff, man. It's not, I was actually in Guatemala, right? I was in one of the pyramids because I actually wanted to see the uh, the Aztec pyramids, and the biggest ones are actually not in Mexico, but they're actually in Guatemala. So I'm there with the guy, and we're actually, because I've read this stuff, we're actually talking about how the layout is, and how the layout is, and why it's laid out in a certain way, right? And how the structure of the pyramid, stuff like that. These people carry this knowledge with them. Didn't come out of nowhere. Even the Incas, man, the Incas because it was so dry, the Incas preserved their dead just like mummies, the same way the Egyptians did. So when by the time the Spaniards get here, and the Northern Europeans get here, okay, these people have evolved over what, thousands of years. They're not the same people that left. They've evolved, just like the Chinese are not the same people that came out of South Africa, you know, 40,000 years before, and basically founded Asia, and then founded China. They're not the same people. A lot of the symbols are still the same, but they're not the same people. Nobody can say that, okay, the Africans were here first in China. They founded China. Okay. Yeah, but anybody saying that the Chinese and the Africans are the same people, or the Africans and South Africans are the same people? No, they're derivatives of the same people, but they're not the same people. Or the Indians and the Ethiopians the same people? No, even though they're right next to each other, and they share similar bloods, but they're not the same people. So saying that the slaves that were brought here, the African slaves that were brought here from many different parts of the continent, okay, even the slaves that are brought here don't come from the same people. They don't. They come from most of them come from, I would say 80% of them come from West Africa, but they come from all over, and they lost their identity. And then they were bred with white people. We're not the same people that we're not the same people that left, that were actually sold and brought over from the continent. We're not. Even if you look at the European coat of arms, even if you look at the coat of arms, right? They're all derivations of the same symbols. Those symbols have been around. I even showed in one of my things that Harry Potter is actually a derivation of Khnum, which is it was an ancient Egyptian god. Different symbol, same myth, different symbol, same character, almost same character, verbatim. Even the name Harry Potter with a wand, and Khnum had a wand, had a stick that he shaped people with and shaped the world with. Right? I showed that the symbols are the same, man. People carry this stuff with them. So I'm looking for people that actually know what the fuck. Yes, Harry Potter. It's actually one of my esoteric videos. Khnum, the divine potter, right? I hope I can find it. All right. You people, you people, you people, man. Ye of little faith. Y'all supposed to be smarter than me, because that's what you're saying. Y'all keep saying y'all know more than me. See that? See the stick, see the wand? The divine potter. See that? See that? See that? You see that? That's Khnum, the divine potter. Let's check out Harry Potter. Save the image so we can make it bigger. The more I teach you guys, the less y'all know. So that's which kind of irritates me. See that? Look at the wand. Harry Potter, Khnum, the divine potter, wand shaping the world. Turn your camera off, bro. Thank you. See that? Camera's still on, bro. You click the camera button, so your icon pops up. Anyway, let's go ahead and get it started. I always suggest, the first book I always suggest before you get anything is the Evolution of Churchward's book. If you read Churchward's book all the way through and ground it, because he grounds himself in the symbols. Okay, dude, which icon are you on, man? Because you got two of them. Remove this one. Okay, which one are you on, man? Where you at? Which one are you on? Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself and talk.
Oh man.
I can hear you. Okay. All right. Okay, you guys. Actually, I didn't come. I didn't come prepared to do a teaching lesson. You guys are supposed to be in here talking. All right. You guys have been going ham in my comment section. Basically, our churchward um, and Gerald Massey were actually colleagues. In fact, Gerald Massey was his teacher at the British Museum, and they were collecting all these artifacts, and they had to basically categorize all these artifacts. And what Massey and Churchward found out that the similarities were uncanny with the artifacts they were collecting from around the world. They're actually very similar, not similar, almost the same. In fact, the same characters did the exact same things if you look at the depictions. So Churchward does a good job of showing you the character in Egyptian in Egypt, showing you the case sometimes the character in European lore, in Chinese lore, and especially in what they call Mesoamerican lore, right? Same characters. Okay, the exact same characters. He shows you with some of the exact same symbols. Okay, and shows you that people carry it with them, like the Ankh. How do you find the Ankh in the Ankh symbols of the Ankh in the New World that's over 20,000 years, 10,000 years old? How can you find an Ankh? Okay, and the Ankh came from Egypt. Can you carry the shit with you? Let me go ahead and share the screen so you guys can see it. Classic book. One of the best books on religion I've ever read. The best books on religion I've ever read. And highly, and even to this day, we had people arguing over. When I first started reading it, I had people arguing over it because it's highly, still today. He wrote this book over 100 years ago. It's still controversial to this day, but accurate because everything he said, basically, you can go back and find the symbol. You can go back and check because I've checked the symbols. It didn't. Okay, man. It didn't originate here, man. There wasn't no people here. Go back and look at the forensic records. You guys keep saying, "Or it originated here." You have no civilizations that old. You don't have a civilization in Mesoamerica that's 190,000 years old where you can find ruins of. So try me. I just showed it to you. What was the name of the? Go back. Scroll back, man. Scroll back. I just showed it to you. Scroll back. Well, it was okay. It was because it was separated by ocean. What are the Oh, good Lord! All right, the original Moors, Mauritania, or North Africans. The original Moors are North Africans, right? If you go look what a Moor was in their original homeland, North Africa. Okay, who are the people before the Moors? Phoenicians. They're in the exact same place. They didn't move. Rome didn't kill them all. They're in the exact same place. The Moors are the ancient Carthaginians, which are the ancient Phoenicians, which is part of the Phoenician Empire. Right, at the same place, right along the Mediterranean. That's who the Moors are. If you look, I even get tired of looking at the maps. I'm not here to teach, man. You guys are supposed to be here giving me smoke. Go back and look. Go back and read, man. Just stop reading. Stop reading all black literature, man. Go back and read historical literature about the original maps and real formation of where these people came from, the original land masses, and how they interacted. The Hittites came from Turkey. The Turkey, the Etruscans, the Greeks, Romans, and all those folks came from the same area, which is right around Turkey, and they actually migrated out. The original Etruscans and Greeks came from Turkey. In fact, the Greeks and the Romans are the same people, because your elite Romans actually spoke Greek. Latin was the common folks' language, which was a bastardized version of it. They're the same people. They didn't go anywhere. In fact, those are the same people up until outside invaders from the steppes came in, which were the not the Ottomans, but the not so-called Turks, I forget what they're called, and came and invaded, and actually took over, because those people had been in the same landmass for like 4,000 years until they declined and got invaded. Byzantium, which is where modern day Turkey is right now, which is where they moved back to, which is their original homeland from Italy and Greek. They actually moved back to their original homeland. All right.
What's going on? What's going on, Master Teacher?
What's up?
Appreciate your knowledge. It's always something new to learn.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's old to me. Now after 30 some odd years, it's kind of old to me. But yeah, but this stuff has been around. So people say, I've advanced Sertima. I said I met the man 30 years ago. Okay. And nobody even knew who he was back then. When he first wrote the book.
Like it's off. I can't hear you.
So you guys, you're Borging, whatever's wrong with your mic or your phone. We got it's real glitchy. Whoever's trying to speak. Try it again.
Go and come back in.
Okay.
Yeah, Ivan Van Sertima. He's he's big on the Olmec, right? Origins. That's all I know. I'm pretty sure he was more than that.
He actually commented on Olmecs. Olmecs, they had people that had known about the Olmecs even before Ivan Van Sertima. He just gathered the knowledge and actually talked about it. And this is from what he said. Okay, he said the Olmecs actually I forget where he said they're from, but actually crossed over and they set up a colony.
Yeah, I remember somebody said there's a current. I don't know. I think it was you that said there's a current in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, go straight across from South America, the transatlantic current. It goes from, and that's how come they have a triangle trade, right? They take advantage of the currents. The currents go from Europe. They take the current down to the continent. They take the current across to either Brazil or one of the islands, and then they travel up, and they take the current going back to they could take the current back to northern Europe. So that's how come they call it a triangle trade, because they actually follow the currents. Okay, the currents come across. If you look at a hurricane, right? The hurricanes come from what? It comes from off the Sahara or off the Sahara.
The air water mixture.
They come from off any hurricane starts where? It starts in the Sahara, right? It comes across. It lands into the Caribbean, right? And then after Caribbean, what does it do? It goes north, right, and peters out. And then what's left of it goes back to Europe. That's your triangle.
Yeah, the hurricanes do show up
Yeah.
Pretty much in a certain season.
They
Just
certain
like how the
season.
typhoons in the other part of the planet.
Yeah. So those are your currents. Okay. They come from either northern Africa. They come right over to the Caribbean, and they go right up the coastline of the United States, and then they peter out, and what's left of it goes back to the European
I have a question
continent.
about them traveling, like Easter Island with the Pacific Islanders.
Uh-huh.
They were experts at this sea navigation stuff.
Yeah, they had a lot of time to do it. I mean, if you're around for 100,000 years, you're gonna figure something out, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And basically, if you go, say you go to West Africa, right, and look at the fishing boats, right?
Yeah.
They've been designing those fishing boats for thousands and thousands of years. Okay, the fishing boat, the boats, basically, Europeans didn't have boats. Europeans learned how to make boats from the continent. They didn't have boats. The Romans and the Greeks learned how to make boats from the Phoenicians.
Isn't that where Hannibal is from?
Hannibal's actually from Carthage, which is a colony of the Phoenicians. Europeans learned how to make boats from the continent. They didn't know how to make boats.
Yeah, Europeans, they recently got, they got onto the scene. They recently blew up with technology, but like when you go through like ancient times,
yeah,
you start to realize that saying, there's nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, in fact, they started smelting iron. The Vikings had to, the Vikings had to travel down, had to ford all those rivers, come down to northern Africa to find iron bars because they couldn't smelt iron. That's in 800 A.D.
Yeah, West Africa. That's where they made deities out of. Shango, no, Ogun he's like a smelter, right?
Well, the original smelting actually was on East Africa, and they carry information with them. People think that, okay, all this stuff is independent. No, they carry stuff with them. Knowledge travels. It doesn't stay fixed in one spot. And that's what I learned. That's what I learned from churchward. These ideas do not stay where they are. People don't just start off as a blank slate when they go to another land. No, whatever technology they have, they carry with them.
Yeah, that book that you recommended to me, to the Black Manosphere. Actually, it was what's his name? The one that Bill Clinton read, and all the high ups read it.
Oh, you're talking about Tragedy and Hope.
Tragedy and Hope, exactly.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's
and yeah, that explained it, how like the population that has all the tech and all the advances, they just give it away to who they,
No,
it seeps over.
It seeps over. You trade with it. In fact, if you read if you read the American Slave Coast, right, she actually details it, right? Which boggles my mind, because the article I read about the slavery of the Aztecs, right? They're basically saying the same thing, right? It was expensive to go to the continent and buy slaves. Okay, they didn't capture slaves; they bought slaves, right? It's expensive. It's cheaper to try to enslave the people that are already there, right? Why did in fact, the original slaves on the continent were actually, as they said, were actually Europeans with indentured servants, right? And natives, right? How come they swapped out the natives for Africans?
You say the natives died off or something?
Two reasons. Natives kept escaping because it was their land, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. They had their culture. They weren't stripped.
They weren't stripped of their culture. So basically, if they wanted to escape, they knew how to navigate. They know how to navigate the woods better than you. In fact, the Europeans didn't even capture Indian slaves. Guess what they did? They traded for them. So the Indian slaves, people say that the Europeans just walked into an unknown forest or unknown part of the Americas and start capturing people. No, they said, okay, we got guns, we got iron, we got this kind of stuff. Okay, we need people. Okay, do you know we need people to work? I said, okay, because all cultures have an internal indentured servitude. I said, okay, we got some for you. We'll just sell you some of these people. We'll actually trade for these people, right? They've been doing that. That's what they did here. The thing is, there's two reasons that they swapped out African slaves. Same reason the Spanish did, right? Two, they start one, the kind of work they were putting them under and the diseases that European had were killing them off, right? Okay, and then they would escape. Okay, what did it say in the article? What is the reason the Spanish didn't want to bring over African slaves in big numbers? They're expensive. They didn't want to buy them.
Yeah.
Even Columbus, when he first landed on the islands, right? Okay, they worked the Indians to death. Okay, they start dying out. We can't work these.
The
Tainos. They killed most of them off, working them to death, right? And the diseases, the same thing happened, right? So guess what they had to do? They had to pony up some money and go over and buy indentured servants or slaves from the continent. This business.
Yeah, I'm reading this business. Business. Yeah. Like what you said in your last video.
Yeah.
Like they say the god Mammon, people like to use that, all the people that know about it. Well, you said it's mainly just pure gain.
Yeah.
It's like
you're the only people
in the extreme level.
And down south, basically, white people could not survive down before the slaves actually drained all them swamps and built all that land and put up, all the.
I was just in the south, man, and I was looking around.
Yeah.
And you see this like the power lines and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm cussing. Let me stop cussing.
Power
lines.
Yeah.
And you see, I was on the interstate highway. And the power lines were in swamps.
Yeah,
it was like wood stuck in swamps. I was like, how did they build that?
Yeah.
I was like, imagine the slaves down here working through that.
Working there, you see all the levees, and they look like little rivers. They drain all that water.
I didn't see that the South was a swamp until you brought the information out.
Yeah, it's a swamp, but certain crops go better in swamps.
The only swamp I saw was Florida.
No,
Georgia and Alabama,
South Carolina, Georgia, parts of North Carolina, Mississippi, Louisiana, parts of Texas. That shit's swamp. Houston is a swamp, right? Southern Texas is a fucking swamp. Okay. The thing is, that's like I'm gonna have all these levees to drain off all that water. All the ditches and levees drain the water off. In other words, malaria was bad down there, man.
Mosquitoes are the most deadly creature on the planet.
Yeah,
they're more deadly than us.
White people could not stand that hot ass work and that hot ass labor like black people can, because that's where black people came from.
How do we change these people trying to push the narrative from the brainwashing of roots and whatever Dane Calloway and people that don't try to they try to, like what you said, they try to push a narrative to not actually see the truth.
You know why I never talk about Dane Calloway? Because I know 1,000 dudes just like him.
They're everywhere.
They're everywhere. Even before there was a YouTube, man, there's thousands of guys just like Dane Calloway. That's why I never say anything about him. There's always going to be a Dane Calloway or people just like him. It's going to be.
But you see, like these guys, you see these guys like they talking just like how he was perpetuating it. Like we were natives here. I'm like,
no. That was going to be my question too. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in like that.
No, go ahead.
No, hold on a second, just a second. You know what convinced me that the slave trade was actually real?
Who?
When you sit in a fucking slave castle on the west coast of Africa, 2 of them, right?
Right at the source.
Yeah, right at the source. And
you a stepper. You actually went there, huh?
Everything that they said that was repeated here that I found out after was 100% true, man. About them marrying the chicks into the they actually built a whole town right around the castle, right, for the mulattoes that were created, right. In fact,
so the mulatto stuff started over there.
It started over there, right? In fact, they built a town where the people would marry into it. They would actually trade for it, right? And they were actually telling me how far inland that they had to go to actually bring people out. Okay, so when I read Daughters of Trade, that's the exact same shit that they told me on the continent.
You know what I think started this rush into Africa?
Rushing Africa.
I think it's a black male flaw. Being overly flashy.
Overly flashy as far as what?
Like Mansa Musa.
Oh, Mansa Musa. Well, basically, look at any emperor or king and see how flashy they are. Name me one that's not. Even the ones in Mesoamerica. Name me one that's not.
Yeah, that's true. Because usually the aristocrats, they want to
all the gold and silver and the big ass monuments and shit like that. Okay, look at the pharaohs of Egypt.
Oh yeah, definitely gold everywhere.
Gold everywhere. Those big monuments that are like 10 stories high. Big temples and stuff like that. That's flashy.
Yeah, because like after he did that, he went up to the Arabia part, and Timbuktu. They had all the African colleges there. It was thriving, going crazy. In Mali.
Yeah,
and they learned about all that gold after he did all that inflation, giving everybody gold out in other civilizations.
Yeah,
and then they went down. It was like, oh, we got to get a piece of that.
Go back and look at the not on the Horn of Africa, but the Cape of Africa, right? And look how long that trade by the Europeans had been going on. Why do you think Columbus was trying another route, basically a western route? Because he got locked out by the Portuguese, because the Portuguese had the what is it, the I forget it was the base, not the copyright, but the license of that travel route, the shipping route.
Yeah.
The Portuguese had it, right?
They were big time ships. Portuguese.
Yeah, and the reason they went around the Horn of Africa was because they didn't know how to navigate, right? So they had to keep land in sight. No, they didn't. They used the land, right? Okay, they kept land in sight, so they traveled around the land. Okay, right around the coast, just off the coast, and of all these countries into China. It took a long time, right? But they were locked out. But it was actually quicker than going the overland route, which the Italians and some of the Mediterranean countries had the rights to, right? So the Spanish
fighting the Arabian pirates too.
The overland.
I'm going off on a tangent, but
you're going off on a tangent. Not really. Okay, not really. It came later. But the thing is, that's how come Columbus was trying a western route, because he was locked out. So people said that the Europeans.
I heard that Columbus was trying to get to India, but he ended up going to the Caribbean or something like that.
Well, he was trying to find a route to Asia, which is China, and he landed on an island, right? Found an island, and basically he saw these strange people. So what are you gonna compare them to?
See, we forget about China. They had civilization for what, 12,000 years?
Their civilization, according to them, goes back 6,000 years.
6,000?
Yeah, according to them.
See, I need to get into China more. I'm stupid on that.
Yeah, well, the thing is that we got to remember, we were arguing about this stuff 30 years ago. We were having fights, okay, during book readings, fights over this stuff 30 years ago. So
in the circuits.
Yeah, not in the circuit, but basically the book clubs, the study groups. We sit there, we read a book and we argue over it. This is 30 years ago, and so so when I hear this
China
stuff,
was big on their pottery. That's what everybody wanted, their pottery, right?
Yeah,
or something.
With silks, pottery, food, spice, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but I was watching this documentary. It's a country in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
It was a big mansion in Africa.
Yeah.
And it was trading all types of stuff from China.
Yeah. You guys can jump in at any time, man, because we'll be talking forever.
Hey,
Yeah.
Mr. BGS, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so 2 quick points I want to make, and then I get out of y'all way. I appreciate you for having me on.
Okay.
Point number 1, I just came on about 15 minutes ago, and you were mentioning the currents, and you mentioned the hurricanes. All right, so one thing, Mr. BGS, we have to consider these current maps. I'm a science teacher, middle school science teacher, by the way. And the last unit we just did, we talked about weather. So I showed my students a map of exactly what you said, the hurricane paths. And then that was the Mercator projection. Are y'all familiar with the Mercator projection?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Okay, it's the typical map the map that you see on a social studies classroom. It's
right.
like that's
okay.
probably
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So the map that makes the most sense in terms of the true ocean currents and wind currents, those are 2 different currents, is the equidistant map. If you can Google it or pull it up on your phone right quick, the equidistant map. Now, according to the history that they taught us in public school, most of the slaves from the slave trade went from West Africa to South America first. That's what I was taught.
Yeah, that's true. I read that before.
The original slaves first went to where the islands.
Jamaica. They said Jamaica was the first. Was the main spot.
Jamaica, Puerto Rico, and what was now called Hispaniola, which is Dominican Republic, and Haiti, right? It's Cuba, also Cuba. Okay, original slaves actually went there because of the sugar cane. Okay, the Portuguese didn't do it until later.
All right, so the point that I was going to make, I was looking at. I pulled up the equidistant map. And I looked at the currents, the ocean currents. They're called gyres, Gyre. Gyres. If you look at those gyres, they're coming from West on the equidistant map. They're coming from West Africa, and they're going straight to northern South America. And then they're going, and then those gyres go straight to the Caribbean nations that y'all just mentioned. And then they go straight up unto Louisiana, Mississippi, Gulf Coast of Florida,
or straight across to Mesoamerica, which is Central America.
Exactly. So I would suggest the brothers to look at the equidistant map and see, can you find ocean currents? I mean, you can Google these images, ocean currents on the equidistant map, and you will see the exact path. Because I mean, this is what 15, 16, 1700s. They didn't have motorized boats. And I've heard that those Atlantic currents are ferocious. So you're not going to be able to fight against it in a wooden boat. So they had to just leave West Africa and let nature do what it do.
It does, and then that's where the triangle trade came from. Because where do the hurricanes do? They go from west, or we're actually off of the Sahara into the basic northern South America and the Caribbean, right, up into North America, as we call it, right, and then they die out, and those actually the currents that you carry things back across to where northern Europe. That's why they have a triangle. It's easier to go that way rather than fight against the currents.
Right. So the second quick point I want to make, Mr. BGS, we had. I'm from Mississippi. All right. Back in 2001, I was in junior high. I was in 9th grade. Okay. And I don't know if y'all are familiar with Mississippi state flag. It looks just like the Confederate flag. Yeah. I think they're trying to change it. They're trying to change it now. But if you go back to 2001 and look at what our state flag used to look like, I'm in Atlanta Metro right now. But, you look at what that flag used to look like. It was basically a baby replica of that Confederate flag. Now, the governor at the time allowed the citizens of Mississippi to vote to change that flag. Of course, all of the rednecks came out and they said, this is our flag, blah, blah, blah. And you know how, black, the so-called
politics
Negro,
and all of that stuff.
Right. So something me and my dad saw, Mr. BGS, that was interesting. We saw a group of black people that were marching with that flag. And they said and they were saying, this is our flag. This is our heritage. We should keep it. And of course, at the time, I'm saying these guys are ignorant. What are they doing marching with that flag? So let's fast forward about 3 years ago. When I get heavy on, social media and I see this young white journalist. He went to Ole Miss and he's a reporter. He's some journalist for some news station in Mississippi. And he went to this civil rights rally and there was an old black man there. And this old black guy had one of the biggest Confederate flags that I've ever seen. And
sometimes I think Boondocks is actually, that dude Aaron McGrew is a genius, man.
Yeah. Well, you see them all the time. You see them, especially there's two places that actually pop up all the time.
Types.
Yeah, it's for whatever reason, Alabama and Missouri produces more of these people than any place else, man. I don't know what it is, but something in the water. But anyway,
something in the water.
Something in the water. Yeah.
So let me tell y'all something that was interesting though. This old black guy, he had this Confederate uniform on. It looked like the Yosemite Sam. Y'all remember Yosemite Sam, the Looney Tunes? It looked like
the cartoon.
Yeah. And if you go back to Ole Miss, the University of Mississippi, their mascot was an old Confederate, a white Confederate general.
Yeah.
Now, this black guy, he spoke for about Mr. BGS. I can email you this clip from Twitter.
Okay.
If you can drop it in your email in the chat or something, I can email you this clip from what this black guy was saying. And he said, y'all are taking your history from mainstream history books. Y'all do not want to come talk to your elders. We're your history books.
That's a good point. You gotta have that history known. You can't like what's that story about the Nazis burning all the books or Library of Alexandria?
Well, basically that goes all the way back to the Hunchback of Notre Dame. But yeah.
So this guy was saying,
it's like when you burn down the history, you lose everything.
The Greeks, Romans, even the Arabs did the same thing. The French did it too. So it's Catholic Church.
It's a repeating theme.
Repeating theme. Yeah.
So this guy said, my ancestors, my family fought and bled for this flag. This flag was stolen by a mysterious group of people, and the wrong people are representing this flag now. Basically, what the guy was saying, and I'll send you I'll email you that link. It's about a 2-minute interview, and the guy was talking, and it was a young black girl that was drilling him, and she was real liberal, and he was sitting there, he was like granddaddy age. He probably like in his 70s, and he was in still good shape, and he was just looking at these black people like, hey,
hold on a second, you guys talk about top interrupt. You guys shut up, okay, and be quiet. Let me handle this, okay. Okay, go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, and he was basically checking these young black people, saying, "Hey, this was our flag.
Okay,
we fought for this flag. This is basically." And I've heard too many older black people tell us this. My granddaddy told me this. I heard some older black people tell me this back in Mississippi, man.
Okay.
It was the native people to America were brown-skinned people. A lot of the brown-skinned people here, all of us did not come from Africa. Some of us were already here. We can look at the old Washington Redskins logo. That guy on that helmet, he looks, not to be funny, but from the side, my dad has a nose just like that. That dude looks just like my dad. That dude on that Redskins helmet, he's more brown than he is red.
But they're not from West Africa. Okay,
correct.
In other words, Did people mix?
They were dark as hell though. But
in other words, you got to remember the Spanish. You know, the Spanish did bring slaves into the continent. So everybody's not going to be, and got to remember the original slaves were what? Natives. Original ones were natives. Okay, so there is mixing, but things that has nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Okay.
With the invention of America, the American experiment.
In fact, there are no most ADOS, or we call Negroes, are not pure. There's no Negro with pure African blood in them. None.
Correct. I believe, yeah.
Well, certain ones. I remember Chris Rock. He did a genetic DNA test.
Was he 100%?
100% African, but it was all mixed up tribes.
Okay.
TD Jakes too.
He's 100%. He's 100%.
Yep, 100% African.
Okay, that's rare.
Yeah, it's a rarity. But when I go around the country, I kind of see, like when you're talking about Virginia, that's a mulatto state, man. It's nothing but, it's a lot of mulatto. And I found out that a lot of mulattoes came from a lot of black men who were white women after slavery in Virginia for some reason.
Now, if they allowed it, they could allow it. The thing is, did they allow it? I mean, there's some. There wasn't a lot. Trust and believe there wasn't a lot.
Yeah, that's true. Most of it was a result of the slave owner.
The original miscegenation laws came out of Virginia. So, but anyway,
right.
One
that's
last
probably
thing.
Why it came out, because that was like, I forgot what documentary I was watching, but that's probably that might be the reason why.
Yeah, go ahead and continue, man. Because one
last thing, Mr. BGS, and then I'll get off and let some of the other brothers speak. We're having this conversation, and like I said, I just came on about 15 minutes before.
But they give a reason why they want to continue to present the flag in the uniform. Did they ever give a reason? What's the takeaway from that?
That black guy was saying, okay, it was more, he said it was a lot of black soldiers that fought in the Confederacy.
Okay.
And this history was passed down to his family, and it was more free blacks in the South than it was so-called slaves.
No, that's bullshit.
Okay.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You go back and look at the census. That's bullshit.
Cap, my guy.
That's bullshit.
You can look at the damn era.
You can look at that, man. You can look at the history. Look at the census.
They say that shit in the history books, bro.
Truth. Can I speak, sir? Thank you. All right. You can go back and look at the census, man. That's bullshit. Okay. Free blacks never made up more than 10% of the population before the Civil War. Into the Civil War. Go back and look at the census. I mean, you just go because they counted them. They counted because there was mortgages held on black bodies, so they counted every black person. There was no black person that was not counted.
Didn't they usually just call the I was just gonna say,
go ahead, True.
I was just gonna say, didn't they call the free slaves? They call them freemen, right?
They call them freemen. Yeah, in certain places you had to carry papers with you to prove that in the South you had to carry papers to prove that you were free.
In the South, you had to carry your freedom papers.
If you didn't have your freedom, the fact that you're free papers, you would travel outside your where you were known at. You didn't have them. Guess what you got? You got runaway slaves. Yeah.
Hey, so where can we find? Where can we find official census? I mean.
Yeah, okay, the easiest way to find information is on black demographics, but you can actually go back and actually look at the old slave census and actually pull it up, because I found a bunch of different documents. If you want to actually wander through all of them, but the thing is, a black demographics actually has a very good count of freed versus slaves, and there was never more than like 10%. Freedmen at any time in the country, much less the South. Okay.
So, BJ, why do you think that narrative have?
One time, go ahead, Truth, and then we're gonna let other people talk.
I was just gonna say, wasn't it more like 1% most of the time?
No. It was between 8 and 10%. If you go back and
Oh,
look
okay. I
at it.
guess he was letting a couple of niggas free.
Let me go to blackdemographics.com real quick, because you guys are supposed to know this already, man. Okay, it's too easy to find. This shit is too easy to find.
Niggas been telling us we've been captured this whole fucking time, and the genealogy don't match up.
That's why
DNA don't match up.
That's why I play. That's why I actually put a clip of that movie, Cotton Like Twines, right? Because people think that white people went in and captured you. They're still selling people into indentured servitude today. It hasn't gone anywhere. Basically, and that's
but
today.
That's my question, BGS. That's what the brother was saying. About Dane Calloway. That's his narrative. Why do you think that's more so some people's way of going about it? Blaming the senses instead of just dealing with the data.
Well, okay. What is his whatever it is? What is his
thesis?
Like y'all was saying,
what is thesis? Because I have
about the natives and the census playing a role as far as the natives being I guess you can say hijacked, let's say, of their nationality or whatever, and forced to be called black or negroid or things like that. Why do you think that narrative is so heavy?
They were never called negroid. Okay, they were never called negroid. In fact, if you go back and look at the Spanish literature, okay, the indigenous people, they knew who they were. Okay, they knew who they were. They gave them. They never called indigenous people negritos ever. They're never called negritos. They're indigenous people. In fact, somebody sent me the link to this book about this guy wrote about the so-called Chino Indians. Right? They even imported Spanish. They actually imported Filipinos to Mesoamerica, right? To work, right? They gave them a special name. They called them Indians. They didn't call them negritos. Okay, they didn't call them black. They know that they know the difference. The Americans know the Americans had no reason to even lie about it. They didn't give a shit. They had no problem imprisoning, basically making slaves out of the Native Americans. I learned that when I was in like 10th grade. Okay, that the reason they actually use blacks instead of Native Americans is two reasons. One, they escaped, and two, the Native Americans died under the harsh work. They never.
They couldn't manage to work as much as the Africans,
and the diseases killed them off. So basically, they couldn't stand the European diseases, which is
when I went to basic training in the Army.
Yeah,
back in 2012, it was in South Carolina, Fort Jackson. And man, so much white boys had heat strokes.
Yeah.
While me, like, I just needed water, and I was good to go.
Yeah, water, and just like a little bit of shade just every once in a while.
If you look at the COVID-19, right, which is a bloodborne disease, right, which is wiping out and devastating every place in the world. What's the one place that's not devastating?
Africa.
Why? Because they have a natural resistance to bloodborne diseases. That's the reason.
Yeah, the type O and sickle cell.
And in sickle cell and all that kind of stuff protect them against it, right? So that's
type O blood is the most common in blacks.
Yeah,
and that's very resistant to a lot of diseases.
Yeah, that's why. In other words, okay, let's go ahead and look at it, right? Let's look at this at the census, right? And I've seen several versions of this, right? Okay, look at 1790, right, with the first census of the United States, right? What percentage of free blacks are there? 8%, right? Go and look up. The highest it was in 1830, 14%. So how are you gonna get as much money as what was the state you said they had more free blacks? Alabama, or was it where was it?
No, we're talking
Mississippi.
We were talking about in the South. Period.
I mean, no. Why do you think that they have the 3/5 clause for the South?
They needed
I'm not
slaves
sure. Because
they
counted because the slaves couldn't vote, right? And they had this big ass population, and they want to increase their voting leverage the voting leverage in Congress to get more congressmen, right? So I say, well, we can't give you make the black person and your slaves a whole person because they're not people, right? So we'll actually have a compromise with 3/5. That's where it comes
I have
from.
a question about the demographics population track that you're on. You said it went. I remember I read a long time ago. 450,000 Africans got shipped to America. Most of the Africans got shipped to South America. Spain was, doing the big time.
Yeah.
And the Caribbean too, England.
Okay. How many videos did I just do? How many videos did I just do on that?
Yeah, I'm just saying that I know that you're right because I actually a long time ago, did some research on that. But the population boomed so fast that like a product, like what you said, out of 450,000 came, we said 4 million.
Yeah,
and most of that was in the South.
Yeah, by the time Civil War ended, it was 4.5 million. Yeah.
What was the white demographic at that time? Was the majority country black at that time?
No, it was a majority white, especially in the North.
Yeah, the North was where they was industrializing, right?
Yeah,
especially around Lincoln Town.
The thing is, the only bad part about it is 80% of your money comes from the South in slavery, like your sugar, your tobacco, your rice, your cotton, which is why Lincoln fought the Civil War. Money.
Yeah, because I was reading a documentary that like Europe was like doing stock exchanges.
Yeah, they were doing
all the sugar and all the cotton.
Your first subprime mortgage in 1837 is over slaves. Okay, they try to repossess the slaves because you actually had derivatives on slaves back then in 1837. They're actually selling a slave twice as far as the bankers are concerned. And when that collapsed, they couldn't pay back the loans. People, owners are actually, that's how Texas became popular, right? It's because owners that had slaves were trying to escape to Texas out of the reach of the bankers and take their slaves with them.
That's probably why Texas to this day is big on all that independence.
Oh yeah, well yeah. They were trying to. That's how come they fought the Mexican-American War, right? They were trying to extend slaves were making slaves, cotton, and the products from slaves were actually making so much goddamn money, trying to extend the slave territory all the way down to the tip of Mexico. That's why.
Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, I forgot. I didn't know that the war was for that reason.
It was for that money to extend slavery. That was what's his name? Andrew Jackson wanted to extend the slave territory all the way down to the tip of Mexico.
Hey, BGS, real quick, I want to go back.
Anybody else can jump in. You guys don't have to wait. Go ahead, True.
Okay.
I was going to ask you something real quick, BGS, then I'm going to hop off. I wanted to go back to like Ivan Van Sertima and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I first got put on to, him and Dr. John Henry Clark back in 2005. Yeah, back in 2005. Back then, as far as mainstream media is concerned, right, they were calling it like Afrocentric pseudo history, right? Yeah. Now, fast forward to now, I believe I was on the World Economic Forum, and I was reading their thing on ending racism, and my point is on their website, they were giving it up, saying everything that we knew, like the first Mexican president was black, so on and so forth, everybody black. And then I even saw something similar to this on of all places, a Cartoon Network ad. So my question is, as far as what I'm trying to wrap my head around is, why is mainstream media adopting this now? Why are they doing it now?
Because demographically, white people are declining, they're dying out. They have to cut a deal. They got to cut a deal with the population.
Get good with the niggas.
They got to get with the niggas and all the other populations, right? So they have to give it up.
We gonna bust their ass.
I got a question.
Anyway, okay, jump in.
So when did the switch happen? Like, when did the narrative change where white people became dominant and I guess so-called black became non-dominant?
When did the switch happen?
Yes.
When white people became dominant? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Oh, basically, it hasn't been that long. It's like basically the slavery in the New World gave white people enough technology and money. Okay, money and materials to actually send troops out like that, right? And then white people didn't become dominant till like the mid 19th century, right around 1850, 1860. White people haven't been dominant. The narratives, they've been dominant for a long time, but they haven't. It's just
okay.
Yeah, I read the book called Dirt by Terrence McLaughlin.
Yeah.
And it talks about England.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Oh, the city life was nasty.
Yeah, I heard about that too, but I was always curious about
one at a time, y'all. One at a time.
I said I heard about that too, but I was always curious
about 1850, 1860. You got to remember that even for the African colonies, them colonizing Africa, they didn't really colonize Africa till the 1870s, right? And that only lasted till 1950. It wasn't that long. It's not 500 years like people want to make it out to be. Okay, it's only like 70, 80 years. It hasn't been that long.
So it's pretty much propaganda, kind of sort of.
Well, basically, what pisses me off is not just white propaganda; it's also black propaganda.
Yeah, it's black people just
going with the narrative, the victim narrative. Yeah,
because this stuff is like
over embellishing. BGS, how are you?
Yeah, you can get access
pretty
to
good, pretty good. You can get in next.
I said you can get access to this stuff.
Hey.
Oh, my bad.
One thing we're not going to do is talk over each other because you have an audience, right? Okay. This is not like a group. It's not like a group phone call, okay? Because you got 450 people watching, so you got to be wary of the audience. So basically, if somebody gets in before you, let them go, and then say, "I want to get in next." That would be the best way to do it.
Have you ever watched a college lecture?
Dennis, you're welcome to get in anytime you want to. So if you want to speak up,
the British. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
The British had the same. The British, well, all the Europeans had the same problem as in Africa as they had in America. Getting somebody into Middle America. When I say Middle America, off the coast, you had all the way down the coast of Georgia. The Spanish wouldn't go inland.
No,
the same thing. The Portuguese would go all the way around Africa. Yeah. They wouldn't go inland.
Yeah, because it's too swampy. The only places like where Pizarro was in Peru and Mexico is, where the Aztecs were in Mexico City. The only reason they could do that in Guatemala, Mexico, and Peru is because, have you ever heard of something called the Altiplanos?
Yeah, and they had help. They had help.
They had help for the natives, but also. Yeah. White people can survive in Altiplanos, right? Because it's like if you ever been to the Altiplanos, the weather is like being in Southern California.
Right.
So Mexico City is like 7,000 feet elevation. So it's not swampy. It's not humid the same way that the swamps are. It's actually drier. It's cooler. And when white people can survive in that environment, same thing with Guatemala, same thing in Peru, right? They can survive in that. Take them outside of that, they can't survive in that weather. Why do you think Haiti, they couldn't hold Haiti?
A lot of the islands in the Caribbean, the escaped slaves headed for the mountains, the interior of the island.
Yeah,
and the soldiers couldn't get in there.
They couldn't. They would die. Yeah, go ahead.
In Jamaica, my parents, when my parents come from Jamaica, I had to read up on the slave revolts there, and different tribes, or different groups. They brought different groups in at different times, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the slaves from Ghana, they were more ruthless. I think they were called the Maroons.
Mm-hmm.
And
those are the ones from Nigeria.
They would chop heads off.
That's from Nigeria? Okay.
Yeah, the Maroons are mostly Nigeria, around Benin. They were the people who were originally from the Benin Empire.
Yeah.
And a lot of them came to Haiti also.
Yeah, if you ever want a good lesson, because I actually went to Guatemala. I stayed in Guatemala for like 3 months, and you see where the white people stay versus where the natives stay. Okay, white people do not go into the interior of Guatemala and stay. They're in the Altiplanos.
By the equator.
Well, the equator. No, the equator is there. The thing is that the thing is when you mix heat and elevation, right? Okay.
That jungle.
Higher altitude.
The altitude cools everything off. Basically,
cools everything down.
It's 70 degrees or 75 degrees year round, right? White people can live in that. The same reason they live in like South Africa, right? They don't venture out of South Africa because they can live there. Okay, they can't live other places. Okay,
right.
That's the reason. Anyway, who's next? Somebody else want to jump in?
BGS, yeah, this is
yes,
Dennis
sir.
Ferling. I want to follow up with your Thomas Jefferson lecture from the other day when you were talking about the breeding farms.
Yeah, go ahead.
I found that extremely eye-opening. And
okay,
so
why so?
Well, because first of all, it's a fact that's very seldom discussed in any history books. That's the first thing. Second of all, it adds it's a piece of the puzzle. It's like the missing link. So here's the question that I have, and I just want your thoughts on it. Do you think that some of our people who do research, whether it be for religious purposes or whatever, because in my opinion, we have a lot of made up religions amongst Black Americans, and I don't want to name any names because I don't want to hear about the comments. But I think that they've done enough research and they realize this is not something that we want to bring forth to the population. So what we'll do is we'll make up a religion. We'll call ourselves the chosen people just to avoid this particular calamity, this shame, the idea that we were a bred people. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that's the reason why they did that?
I think you know what well, we from LA, man. We got folks, right?
Yeah.
When we have folks that come from the South, right?
Right.
And it's very difficult to get them to talk about their past, right? Because they're ashamed of it.
Right.
My parents are ashamed of being sharecroppers, right?
Yes.
They're ashamed of it. They're very ashamed. They won't talk about they only made it to the 8th grade, right, or the 7th grade, wherever they stopped, right? Because they're ashamed of it, right? They don't talk about it, right? And a lot of what Black people try to do is hide their shame instead of saying, look, this is what the fuck it is. This is real history. This is why we're all screwed up. We need to face this and get over it. And basically, okay, the thing is, we thought we were loved by Africans. No, those are motherfuckers that sold you. Okay?
Right. Exactly,
and still selling you to this day. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is, okay.
Muammar Gaddafi. Sorry to interrupt. Muammar Gaddafi, when he got down, them Arabs was quick to start the slave trade again.
Because they needed labor. Okay, it's an ancient practice, right? Okay, they did in Europe by basically, if you have too many mouths to feed, right? You have too many kids. Basically, you put them in other people's houses as servants. They did in Europe too. This is a very common practice, right? And the thing is, hold on just a second,
yes,
Dennis.
Sir.
What I'm trying to get people to get over it, it's just goddamn business, man. Stop. It's just business. Right. It has, it wasn't they were trying to be mean to you. It wasn't they were trying to make you less than. It's business. Okay. But go ahead, Dennis.
So what do you, it's almost like we're in denial. Oh, my family was Indian. Oh, no, they weren't. Your family was, your mother was raped. Your great grandmother was raped by the white man. That's why your hair looks like, oh, we're the chosen people. No, you were bred on a farm in Virginia or Maryland. That's what happened.
Or Maryland, or Georgia, or sometimes Louisiana.
So how do we begin to just because I'm tired, I get annoyed by it. I don't want to mess with people's religious beliefs because, my opinion is whatever keeps you off the roof with a sniper rifle, you go ahead and believe in that, but at some point, I feel like that information needs to be just put out there. If we started off as 300,000 people in 1780, and then by 1860 we were 4 million. Somebody has to begin to explain to people the numbers. That doesn't not happen from like natural breeding practices. That is a mechanical forced breeding capitalistic system. You're not you're not a chosen people. You're a manufactured people. How do we begin to just hit people with that? Because I basically took what you said and I created a show on it because I think people need to hear it, and they need to hear from somebody.
I'm sure you had a storm in your comment section too, didn't you?
Dennis, bro, I really appreciate your video with Dennis Sperling. Is it Juris Doctor? Is that your
attorney? Yeah, he's
attorney. Right.
He's a counselor. A good one.
Right. I appreciate your work, man.
Damn good one.
Judge Joe Brown, man, that thing was fire.
Yep. Very well educated.
Fire.
Hold on.
Lucky to have BGS. I'm gonna tell you that now. You're very lucky to have somebody like this to talk to with this wealth of knowledge. And I'm telling you that he's probably one of the most learned and intelligent people that I've ever interacted with. And that includes all my professors, senior partners, anybody else. So you young men are very lucky to have it. And You see,
Absolutely.
I'm asking him because I want
Absolutely.
to know what his opinion is
sorry, go ahead.
on this subject.
Yeah, because I knew Dennis would get it when I said conquered versus versus created. He knew it. Dennis got it immediately.
Yeah.
Conquered
Hey,
versus
BGS.
created.
Yeah, we're living in this fictitious world. Like African America or ADOS, we're different, and I'm glad that you put a pin in it. So either way, I'm not gonna hold the conversation up. I'd love to hear what you have to say about that because I think it's important, and I'll take it and go with it.
Well, the thing is that because we were actually artificially created, right? We're not an organic culture. Okay, we have to understand that. And but us not having an organic culture, we have a lot of rifts. We got a lot of rifts and cracks and fissures and that need to be repaired, right? And the thing is, we try to gloss it over. Like say we're captured, we all came over as one people. And the thing is, we can't fix anything until we actually go back, figure out how we came together, how we were actually forced together. Okay, because at the end of in fact, that's one thing I like about Diane Stewart's book, Black Women, Black Love, right? She actually describes how after emancipation, the Union Army came and actually forced Black men and women together in a certain unit, right? To make them like a nuclear family, which didn't fit. That's how come the nuclear family never has really fit in the Black community. It never has, because that's not how we were socialized and brought up on the slave farms and even into Jim Crow. Okay,
right.
and Black women have been the biggest people battling against it. They never wanted to be a nuclear family. They still don't.
Right.
So the thing is, if we don't understand that, we keep knocking our heads on. Okay, we got to get back to patriarchy. You were never a patriarchy in the first place. Never designed to be a patriarchy.
One of the things
that's
that
true. And I remember.
Hold on. Somebody else is trying to get in.
Oh, go ahead.
One of the things that, even though we claim to be such a religious people, we read this Bible. Just go back to what the Bible claims. That Abraham went into Egypt with how many people? And then 400 years later, didn't he come out the same way America looks? I mean, they came out with a whole nation of people, supposedly a whole nation of people from 12. They were into bread. They bred with everybody who came into Egypt. The Hittites conquered Egypt. They were there. The Hittites were caused them to get kicked out of Egypt in the first place. After the Hittites got destroyed, the Egyptians said, "We can't trust you."
Well, let me say something.
Thank you so much, BGS, and thank you all. Great talk.
Appreciate you, Dennis. You got a wrench?
Right,
you got a
Dennis.
wrench, Dennis? Yeah.
Oh no, I don't. I don't.
Okay.
But I'd love for you to come to my show and talk more about this breeding program.
You know how to you know how to find me, man.
Okay. Thank you so much, BGS.
What's up, Attorney?
Thank you, sir.
Hey guys.
Thank you, sir.
Have a great
Everybody say hello to Uncle D. I call him Uncle D. Uncle D be going hard in the paint, man. I said, don't hurt him, Uncle D. He be going hard in the paint.
Yes, he do.
Man.
Thanks for your work, brother.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good evening.
All right, thank you.
Man. So BGS, how you doing, good fella?
Hey, what's going on, Officer Panthro? Officer,
Wait a minute,
the goddamn law.
Oh yeah, we got to say this all the time. You know, we got almost 500 people here. I want everybody to chat and in the panel to do this for me on 3. 1, 2, 3. Woo!
All right. We got a full panel, man. Got to jump in.
Lear jets, new airplanes, beautiful women.
If you got a spot, jump in because we got to get to it because we got a lot of people.
Okay.
It's funny because when I hear this subject. Hold on. When I heard this subject,
you familiar with?
Hold on.
You familiar with Black Desk, right?
With who?
With Black Desk, like what Darth Hart Perry was talking about, how the FBI studies the blacks. He said it in his documentary. Well, it wasn't the documentary, it was that Like It Is show. And
I know, but the thing, okay, good. But the thing is, somebody was speaking before you. I don't know if you could hear him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Go right after him. Yeah, we can hear you now. We got you. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Charles. Go ahead.
Everybody's gonna have to make shit short because you got 10 people on, right? You got people and people still trying to get in.
You know me, I keep it short. You know.
Okay, bullshit. But go ahead.
Likewise, my nigga. But but it's funny that you brought up this topic about, you know, I think I think you nod people because people are so addicted to struggle.
Yeah.
They're so addicted to drama. You know, believe it or not, losing and feeling like you're lost or being a victim can be addictive because for some victims of crimes, let's say they were robbed and everybody put all their arms and love and grace around them. They got all the attention they normally don't get.
Yeah.
So when time goes on, if you don't keep the victimization up on yourself, you don't get that attention. When I talked about it on my channel, don't forget to subscribe, all 500 you motherfuckers. But anyway, love you all.
Okay. Cheap
plug.
plug. Yeah, go ahead. Keep going. Make it short, though. Come on.
But this is the point. When I had naysayers and detractors say, oh, but you're conquered. Wait a minute. We're manufactured. We're engineered, okay? You're no different than Steve Rogers, except you didn't have a choice in the matter. See,
rudimentary engineering.
When I hear that shit, and I'm like, you're conquered. Okay, let's say if we were conquered, what does that make you? But go ahead, BGF.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, when the thing is that that's like I got tired of the moniker that we're conquered. The thing is, we're manufactured. Manufactured people are not conquered. Okay, they're designed and they're socialized, just like white people they have been socialized. No different. White people weren't conquered; they were socialized. There's a difference.
Hey BGS.
700 years with the Moors.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey BGS, it's an honor to talk to you, man. I appreciate being on this panel, and I've listened to you for years, and I appreciate it. I wanted to ask you a question about the American Indian.
Okay, what about him?
I'm 50 years old, and I just came into the knowledge maybe about a decade or so ago that American Indians had slaves.
Yep.
And
yeah, they did.
5 tribes.
Yeah. And that really bothered me.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
I have a ex-girlfriend whose parents were actually part Native American. They came out of Oklahoma, right? Mm-hmm. And they traded slaves. Okay, they did. They bought slaves just like white people did.
And hold on, how about this one? The Native Americans fought for the Confederate Army too.
Some of them did, yeah, because they want to keep their slaves. Yeah.
And from what I understand, they didn't release their slaves until years after the emancipation.
That's true.
Wow.
Let me say.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Let him finish his. You got to let people finish. Go ahead, finish what you're going to say, bro.
Okay. I'll make this quick. I want to tell you an interesting story that my dad told me. I'm 50. My dad's 87. I kept asking him for years about our family history because he's from Georgia. And I kept asking him about, our history of slavery or whatever, because he would have, heard stories. And he told me an interesting story about my family. And the story goes like this. He had an aunt that she lived to be 120, like 120, 124.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it at first, but he told me that she was actually a slave, and she was a slave with her 2 brothers. And one of her brothers happened to be my great grandfather.
Okay.
And what he told me was, and he was ashamed, just like Dennis was talking about, he was ashamed to tell me all this. He said that they were captured in Africa as 2 brothers and a sister. When they got to America, the people who purchased our family, and it sounds strange to say this, but that's what they did. The people who purchased my family, they kept the unit together. They kept the 2 brothers and the sister together.
That's unusual. Yeah.
Yeah, that's strange. And he told me that outside of that, the family didn't talk about it. He didn't know much more about that. He just knew that she passed away a little before, like 52, before he came to Florida. And right now he's 87, and that was an amazing story he told me, but he was ashamed to tell me, and I listened to you, BGS, and some of the stuff you lay out, man. I'm just, like I said, I'm just turning 50, and I'm just getting into my wisdom. And it's funny that I can hear you speak, and some of the same things you say, I've already imparted on other people. And I just wanted to tell you thank you.
Yeah, because it's part of our heritage. Like if you look back far enough, you can actually see it. Because like my folks are from Louisiana, so basically a lot of the stuff that they were saying, like I said, like a lot of practices they actually have, like my mother has, my grandmother has. I went to the continent, and basically they have some of the same things, right? The black women are basically the same. They have a little bit more structure than we have, but basically, if you listen to them, okay, they sound. When the emotion sounds just like your mother or your grandmother.
Yep.
In the continent.
Yeah, on the continent. Yeah.
Maybe
and
a
the
little
same
bit more
maternal
refined.
presence.
Yeah.
And the same maternal presence.
Yep.
I've felt that energy many times when I've been around like Nigerians and whatnot.
And the funny thing is, on my dad's side, those people are long lived. I mean, they live into their hundreds. I mean, like 103, 4, 6.
Some of them do. But there's a whole lot of them that don't make it, man.
Oh yeah.
The average until 1931, the average lifespan of a black man was 31 years old.
Yep. Exactly.
And my grandmother is 103 right now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some people that make it, but it's not a lot. In fact, the old man once told me, man, if you want to live long and be as a man, you need to get out of the South.
Which you did.
Well, I didn't do it. My mother did, and then my father did. But it's one of the places I will not go back to. I don't fit.
I hear you. Well, I'm out. BGS, thank you so much, man.
I appreciate you for coming on, man.
Yeah.
So BGS, one last question. I understand now what you're saying more so as far as the black people having this shame and this guilt, stuck with us. So I was in a Facebook post the other day, today rather, and the people were saying it was two Moors going at each other, right? And they basically were saying from a video they had posted, one of them posted, they was both arguing about Morocco being the original America, and I was like, and I heard that before, but I'm like, oh my god, I'm like, y'all still stuck on this stuff right here. So I'm saying to myself, if y'all can't even agree on something simple that's not as crazy as what y'all saying, then I mean, it's something else going on here. So I'm glad that
Did you see what the Moors in the courthouse?
I appreciate
when they was in the courthouse saying the sovereign citizen crap, and they still threw him in the slammer.
Yeah. Well, because it has to be recognized. In fact, I wish I had Masante Bay, the Bitter Truth, on here because he could tell you all about it, man. Because he's one of the people that actually started that Moor movement, right? And he can tell you they said that stuff doesn't work. Okay.
Yeah, they still white people. They still
one time. Yeah. We'll finish what you're gonna say.
I'm gonna hop off, guys. Thanks, BGS.
Oh, okay. Appreciate you.
Peace out.
Who's first?
Hold on. I just want to ask you about the Black Death.
About
Black Death and FBI.
Okay.
Do you think people like Dane Calloway are funded by the FBI to promote us to keep us?
It. He could be, but I doubt it because I know a lot of people like Dane Calloway, man. He's just the most popular one, but there's a lot of people like him.
I know because I go on a lot of them forums, and you bring to them the facts that like you had cities like Liverpool and Bristol in England that became multi-million-dollar cities because of the slave trade, and they just like disregard it. Or you tell them about somebody like Aaron Lopez and the Jews in Rhode Island that made so much money off of the slave ships that they owned. And then it's just like you speaking Greek to them. It's like you hit them with so many facts. Like you tell them about the Gullahs. Like my family from South Carolina, so I got
Gullah Geechee. I know a couple.
It's no question in my mind that I'm
Scholar, you're gonna have to let him talk, man. You can't talk over people. We got almost 500 people watching. They can't hear two people at one time. Go ahead, brother. Continue.
So it's really no doubt in my mind that I come from an African heritage. But when I see these people like, and you slap them in the face with like consistent information, and it's like they just gloss over that and say something like, "Oh well, Harriet Tubman didn't exist, and we the Native Americans," and he just got these Photoshop pictures. It just makes me think that these dudes are there to keep us away from our brothers and sisters on the other side of the ocean. And I just want to know what you think about that.
I think you know, whether we get with the brothers on the other side of the ocean or not, okay, it doesn't matter. The thing is that what I want people to understand, especially our people to understand exactly what happened to us and get rid of all the bullshit, right? So we actually go ahead and figure out this is a business. What happened to us is business, and we have to figure out, okay, how can we make our not only our psyche whole, but also our people whole. Also, basically, stop being ashamed of this shit, man. It's business, okay? It's not something that you're a bad person. It's not that you're weak. It's not that anything. It happens to everybody, okay? It's business.
Is what it is.
It is what it is. White people didn't come. White people didn't just come in the middle of the Congo or the middle of Nigeria, or go up inland and actually just all of a sudden with a big army just haul you out. That didn't happen. You were sold by your own folks. Okay, that's business. Accept it and move on.
One of the things that I came on to ask you were, why is it that one of the problems I see with us is that our knowledge, we don't like sciences and math and all that, but one of the other things that we don't like is history and geography. And those two things will show us, I mean, a whole lot about how the world got to where it is. You know, if we can look back and see that slavery has always existed.
Yeah.
We are not the first.
You got to think about it.
The only difference between normal slavery and even the Europeans actually the indentured servitude, the Europeans said that what you guys are doing is actually evil, right? It's not. It doesn't. They had to make a special religion to actually soothe people's minds to actually accept this kind of chattel slavery.
New Testament.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that the thing is the reason they did it is because guess what? There's too much goddamn money involved. Okay, they made so much money. Okay, we're gonna overlook this shit. Go ahead and do what you do.
We'll overlook it. Sweet Jesus, and the rest is history.
Yeah, but basically, pass the plate. And, praise the Lord and pass the goddamn buck.
Praise the Lord, pass the master. Let's go.
Man,
That's what it is.
you get as long as you get your blessing out, you know, come get this forgiveness for $1.
Yeah.
God told your big God told your big black ass to get out in that heat, nigga. Get that fucking bag, nigga, and get on that cock.
Even in Christianity, right? Okay, even in freaking Christianity, okay, it was illegal to do that, right? In fact, the Catholic Church made allowed the black slaves, the black male slaves, to actually marry other people, right? And basically, so that their children could be free. So there was no such thing as perpetual slavery, even in Mexico. Even amongst the Spaniards, as brutal as they were. And they were brutal. As brutal as they were, well, the Americans were the only people that had perpetual chattel slavery. They're the only group.
You got to think about it.
You guys are talking at the same time. Go ahead, Charles.
You got to think about it. This is like that's the only slavery. Actually, it's the only slavery where you weren't even a fucking person.
Yeah.
You didn't have any rights. You weren't a human being. You didn't have any religion. Even everybody else kept their fucking religion and their beliefs together.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way.
If the Ashkenazi can call themselves Israelites, everybody else can too. So I don't even care. Basically,
that's Israel.
No problems.
You know, give me my like shit. I'm more Hebrew than them motherfuckers. Shit.
One at a goddamn time.
Oh,
thank you. Who's next? Truth. Hold on, man. Calm down, man.
Hey, Charles, I have to disagree with you a bit on that one, because if you look at the history of, especially, I would say, Brazil and Uruguay and Argentina, they will bring you from wherever they brought you. You were expected to live for 7 years. So here, the chattel slavery, yes, it was tough, but there they just work you until you died and then go next. Another one is
what do you think they did here? It wasn't CrossFit over here either. So they worked the shit out of you, okay? You gotta realize something.
They you know they.
But you gotta but hold on. But even when you talk about Brazil and all them other places, remember this: they still kept a lot of their culture. Okay, you still hear about Shango and other stuff like that. You didn't hear. We're beating the Christianity, okay, over here. We're beating into Christianity. You didn't keep a lot of.
That's because we're a manufactured clan.
Exactly.
We are a manufactured clan, and people
no
that
proper
come out
housing,
the
no
gas
proper
in
clothing. Hold on.
When
no
somebody
proper
control,
housing.
I'm gonna just say this, then I'm gonna let the next person go.
That'll be me.
No, it's me.
I know. I think BGS dropped down, so it's
He'll
me,
be back.
Namer, then me, Namer, Truth, then AL. So we're gonna keep it orderly for him. Okay, I'm gonna just say this, then the next person go. The most important thing, what it was about psychologically, if somebody controls how you see God, then guess what they do? They control you. So hey,
I remember.
Anyway,
piggyback on that. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. We got
keep the order. Keep the order.
Hold on. You're after AL.
Who was next?
All right, me.
Namer's next.
Hey, what's good, folks? How you doing? How y'all doing? Hey, the kid, turn off your camera. Kid, turn off your camera.
Kid,
dude,
your camera's on, bro.
The kid's official chain. The camera on.
You don't want to start
it, right?
Anyway. Go ahead.
Anyway. All right. Anyway, the thing about, you guys have to consider is also, they were also, if you look at Afro-Brazilian culture, Afro-Caribbean culture, they were also had to feel a sense of shame about their past. Because remember, a lot of people forget, like when it comes to Latin America, they categorize people into like 16 different groups. You know what I'm saying? Based on percentage-wise of what part of you was what, and from what side of those respective lineages. So it was always white folks at the top and blacks at the bottom. And if you had any black blood in you, you were made to feel some level of shame because of it. I mean, I'll give you a prime example. Say you had two mulattoes. One was black on their father's side and white on their mother's side. The other side, it's the other way around. Who do you think was forced to feel more shame?
The one with the father.
The one with the black father, exactly, because black was seen as at the bottom. And I remember watching, and of course, I know a lot of people don't like Henry Louis Gates or whatever, but I remember watching a documentary he had about blacks in Latin America when they was in this one segment when he was talking about Brazil.
Yeah, I saw that documentary.
Yeah, well, the one regarding Brazil, they talked about how and even though certain people had were part black and part white or whatever, they were compelled to embrace the non-black side of them as much as possible. Even now, you see that in a lot of Latinos. Keep marrying white, you might hear is what they say.
Yeah, look at the Dominican culture. They
absolutely,
especially the dudes that all my Dominican
side,
homeboys is talking about get you a white girl.
I hear what you're saying, but then again,
like that.
That's
truth. Thank you.
Hold on.
Let's forget.
Let's keep the order. Namer.
I'm almost done.
In the words of BGS, shorten it up.
All right, but then again, a lot of people forget it's not this whole thing about slavery and whatnot. It's not just on this side. It's not just on the Western Hemisphere. You always have to forget about the African slavery that was going on in the Middle East and whatnot. Because I remember BGS mentioned a certain individual up in Kuwait during the first Gulf War, the Crown Prince, who was then the Crown Prince of Kuwait. He was half Arab and the son of an Ethiopian slave. Y'all believe that? His name was Sheikh Saad of the Sabah family. Go look that up.
And a lot of those they use the mixed classes to discriminate against the most fully-blooded classes, and then they use that. They shame the mixed classes too as like a deeper game to keep them controlled and docile. Following this the whole system. It just kind of repeats in just different parts of the world and like with different European countries and what they do. You know,
see, but the thing about the
history, and then hold on. What I was just gonna say. My thing is, what is the shame? my thing is, I don't understand why we still have so much shame about this. I mean, though that we already know about the atrocities that they did to us in slavery, this honestly shouldn't have been surprising. It's really unrealistic that they think that they just imported 4 fucking million people just like that. That shit is ridiculous. Like, just use your mind.
Also, the fact that the black men and women came here together. Dr. Claude Anderson, you can read his books, and he clearly states the fact black men were the main slaves until you know.
And we did not come here at the same time.
In fact, the Spaniards, you know, that's why I read that piece. It clearly said the Spaniards didn't bring any women over to the New World. They didn't bring any women.
Tell them.
Just all business. That's all business. No,
men are the ones who have all the skills.
Well, the thing is, they can't.
And the strength too.
The women can't. The women cannot do the work. In fact, when I was in Ghana, and then we were in the slave, we're actually going through the slave route, because they have a whole route that's actually lined out, right? And they tell you most of the like 90% of women never made the boats. Never even got on the boat. Okay. So the fact that it was 50-50 was actually bullshit. Because they didn't want women over there. Women were actually a liability up until they wanted to start breeding, slaves internally.
So BGS, they were actually pygmies back then. They were getting picked, like you said. I listened to your thing. They were either getting bought up as wives, or they were already being sent away because they were pregnant. So you know, like BGS was telling y'all, gentlemen, these women, our women came over here basically as concubines. So when they give you that mess that you let them defeat you and defeat us, hell, y'all practically sold us to them in slavery. Hell.
We were
okay. Well, the kid hasn't spoken. He wants to get in.
Well, we had Truth and AL, then.
Yeah, who was? Didn't somebody ask me a question? Who asked me a question? Somebody was.
That was me. I wanted to bring up a point. You said something about the mixed class in Europe and other places. Well, there's a difference. In the United States, this is actually the only place that didn't work, because we're from a hypo descent culture, meaning everybody under with any black blood was automatically black. So most of the resources outside of key places in the South, and those were mainly facilitated by female relationships with men. If you were a mulatto man, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to have an advantage in the United States due to the system of hypo descent. Now, if you
have some advantages, okay?
Compared to someone like me.
Hold on. Can't Truth, okay? Where do you think the black bourgeoisie came from?
If you look at the picture of the talented 10th, it shows a whole bunch of dark-skinned guys. I've already debunked that.
And basically, W.E. Du Bois is not a dark-skinned guy. Okay, who do you think they set up the schools for?
They definitely set those schools up for the mixed sons of Confederate.
For the mixed sons, and so your black bourgeoisie. If you can actually read the black bourgeoisie, they were not. Most of them were not. In fact, the vast majority were not dark. In fact, so what do you think? What do you think the paper bag test was for?
I heard that was. I say
that's for people to get in with certain social.
Truth. Let him answer the question.
Like Truth. Do you have to mute you? Oh, Truth. I'm gonna put you up there by yourself. I'm not gonna say a word unless you actually espouse and see what you know. You want that?
I thought you was asking a question towards
young grasshopper. Listen to the elders.
In other words, if you know more than us, then speak up. If you don't, stop interrupting. Okay. If you want attention, I'll bring everybody down. I'm gonna let you speak uninterrupted. In fact, I'll mute myself. I'll walk away for 30 minutes. I'm gonna let you run the whole thing. You want that?
There's an old African proverb. It's even in the Bible.
I mean, do you
want to speak, the more you know.
I thought it was for the
young grasshopper. The less you speak, the more you know.
In other words, you keep interrupting. That means you want attention. I'm going to give you attention if you really want it that badly. Okay.
Truth, come here. Come sit by me. Come sit down.
In other words, Plessy. In other words, you can go back into history, right, and look at it. Okay, you go read our kind of people. I think it's our kind of people, and phrases the black bourgeoisie. Those were not dark people. Okay, those were mulattoes. Okay, those were actually offspring of the slave master. The original schools were actually built for the mistresses of the slave master and their offspring.
So if I show you the picture of the multicolored group of men at the exact talented 10th, and you could see that there are only 3 light-skinned men there.
And what year are you talking about?
All right, that's
in other words, you don't have to believe me. Look at the literature. The talented 10th still exists. Okay, Truth. Can I please talk?
I'm trying to post the link in the chat so you can see what they look like.
Okay, dude. Did you read the literature?
I'm gonna read it again as an adult. I read it as a child.
Read it again, okay? Read the literature. Look. Even today, why do you think colorism exists? Go look at school days. Why do you think colorism?
I heard the myths about the light skin Kappas and the light skin AKAs, but my mom is a brown skin AKA.
How old is she?
So she was born in 59.
She's my age, right? Go.
Yeah.
I talk to PhDs all the time. They tell me the same goddamn thing. It still exists. The colorism still exists.
More so a Caribbean thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I'm confused. Are you saying the buffer class exists or it doesn't?
I don't think it exists in America as much as it does over there. And I think people who are dark skinned overplay the existence of the buffer class.
Bullshit, man. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
On some Marcus Garvey shit.
No, that's bullshit. Okay, that's bullshit.
All you gotta do is Barack Obama.
Barack Obama was half.
Barack Obama.
In other words, dude, go read the
light skin, bro.
Go read the books again, man. Go read the books again. What do you think Plessy versus Ferguson was about?
Integrating schools.
No. Do you know? Okay. Do you know what Plessy versus Ferguson is? Explain it to me.
Look it up again.
Look, no. Don't look it up. You're supposed to know. Because you're telling me about black bourgeoisie, right?
Oh, you're talking about the set in stone segregation laws.
Yes. What do you think it was about?
Keeping black people and white people away from each other.
What do you think it was about? It's about defining
resources.
Defining a what? A color line.
Right.
Okay. But the resources, even though that mulattoes are maligned, okay, they were forced back into black culture. In other words, the mulattoes were actually forced back into the culture. They still have advantages that we do not, even till this day. The bourgeois, the Jack and Jill, most of that are light-skinned people. Go to Washington, D.C. I mean, basically,
my dad's one of them.
What do you see in Jack and Jill? You see a whole bunch of darkies?
No.
Hell no.
Thank you.
Like, here's the problem that people don't want to hear. Number one, who do you think they would have? Did you notice that most of your leaders were light skinned?
Nope.
They could pass the paper down test. Most of them were.
Nah, I haven't.
Most of your educated were.
How old are you, man? How old are you?
37.
37. Okay.
So you should know. Like most of your.
Did you go to college?
For a little while, they weren't.
For a little while. Did you ever see the pledges? Where'd you go to college at?
I lived by Old State, but I went to Columbus State, bro.
Go down south, where it's real. Go down south. Better yet, go to DMV area where it's real plain. Okay.
No,
go ahead.
I lived out there. That's where my dad's from. My dad.
In other words, then what you're saying is bullshit, man.
It really isn't.
It is bullshit, man. What part of DC you live in, man?
I don't live there now, but I lived uptown.
No, what part is your dad from?
He's from uptown.
So your dad would know. Driving through, I'm from Baltimore. Driving through DC is like driving through Baltimore. It's heavily segregated. Just nobody says shit about it. You don't get the certain political power if you were dark as me.
That may be true.
You have to work 10 times harder than that person. And you know how when you go to a college campus, y'all see a lot of those pledges. You'll see a lot of that shit.
The colorism
the AKA.
One time.
I'm not gonna say it.
The AKA, the AK. Ask your mother how hard it was to become an AKA for her.
I will.
Is she? How dark is she?
Angela Bassett, dark. Like
That's not
around
that
that.
dark. That's not that dark.
I mean,
excuse me, Charles.
It's not that dark. It's not mulatto, but it's dark. They're basically go read the Black Bourgeoisie. Go read the Negro Family in the United States. Frazier was death on that, man. Frazier was death on that. And why do you think W. Du Bois was so pissed about the color line? Because he couldn't cross over and be white like he thought he should, even though he went to fucking Harvard.
You know what, BGS? Can I say this for your audience? Number one, I'm gonna just say this, and I know we don't argue with the chat. Number one, Martin was not that dark of a man. Neither was Malcolm. Okay, because a lot. See, I'm gonna tell you a dirty little secret. A lot of black people don't want to tell you. If he was a blue black dude,
yeah,
you wouldn't follow his ass.
What skin tone do you think?
Look at the hell Garvey went through.
Look at Farrakhan.
You know what Garvey did? You know what he said?
Look at the hell he went through.
Do you know what he did instead?
Guess who was Garvey's? Guess who's Garvey's greatest opponent?
It wasn't Du Bois. It was actually the African.
It was Du Bois.
It was Du Bois.
Du Bois was his greatest adversary.
He even made fun of his goddamn skin.
Yes, he was.
He even made fun of his dark skin.
You talking about the Unia? You talking about the ugliest Negroes in America? That was actually somebody else's.
I know, but Garvey was not liked by the bourgeoisie. He wasn't.
Garvey was a wild man that met with the Klan and this black Americans.
Listen for a second. Listen for a second instead of talking all the goddamn time, right? Okay.
I got his style. All right.
Garvey was not liked by the black bourgeoisie. The black bourgeoisie was one of the people that got him kicked out of the country.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Boys led. He led a group of men who went to Washington with letterheads asking the president to get rid of Garvey. That's how much Du Bois couldn't stand Garvey.
Because Du Bois wanted to do what? Integrate.
Garvey wanted to leave.
Garvey wanted to separate.
And do you think a Boule integrationist is gonna want to leave and take his high yellow ass back to Africa? That heat would have killed his ass. That's why he went up there.
He eventually did. How long ago did how long did it take him Du Bois actually moved to Ghana?
Not that long.
It's in the 60s.
The majority in America.
Okay, can I read something real fast?
Go ahead.
Okay, who are the bitterest and most persistent opponents of Garvey?
Quote. Where's it from?
It's from The Crisis of the Negro Intellectual, page 174.
Who's by who?
Hold on, let me look it up again.
You look it up again? Oh, you don't know? Okay.
In the meantime,
I screenshot it.
You don't remember where you read it from? Okay, all right.
You just
excuse me.
Excerpt books.
Excuse me, Charles.
The Negro Intellectuals by Harold Cruz.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
You know what? You know what? I actually did this video because Chrissy talked about colorism, right? And I actually read I think it was a news article from remember which college it was from. Was it Howard? It might have been Howard, right? Talking about colorism, talking about the bourgeoisie and the color line, and how the chocolate people had to prove themselves that they were worthy. Right? There's always been a class system in the United States amongst black folks with the and they actually talked about their heritage, their Nordic heritage. That's what they used to call themselves instead of white, right? In other words, if you had a Nordic or European ancestor, okay, they thought you were thought to be better than the lower classes. Even Frazier's book is full of that shit, man. You still are treated better. You still are treated better.
And here's the point. And here's the point that's crazy about this, right, BGS, is that it's been well documented of how look who persists with like matter of fact, who keeps the colorism up going?
The BT.
Black women.
Yeah, the BT.
So why? Why? No, hold on.
The
Why?
Selective breeding.
Why?
Aesthetics, selective.
No,
breeding? I don't know.
No.
I want you to
going,
talk to me like I'm Talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old.
Because they don't like themselves.
No.
Because they're trying to do better. I don't know.
Let me ask you something. Why do women like tall, strong men?
Because they look like they can protect them, and that looks like
they want them for their what?
Genetics.
Genetics,
So,
their offspring.
So in other words, if she mates with a tall, strong man, what will most likely her children be?
Tall and strong.
So if she mates with a light-skinned guy or white guy, what characteristics will those children have?
They'll be light-skinned. I know.
With what?
With curly hair, curly hair and light eyes.
And
So
they'll give them a what in the United States, and a what?
Man.
An advantage. Okay. You know what? I have in my family, right? I got people with green eyes and red hair. I got people that are pitch black. I got a daughter that is a mocha color skin, or a reddish mocha color skin. I got a daughter that is extremely dark. Guess who gets the advantages?
Your daughter with the mocha colored skin.
Exactly. That's. I mean, why do you think with white people being in charge that people on the continent are actually bleaching their skin? Why do you think that is?
They know they'll get a social advantage out of it.
They get a social advantage, okay? If you being lighter and that kind of stuff, whether you like it or not, you do have a social advantage. Even
lighter skin is accepted more. It's more acceptable. Not only that, because dark skin is still seen as threatening. As the only African in this discussion, I can tell you for a fact. Me, I'm somewhat truth. Don't
go ahead. I hold it.
Yeah.
Okay. But like I said, I mean, I'm not as dark as most Africans. I'm a little bit. I'm a little bit around the same complexion, maybe a little bit darker than Megatron here. But most people, when they see me, they don't feel threatened. Of course, most people nowadays, they get, look at me weird because I got vitiligo. But there are other Africans who are darker. They look at them with a little bit of intrigue, but they don't really want to come near them that much. And this is a motherfucker up in Europe. Oh, by the way, I'm Charles. Charles,
he can hear you. He's just muted.
He's on mute. He's on mute.
Okay.
Charles.
To back up what Charles was saying, about why most black leaders were light skinned, I just got to mention two names: Andrew Young, Adam Clayton Powell. There's your reference.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Norton Holmes. I mean, in DC.
Yes, sir.
Look at all the light skinned people in
my
DC.
Dad looks like Adam Clayton Powell. So.
What?
Bro, I gotta Ethiopian.
Come on, man.
Look,
anyway,
I got an Ethiopian homie, about my same age, same weight, same height. I would not go out with him looking for bitches. I would not do it.
Why not? Why not?
Because that nigga, he would shred me. That's why.
Because he got the hair.
How would he shred you?
Because he's light skin, got the big curly hair, the waves. The nigga got perfect eyes, the green
naturally
eyes.
soft hair.
Yeah,
our hair is a lot thicker and softer, brother.
Yeah. And if you know what,
across the border, nigga.
I want to say this, man. I want to say this, man. Okay, I had a woman's channel, right? I had a woman's channel for 2 years, right? And basically, we can hear you. And I so I finally, after a whole bunch of time, I finally cracked the code why these bitches are complaining about who are the women that actually complain about colorism. If you get to the working class women, if you get to the working class women and below, they don't complain about colorism. It really doesn't matter that much to them, right? Because it's I pick a light skinned guy if I like him, a light skinned guy, I pick a dark skinned woman. But you get up into the upper classes, like the masters of the universe amongst the black people. Okay, them dark skinned chicks ain't getting chosen, man. They're not getting chosen. They're not getting chosen for a reason.
Ooh,
it's real, man. Amongst the bourgeoisie, that shit's real. Colorism is very real.
My cousin Erica, and we're not bougie. I mean, my cousin is a senator, but that's
nigga, please. Okay, you bougie. Stop.
You telling me? Wait a minute. You're from where?
All right, look. I live in
no. Hold up.
Somebody got hum in their mic.
I think that might be me. I gotta
do this like an investigation. You're from where?
Hold on, real fast. I'm gonna reload my window and come back in.
I don't know what that brother's talking about. I can just see that nigga, man. He look bro. Stop it. Put his picture on Tinder. Say goodbye.
In other words,
Say the truth.
Basically, okay, I don't know why black people come into a black arena where we're all black talking that bullshit, man. I don't know why they come
into
in.
The truth is hard for a lot of people.
Women have put them on this colorism shit, and they still on this jazz. And it's dudes like that don't want to break the cycle. They know better. That's why.
In fact, if you read Our Kind of People, right? He tells a story right at the introduction, right, about his grandmother, right? And it's summertime. They're visiting the grandmother, and the grandmother wants them to stay out of the sun, so they don't get too dark.
Do you know how many times I heard that when I was growing up?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm an 80s baby. I'm born in 82.
Mm-hmm.
So you got it. And this didn't come from my parents. Actually, my parents yelled at my grandmother, my mother's mother, for saying that.
Mm-hmm.
And see, this is what it is. That's why I say I don't trust you. I don't trust you niggas and old bitches, because they tell you some crazy shit. And I'm like, yo, you in the DMV. The DMV, basically, for those of you who don't know, is a college fucking town. Morgan, Coppin, University, you go to Bowie, all these fucking colleges, okay? You're going through all these little colleges with their little social, economic, or whatever groups they click up with. If you're
they call that area the Black Harvard.
Yeah, you got to realize something. A lot of those chicks get upset because they know they're not getting picked by certain men.
Mm-hmm.
Like BGS said, a lot of these chicks try to be bullshit snooty because you have a lot. I date women from the DMV. 90% of the women I dated had a degree. And here's the
all
fucked
the
up
prettiest
part.
college girls to go out there, right?
Oh, let him get his story out, okay?
So when I try to understand this shit, and you remember, I went all across the rainbow in black, from high yellow and red all up to blue black. All lovely women in their own right. Guess what the fuck they all had in common? Issues with their hair.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't either light enough or dark enough or black enough.
Ooh,
okay?
Damn.
Okay.
DJ, say something real quick.
Hold on, let Charles finish.
This is dating women with associates up to PhDs.
Mm-hmm.
They all had these bullshit. Notice, we'll joke about each other's color.
True.
We don't have those hang-ups. But I had to be like, wait a minute, you are from all types of walks of life, but you have the same fucked up, and you had to go back and you had to look at it, and you'd be like, yo, why don't you like wearing your natural hair? I had a chick who was 43. When she wore her natural hair, she looked like she's in her late 20s. Why would you wear a wig that makes you look older when your natural hair makes you look young? Well, it's harder to do, and the bullshit excuses that come out.
Mm-hmm.
So you
protect
the
style,
like it's some type of Dragon Ball Z, like a protective shield with Captain America.
Yeah. Shorten it up so we can get D-Raptor. Okay.
But it took me a while because I had to act. I met their mothers, and then I was like, wow. Mm-hmm. And just to make it short, your father never said anything about your hair, did he? No. Who was it? It was my aunts and my mother, my grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, here we go again.
Cut that shit. Cut that shit.
Go ahead,
keep it nice.
Go ahead,
back.
Go ahead, DE. Go ahead.
Get the waves back.
Hold on, Truth. Calm down.
You know I'm from Barbados, right? You know I'm from Barbados.
Right.
When I came here, one of the things I couldn't understand, and it took me a long time to understand this, is that the darker skinned women I met would always talk about my eyes, where I have hazel eyes, and my skin, which I have like brown skin.
Yeah.
But all the light skinned women would be like, what's wrong with your hair? Because my hair is naughty. We call it in the Caribbean naughty.
Okay.
It's like, how can I deal with this? Everywhere I went in America, I noticed that
Because it didn't fit because you got brown skin and hazel eyes, but you got nappy hair.
Yep.
He was too exotic for him, BJ.
And in Barbados, I can walk into a bank and get a job.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which I see here. Here was almost the same thing for me.
Really?
I mean, I went to work for United Airlines and I was in electronics, navigation and all that. And there were 3 of us.
Mm-hmm.
And they all were my complexion, just a little bit darker. United just started hiring black guys.
Yeah.
You want to hear something crazy? This is gonna sound very stupid and irresponsible.
Well, go ahead.
But,
you've been doing a good job so far.
Go ahead, brother.
My first kid's mom actually admitted to me she saw me and didn't know me, and she chose to have a child by me for my features. It was a unilateral decision.
Yeah, all women just on 1 second.
Afterwards,
that's most black women.
Yeah, most women. Period. All women. Period. But yeah, black women especially.
She brought another human being here for a look.
Yeah, for features. Yeah. Women pick parts. That was one of my first videos, right, on my MGTOW channel about esoteric MGTOW, right? Especially that women pick you for resources and body parts. They do. All women do that because they want to pass.
But a male concubine, bro.
Well, the thing is, women try to pick. A female's job is to do what? Give her offspring the best chance in any environment, right?
Mm-hmm.
So resources,
pick your big black ass.
So resources and genetics are the 2 things that she wants to pass down, right? Unless you like Truth, which is a big black buck, like 6'4" and muscle bound.
4 foot vert.
Yeah.
Can can back down somebody 300 pounds.
Yeah.
So,
in other words, it's another form of genetic currency, right? So basically, they look for that. They want to pass this down to their children. But go ahead. It's not my kid's mom did the same thing. She told me exactly what parts she wanted from me to give to her children.
I feel like
so women they run the genetic selection process more.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, because what are women responsible for? What gets passed down to their offspring, right?
Yeah, because I was reading this study that said that when we was hunter gathering, the male genetic diversity was big, right?
It could be. Yeah, could be.
But as soon as we started farming,
yeah,
some certain men were able to get more resources, and they propagated more.
Yeah, good. They got more.
While
women.
Other men, they just withered away. That's why the Y chromosome is so jacked up compared to the X chromosome. It already is from whatever millennia ago.
Okay,
eons ago, but even more since we started this farming.
In fact, I'm gonna, there's something that came out of David Graeber's book, The First 5,000 Years, talk about a village wife. I'm actually gonna put that up. Basically, in a place where you have really high concentrations of men with multiple wives, okay, where they marry up. Okay, what they to keep the peace and keep women from cheating, right? What they'll do is they'll authorize certain women to be called what they call village wives. So say five guys will share one woman, and she'll be their wife, and she'll have babies. She'll have sex with them. She'll have babies by all 5 guys, and then at some point she'll just pick one. The thing is, and the village is cool with that, which is basically one to actually keep the men actually in the village, but also to keep down competition, right? So they actually will be able to share a woman. So there's ways of actually mitigating to keep the peace. So I was actually going to put that up. So that's not unusual.
This is polyandry, basically.
Polyandry.
It's a way to keep the men from their testosterone juices from tearing down everything, right?
Polygamy and polyandry. There's a balance. In other words, wherever you see polygamy, you're going to see polyandry, or high rates of prostitution.
That's true. That's true.
Do you think prostitution will solve?
Hello. Well, the thing
solve
is
a lot of things.
In other words, prostitution will rise up by itself. If all of a sudden, like say, if the 80-20 rule was real, prostitution would be off the hook because the young guys are gonna find a piece of pussy somewhere if they have to pay for it, right? They'll find it. So prostitution will explode if the 80-20 rule was real, which I know it's not, because prostitution is really not that high, at least not yet.
Yeah, they put a lot of restrictions on society to prevent it.
Yeah, the thing is, it wouldn't. They've always had restrictions on it, but the thing is it will propagate anyway. If guys aren't getting laid, they're gonna find a way to get laid.
Yeah, it's about a summertime in Baltimore.
You know, it's gonna make a big comeback.
One time. Well, okay. One more thing, and we got other people on the line. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you guys for having me. I wanted to talk about a YouTuber. He's very underrated. His name is Medicine Man.
All right. But the thing is, if he wants to promote his channel, he's welcome to come in and do it. We usually don't. I mean, I don't go on and actually promote other people's channels on other people's platforms. Okay.
Okay.
If there's a reason why we should be hip to them, give it. If not,
Okay. I think that's something that you guys need to take a look at.
Why?
Okay. So on this guy's channel, he has these 2 or 3 hour long videos that show people of color, that's been here for thousands of years, such as the Mayans and Aztecs.
Okay. Are you aware of the Jawara tribe of Anthony's Island?
No. What? Rashawn?
Jawaras.
The Jawara tribe of Anthony's Islands.
Jawa. I think I've seen them.
You've seen them. How long have they been on that island? How long have they been on that island? Cut off from the rest of civilization.
It's about the Andaman Islands.
Yeah, the Andaman.
I think that's what he's talking about. I'm not sure, but I also had a point though. But I answered you.
In other words, there's a point. They've been on their island for 100,000 years, right? They did DNA tests and they did language tests. Guess who they're forerunners of? India, China, and the rest of Asia.
Yes, India.
Yeah, India, China, and the rest of Asia.
So they're the progenitors of.
They're from Asia.
The progenitors of the whole of Asia came from those people, right? Look at them. They're black, right?
Yeah.
Basically, if I don't know if you were here when I actually gave my opening spiel, right? Okay,
I wasn't.
Guess who built Stonehenge in Northern Europe?
I can't really guess that because
black people.
I'd like to think that Stonehenge was fake. I've seen footage.
The Grimaldi people, they were black, right? The original home.
I've seen footage of white people building Stonehenge on UB News.
Who built Stonehenge? Or black people? Okay, 36,000 years ago. Okay, they have reliefs. They found an ancient civilization in South Africa, near South Africa, right? It's 190,000 years old. Okay,
That's
what.
Oh, I was just saying. I never brought up my point. I get that there are really old civilizations by people of color from all over the world, West Asia,
black people,
or the people that you were saying. But
black people.
I also want to say that yes, the 5 civilized tribes did have slaves, but they're also overthrown by Mongols and white people. The 5 civilized tribes, you guys were talking about that earlier. Part of my mini series, it's not on that channel that I promoted, but it's on my channel.
The 5 civilized tribes.
Yes, the Yuchi was the original Cherokee.
Dude, listen. The 5 civilized tribes just had treaties with the United States. Okay.
I agree.
In other words, they just settled a treaty. 5 civilized tribes just settled a treaty about 10 years ago. Okay.
I was just trying to say that the Yuchi or people of color of man bones, they're one of the Cherokee tribes that people never heard of. But Mongols and white people overthrew the other ones. And you also have people of color that live in Central America, New York, Connecticut, the West Indies.
When you say when you say people of color, what do you mean?
melanated people, not natives, not Siberians, because the definition of native is different for Aboriginal. That's
So
what medicine talk about.
If you say people of color, okay, that's a given. Okay, white people knew that when they landed that they weren't white.
So-called black people. That's what I'm
saying. Basically, you know what how Africans feel about the word black people on the continent.
No, but I don't like that word black since we don't have nationality or tribe.
Dude, are you listening to me? Or are you just listening to respond?
Yes.
In other words, there's no such thing, right?
I agree.
They know where they came from. The only people that are called black are in the United States. Why do they call them black in the United States? It's because we don't know where we fucking came from. That's why.
Well, some of us don't. I like to think that the government like to use that as a misnomer to throw us off.
Bullshit. I'm one of those people. Well, I don't know where the hell I came from. And
we have hieroglyphics and genealogy, ODAS books.
Hieroglyphics does not mean you know where you came from. Okay? Doesn't mean you know where you came from.
But do you know that scientists also talked about like the Americas itself is older than, I hate to say it, but like, Africa, they're even Egyptian artifacts are older than ones in America. I can send you 2 documentaries. 2 channels to have 14 parts of it. But if you don't want to learn, that's fine.
Dude, they found out they found out the origin of Homo sapiens, period, or from the Rift Valley. Human beings actually originated in the Rift Valley. Can't get no older than
Some people say Appalachian Mountains are oldest.
No,
people
it's
say
not.
different things.
No, people say, dude, okay. The vast 99.99% of archaeologists and white people fought this for a very long time, including the Chinese, admit where did life begin?
But we both know that archaeologists and scientists are not always on the same page. They always combat each other.
The vast majority of them are.
It's no different from pastors.
All the DNA, all the evidence, archaeology, bones, everything. Okay,
for DNA. Guys that want to know, check out UB.
All point to the same. All point to the same thing, man. I've been doing this for like fucking 35 years.
And African members are not Africa.
I've been doing this for 35 years.
I hear you, but there are places you guys can find this if you want to learn artifacts.
I've been doing this for 35 years. You talk about Renoko Rashidi, Vivan Van Sertima, a whole bunch of other people that are on the ground.
Pictures in the Grand Canyon.
Dude. 190,000 years old, man. They still have reliefs, okay? Reliefs. Even the white people admit this.
More mummies over here, more pyramids. Not more mummies, but more pyramids over here.
All right, dude. I tell you what. You have a channel. You get your evidence together and you present it, okay? So we can tear it apart, right?
I can put links in.
Yeah,
no.
Dude, what you're gonna do if you want to do this, you have a channel, you do a video, you put your information up, and we'll look at it. Okay. Because
I'll do that after.
You may be right, but you got to get the sources to prove.
That's fine. I can understand that.
Okay. You know what? Dr. Ben, Renoko Rashidi, there's a couple of others, man. Ivan Van Sertima, a whole bunch of other black archaeologists say the exact same thing I'm telling you. Okay, black archaeologists. We're not talking about white. I'm a black archaeologist. Renoko Rashidi goes all over the world talking about the African.
And don't talk about Cheikh Anta Diop.
You talk about black people, right? That are extras. Been doing this. Renoko Rashidi been doing this shit for 40 years. Okay. Yeah, I know 2 black archaeologists that go back and actually do this on the continent, okay? And basically they had to fight white people tooth and nail about the origination of Homo sapiens, right? Basically, and they followed they followed this pattern. Homo sapiens are 2 million years old, okay? And they show the migration patterns by DNA out of the continent. Okay, but not only that, by the symbols. Okay, the symbols did not originate in Appalachia. Okay, did not originate in basically in Mesoamerica. The symbols go. In fact, they tried to hide the amount of symbols that go back. You ever study the pattern of the Great Year? You know what the Great Year is?
No.
Isn't that the astronomy?
Astronomy. In other words, the pattern. The pattern of 26,000 years, right? That the zodiac makes a rotation, right, and comes back to a certain point. After 26,000, it makes a complete cycle, right? You know how many cycles that was actually recorded by Manetho. This is back during Rome. He said there was 20.
How far they go back?
They had recorded 10 great years, 10 great cycles. That's 260,000 years. Okay. But the thing is, you don't know that because you guys are cut off of that information. We were steeped in this stuff. Anyway.
Yeah, speaking about like
go back and read more, young blood. You're not ready.
Yeah,
you guys aren't ready. I was willing to give y'all links. You said put in my channel. Although I done my mini series.
In other words, you don't even know what the great year is. So basically,
I did. Once you said astronomy, I'm like, oh yeah.
No, you
no, a little bit about it, not much.
Stop, man.
You said the Mongols?
Stop.
No, I don't know much. Once the other guy said astronomy, I was like, oh yeah, I've heard of it.
You've heard of it. But you didn't know what it was.
I don't know much about it. Astronomy is all I need to hear. So astronomy has to do with cycles. That's all I knew about.
In other words,
true.
You know, we're in the age of Pisces, going to the age of Aquarius. You know what that means?
I thought we were already in Aquarius.
Not really. We're transitioning. We're still in Pisces.
It's about another couple hundred years.
Pisces, baby.
We're in transition.
No, not that kind of Pisces. Truth.
Do you know what that means?
We were going to awaken even more.
No. Okay. All right, man.
Okay, what does it mean?
All right.
I'm done. But
all right. All right. Peace.
But are you talking BGS? Were you seriously though? Were you referring to like the sky, right? And like how the planets align? Okay. Basically, especially in Egypt, at the beginning of the great of the year, right? I think it's the June 21st, right? Which is beginning of March 21st, right? The beginning of is it March 21st? Beginning of spring? Yeah. Spring?
March 21st, beginning of spring, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
In other words, that's what's called the great, where the sun is directly over the equator, right?
Equinox.
The spring equinox, right? In other words, whatever age that is, solstice rise, whatever basically the age that you're in at the sunrise, whatever whatchamacallit, the zodiac sign there is, that's your age. Yeah.
That's why you start seeing people shooting each other up whenever March comes.
Could be. So the thing
might be influences, you know.
Yeah.
So whatever sign it's in right now, that's like how it affect you. How does it affect you, BJ?
It wasn't how you affects you. The thing is that how do people read ages, and basically how do they chart stars, and how far back does it go? Okay. And the thing is that what I didn't know, and this is back 30 years ago, I didn't know about the great year until I read it. And I was surprised. But the thing is, they had charted this for like 10 great years, which is like almost 300,000 years.
I didn't know it would go back that far.
Yeah, with almost 300,000 years, and I didn't know it was a real thing until I actually looked it up. Yeah.
So it's 10 great years. Every 30,000
spring
years?
Equinox. Huh? See what?
Is that, so you were saying they charted it back over 10 great years. So that means one great year is 30,000 years.
Yeah, one great year is 26,000 years.
26.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Before I leave, what did the Andaman people have to do with Medicine Channer? I mean, I was just stating a fact. Gave a shout out to Medicine Man to his wonderful work. I was trying to figure out what's the purpose of you talking about another group of people.
What are you talking about, man?
Hold on a second. Excuse me, BGS, if I may. If I may, sir.
I was just trying to clarify that
No. Okay, you're gonna have one. You're gonna speak slower. You got to be more clear. What are you talking about?
Yeah, what?
I was trying to prove a point that there's a difference between Native American and Aboriginal, or Native American and melanated Indians.
Do you have a speech impediment? Do you have a speech impediment?
I'm talking low.
No. Do you have a speech problem?
We're having a hard time
understanding
you.
Yeah, you kind of talking a little.
I have a mic to my head. I have a mic to my head.
Okay. What are you trying to say? And make
he has
it
a
plain.
European accent, gentlemen.
No, he doesn't.
Is he European?
No,
it's either that or
they said fentanyl in the chat.
No, stop, man. No.
Stop it.
Stop it. In other words, what are you trying to say?
They said it.
Truth.
What are you trying to say, man?
I was just I was wondering why did you bring up the Anderman people, the dark-skinned tribe, when I was trying to make sure
people.
that
Okay.
yes, Anderman.
What?
They're not mispronouncing or not.
Spell it, man. Spell it for us.
Okay, I was just trying to say that there's a difference between melanated Indians and Native Americans. I brought up medicine men, so I was just curious why do you bring up that their tribes of people?
No. In other words, what does melanated mean? Okay, Everybody has melanin.
Okay, fair enough. I don't like using the word black. That's why I try to use that word.
Okay,
more melanated. Less melanated.
In other words, what we're actually debating really has nothing to do with who was here first or why they were here first.
Oh, I wasn't trying to say who was here first.
Can I finish my goddamn point?
Sure,
okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. The thing is, we're actually here talking about the experience of the Negro, right? Actually brought here, basically. Bred to be a slave class. We're not talking about the people that are already here, okay? When you say people of color, that means nothing, okay? Everybody outside of Europe, everybody's melanated, okay? Even the Chinese are basically melanated. They try to bleach their skin, okay? Everybody's melanated, except everybody's considered melanated or people of color, except who? Europeans. So that means nothing. Say people of color or melanated means nothing. Who are you talking about?
So that's why that term so
black people with locks and afros.
You talking about African people,
or brown people,
descendants of African.
It's different between brown and black, but people.
I'm asking you a question. Are you talking about descendants of African people? Is that what you're talking about?
That's not what Medicine Man channels about, but I don't want to debate that. I'm just saying, check it out.
Dude.
He's your religious leader. Go back to church.
Yeah. Go watch him.
The guy who's talking about hieroglyphics.
Oh, okay, man.
Go back to your pastor.
Yeah, go back to your pastor.
Yeah, my God.
I'm not religious. You said put it on my channel. I will. All I did is ask a question. Then get butthurt about it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, hang on a second.
Anyway.
Excuse me. Truth.
Yeah, what?
You said you can't pick up chicks with Ethiopian homie, right? You wanna know why?
I mean, I could, but I'd have to work like a motherfucker.
You know why? Do you know why?
Because he's light skinned.
I'm twice your age, boy. He's not only that.
Just say no. Just say no. Just say no.
Just say no. You're hurting yourself. You're going to hurt yourself. You're just making it easy for me to hurt you. You're making my job easier.
Go on.
Hey, son, let's put it this way. He is what white people consider exotic. That's one thing you forget. Not to mention because he is of African descent, he comes from some place in the motherland. They think he's very exotic or intriguing. Shut up, nigga.
I said that. Nigga, I said that.
You know what?
You mean?
Let me say the truth.
Real quick, because we got a whole lot of people watching.
Okay, truth. Your friend, he speaks Amharic, right?
Does
he speak Amharic?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's in right now. BGS, I gotta teach you this word because obviously he's not understanding shit in English. So this is your first lesson of Amharic, Truth. Ata zim bel, which means You better be quiet. Zimbel means keep quiet. Zimbel.
Learn something new every day.
Zimbel.
BJS, please say it to him. Please tell us. Repeat after me.
Okay.
Repeat after me. Ante.
Ante.
Ante. Ante.
Ante. Okay. Ante.
Ante. Zimbel.
Zimbel.
Zim.
Bull or bell?
Zim. Bell.
Bell or bull?
Yes. No, bell.
Bell.
I'm telling truth. Basically, I'm telling you to shut the fuck up.
Anyway.
Zimbel.
Don't say
shut
that.
the fuck up.
Hey, truth. Don't say that when you go to Ethiopia.
Oh, that's
true. Where you from?
I'm from
California.
He's from Sacramento. Okay. In Sacktown.
Oh, you from Sacramento? Or you from Sacktown?
Yeah. Where Sacktown Queens are at.
Yeah.
Sacktown.
That's what Shaq says.
Cold-blooded.
That and the goddamn cowbell.
That nigga Shaq, he do get around. Like more probably on Tupac level.
And Red Star, go ahead, man.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. We good, bro.
Okay. All right. So, and if y'all already made this point, because I just saw the stream. As far as the Aboriginal versus slaves thing, I think that the dominant society basically plays both sides of that, and what they do is this, right? If we are Aboriginal and if we were here before they got here, they don't want to discuss that because then they would have to admit that this is our land, and they would basically just have to admit that, this whole thing about them being real Americans isn't true. So they try to play the other side of it, where it's like,
okay. When did they decide this?
When did they decide what?
They were going to play this game.
I think they've been playing it from the beginning.
Okay, no. Well, beginning doesn't tell me when.
I would say since they got over here and saw that they had dark-skinned people here.
Who is they?
Europeans.
Okay. Do you know there were dark-skinned people on the boat with them?
Yeah.
Okay.
But in other words, I'm speaking more about the concept that modern people, modern people of the other color, what they're still trying to play on.
Okay. Now in English and make that make sense.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, if we are, and I mean, I got a whole point that I want to get out. So if I can make the whole point,
okay. Don't walk us. Okay.
It's just 2 quick points. It's just 2 quick points, and then I'm gonna get out.
Hold on. Okay. Because what people tend to do is trying to take you down the path, right? Get to your point. What point are you trying to make?
My point I can make
and back it up with we'll make. Okay, you got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Now I'm down here in New Orleans, so I mean I don't. This is what I see.
Point 2 minutes.
I mean I'm a history
point 2 minutes. Point 2 minutes.
I've studied history.
My folks are from Shreveport, Louisiana. Okay.
So then you understand. So because I'm not going again. I mean,
points.
So the idea is, if we were here before them, then they basically would have to admit that this is our land. So the slave narrative works for them, because if the idea is that, well, we brought y'all over here and we civilized you and taught you how to sit in chairs and use forks and be human, then you owe us and we don't owe you anything. But what I'm saying is, even if that is true, even if we weren't here and they brought us over, we still have enough sweat equity in the building of this country to where we should be able to get everything that they get. And that's my whole point.
Who's okay? Did you remember Oklahoma?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was Black and Indian territory.
Right.
Okay, for Black people, former Black slaves and Native Americans, right? In fact, they're settling that right now. You got to go back through the old treaties. You know the reason that Black people didn't get the same thing that Native Americans got?
Why?
Jim Crow. You know why Jim Crow happened?
Well, I mean, besides wanting to maintain control.
Okay. The other reason, hold a second, truth, please. You know what the real reason? Well, you know what it was?
What was it?
70% of the wealth of the United States were enslaved and came out of the South. Okay, you freed all of them. Guess what's going to happen to your countries? Don't put those people back to work.
It'll crumble.
It'll crumble. So put yourself in the president's shoes, right? Put yourself in the leader of the United States, okay? And your economy is getting the bankers are already calling about their investments going bust. Okay, and they're getting ready to throw your dollar out. You're getting ready to be broke. What are you going to do?
You're going to put those people back to work.
But you can't put them back in slavery because you just ended that, right? How do you do it?
Create Jim Crow and basically criminalize being black.
So that means you can't give black people the same thing you gave what?
You can, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, you can't give it to them. But what I'm saying is, just because they can't.
No. Answer my question. Why can't you give it to them?
Because if you give it to them, then they'll have the power.
They have power. They won't work for you anymore, right? They can't make money for you anymore. That's why you didn't get it, even though you were allotted to get it. That's what reparations are about. You were allotted. You're supposed to get it,
right?
And you didn't start getting it to what you're supposed to get till basically 1968.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, because keep in mind, like I didn't come to like beef when I just came to just jump in the conversation.
Okay, so basically, so I'll ask you when did they decide to actually go through this deception? That's what I want. Walk me down that path.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go so far as to say it's in their nature.
No. What I'm saying is you claimed.
Yeah, I claimed it.
You claimed it. So now stand on that square and say when did it happen?
Okay. If you want my answer, this is my answer.
Go ahead.
Europeans come from Europe. Mm-hmm. Europe is not a large continent. You have a lot of different groups fighting for small territory. I think over time, them fighting like that for small territory, they went around the world and they did that. So their whole thing is conquest.
They got help to go around the world.
They did not do that. Okay, they didn't do that. Okay. The Spaniards, they went for money. They went for money. Small groups of people did. Okay, the vast majority of Europeans didn't come over here until they started forcing those people off their land and into the cities where they're
out the cities in England, right?
All over Europe. It happened all over, even down to Italy.
Industrial.
Basically, they forced the biggest migration of white people came when they actually pushed those people off the land, off the commons, and into the cities. They had no place else to go. Before that, Europeans did not want to come to the New World. They had to bribe them or kidnap them to get them over here. They didn't come over here voluntarily until then.
I'm not talking about the masses of Europeans. I'm talking about the leadership of those countries.
Okay. Somebody's got it. Well, I'm always on a mic. Is that okay? The thing is, you say that they planned this from the beginning. Okay, I happen to know that was not true. Nothing.
No, I'm not saying that they all got together in a room and necessarily said that this is what we're gonna do. But what I'm saying is the mentality that they have. The mentality that
you can read Iceman's Inheritance. Iceman's Inheritance shows their mentality.
Regardless of the mentality, okay. Basically, what I'm trying to show, this is about business. This is about money, okay. It's about money, and basically, so the thing is, I can go to 4 continents to show you where we actually bought and sold. They have records, okay, records. It's called ledgers. It's called bank statements. It's called loans and mortgages, right? Or voyages.
Feudalism to capitalism.
In other words, in fact, the Spanish have ledgers where they loan money to actually buy slaves and bring them over here.
And I'm agreeing with everything you say.
So in other words, we weren't already here. There was no plan. Okay. In fact, they pushed the Native Americans off their land and make more room for more slaves, and actually to make more money.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
If you have people that will say that the Vikings sailed here and that the Vikings came to America before Columbus did.
That's
Are
true.
you really saying that the whole continent of Africa, the whole coastal part of Africa, that none of those people could have sailed over here in ancient times too?
They did. They did.
So that's what I'm
Of
saying.
course.
So there's a good chance. There's a good chance that there were black people here before Columbus got it.
There were black people. The thing is, but those weren't. They actually did trade. That's what Vince Sertima was saying. Okay, they didn't come over here, stay, and actually found a whole bunch of folks, a whole region. They came over, founded the colony, got their trade, and went back home.
Okay, but I mean, you don't think they had sex while they were over here?
They might have, but the thing is,
they caught syphilis and went back to Europe and gave it to Europe.
It has a.
No, I'm talking about the black coastal Africans that sailed over here to trade.
It's a very small number of people. Okay, the Spanish said what they didn't want. The Spanish actually said who they enslaved, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not denying
the American. They went. The historical records will show you exactly what they did and how they did it. It's not a mystery. It's written down. So it was no plan. They were actually writing it down as they were doing it. Okay, they couldn't predict 200 years in the future to actually lie about it. This is business. They wouldn't lie about it because their money depended on this shit. They didn't lie. This is money. This is not about feelings. This is money.
Yeah, I mean, I never said it was all about feelings.
Well, the thing is, so saying that we're already here in great numbers and that's who they enslaved is bullshit, man.
I mean, in other words, but I'm not, and understand, I'm not the Hotep guy that's saying that.
It doesn't matter.
Hotep or not, it's the facts.
The facts, man. The thing is,
I'm Hotep. I'm all about that stuff.
And so am I.
I'm also scientific.
Okay, I'm gonna make my, because like I said, I'm not arguing any of your points.
Well,
all I'm saying, and this is my last point, because I mean, I just wanted to say this. Is that,
in other words, you came up here and said there was a grand conspiracy.
No, BGS.
No, hold on. Yes, you did.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You said they came over here. They saw nothing but black people over here, so they went to hide the information that they enslaved the Native Americans and with those Native Americans. That's what you want to say.
That's literally a conspiracy.
Okay, all right.
So what I'm saying is this, respectfully, because I mean, I listen to you all the time. I didn't jump on because I have a
You're not disrespectful, sir. It's just you're not disrespectful, sir. We're just like
you're being disingenuous.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
We just
you gotta tell the truth, brother.
We're just trying to we're just trying to gain traction.
Bro, we can run a tape.
True.
I mean, bro, do you want to run the tape? I mean, in other words, bro, I'm just making my point. I'm not here to get, and all I want to do is just get my point off. It's like
you did. You got your point off. The thing is that when we start questioning about your point, it doesn't hold up. That's what we're saying.
This is all I'm saying. And then
we'll say it again. Reiterate it one more time.
Whether we were here before they got here, or whether they brought us over here, there is enough sweat equity that we have put into the building of this nation to where we should have a lot more and be a lot further. That's it. That's all I was saying.
They have been saying that for 150 years, which is why black people did not take the deal to go to Liberia, or take the deal to go to Belize, or take the deal to go to Haiti. They didn't take that deal. What you're saying is what they said, right? The thing is, how the fuck do you collect after 200 years?
Reparations.
How do you collect after 200 years?
Bro, that's too much fucking money.
No.
That's the whole
truth. I want him to answer. How do you collect?
The only way I feel like we can collect is to get enough power in the government or take over.
It's always the government. It's always the government.
All right. I'll let you be like Pinky in the Brain, man, and you can go back into the lab and figure it out because
Dr. Claude Anderson, he got. I watched one of his videos recently. He got an investment group trying to invest in the black slave, the Cotton Belt, and nobody's talking about this.
Yeah,
it's always the government. The government. I need my government benefits. I mean, Claude Anderson said he got something going on, and I don't hear shit Oh, my bad. I'm cussing.
Yeah, that's all right. No, you can cuss. I cuss too, so it don't matter. Is it?
Is this? I mean, because I really care about this stuff.
Is this GG?
Yeah, it's me, man. Today.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure because because people actually use people's avatars in trolls, so I want to make sure it's you. That's all right.
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, you're more than welcome. You know that.
What's going on?
Salute, GG.
Salute, man.
Hey, GG, what's good, man?
5-star general.
Hey, go ahead and finish your point, man. Because he got
an investment group to make a train system to go from like Dallas to Atlanta to all the big major black metropolitan areas. An investment group is trying to start something up.
That's okay. That's extremely hard because you got to have a train system. Any kind of transit system has to be okayed by whom? State and who? Federal.
Yeah, Dr. Claude, he's trying to get the investment group to go to the president.
Yeah, okay, you can, but thing is that why would they okay yours?
Yeah,
but you can. I always say, I love Dr. Claude clearly, dearly, man. But he's been fighting an uphill battle, man. I said, Dr. Claude, I said, man, you're getting old, man. You've been fighting this fight a long time, man. And GG can tell you, niggas are hard headed, man. They really are.
Ooh,
yeah.
They got the hardest craniums on the planet.
Like ice skating uphill sometimes.
trying to do some cranium.
Yes, most definitely.
Yeah, I've been watching this debate, man, raging on YouTube. I've seen Dane Calloway, man, and the videos about black men, black people being native to the Americas, and all I can do is just look at it and say, damn, man, like there's DNA evidence. And as you said earlier, there's like ledgers and registries and, bills of sale, because black people were taxable. And we already know, predominantly from the DNA evidence, which tribes African Americans came from.
Yeah. They're thereabouts.
But this is what I will say: a little bit of truth. They say a little knowledge is dangerous, and it is the case, as Ivan Van Sertima, and there were even others before him that pointed out that there's evidence of African people, in America before Columbus. I mean, there's evidence of that, but the numbers are not there to demonstrate that, okay, they found us here. They're just covering it up. We're actually the Native Americans. That's insane to me.
But see, I know some people said that, but I never said that.
Well, a lot of people like to be a part. Don't want to be part of the perceived losing team.
But the thing is, you just insinuated by your opening statement.
What you mean?
You insinuated that they were trying to cover stuff up.
No, I don't think they were trying to cover stuff up.
No, I'm not talking about you, GG. I'm talking about.
I'm not saying. I mean, in other words, if you want to maintain power, you're going to try to make other people appear that they're less than you. So whether it's a concerted effort, whether it's a master plan, whether it's whatever, they don't want to give us our due.
How about a whip and a gun? Okay. To get you what you want to do. Okay.
The oppressor upper hand. That's stupid.
Yeah, and it worked. Yeah, they didn't hide shit because they had guns. They hide shit
and things to castrate your ass too. So
all types of methods.
The question mark. You need a name, man. It doesn't work for me. So you need to put in another name. All right. But Gigi, you got the floor, man.
No, I don't want to take over the floor.
No. Hey, Negro. Stand up.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you wanted to stage, man.
I said you got the floor. God damn it.
Okay. Well, I mean,
let's go.
God damn it, you gonna take this money?
Take it.
Okay, I'm gonna take the money, bro. I'm gonna take it. But the point is that scholarship related to the autochthonous population of the Americas and pre-Columbian trade and travel to the Americas, most of that was due to racism. I mean, of course, there are accounts from Columbus himself that there were blacks here, okay? You got legends of gods about black folks being here. You got Olmec heads that demonstrate that Africans came here. But they did, I mean, think about it. They did not come here in the numbers that they did during the transatlantic slave trade. And the denial of the fact that black people were actually part of the transatlantic slave trade is ridiculous to me at this point. I mean, there's so much evidence, a preponderance of evidence to demonstrate that the bulk of black folks here now came from the transatlantic slave trade. Only about 4.4% came to the US. The vast majority came to the West Indies and South America. And that's just the facts, okay? Did blacks who came earlier and who migrated here earlier and traveled here earlier, did they blend in with the so-called Asian population that supposedly 20,000 years ago crossed the Iberian,
whatever the legend is,
they crossed over during some glacial age and they came here. Look, I don't know. I'm not an anthropologist, but I mean, I used to study the Afrocentric literature just like you did. I mean, I studied Ivan Van Sertima, Matriarchy, Anthony Browder, Ben Yakin, and that was the first.
Anthony Browder was my guy, man. I remember when he first started, man. He was my guy. Yeah.
I came 10 years later, though.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's my. But that's my. Anthony Browder is my dude, man. Yeah.
But what I mean, the whole point to me though is what is the context and the reason for making the claim that black folks were here like in the millions prior to the entry of European colonialists? Like what is the point of it? I guess the point is to say that this originally was our land. We're the native inhabitants, and so therefore we deserve reparations and land. In a way
like
that,
a roundabout way.
Yeah, but it's just not going to hold up to scrutiny. Like, it's ridiculous to me that you got people on YouTube who are able to get this shit off.
Yeah, only on YouTube.
Oh, big numbers.
Yeah,
I mean stupid numbers. I've seen it. I'm like,
basically. I said this earlier. Basically, the biggest part of what's wrong with black people, same thing wrong with women, is the biggest thing is shame, right? Black people actually are ashamed of their heritage, ashamed of the plight that they've gone through. Even my parents, man, they're ashamed of it. They're sharecroppers. They're ashamed of being sharecroppers, even though there's nothing to be ashamed of. That's what you had to do to survive, but they're ashamed of it, and that's what
that shame was enforced on them by who?
Well, it was not enforced. Basically, it's to hide their low caste position. Okay.
Basically, you guys were like the Dalits of America, like you said.
Basically, like the Dalits of America. So they're looking for a way out of being out of that shame, remove their stain, there's that stain from their ledger. That's what they try to do, in my opinion. Go ahead, Gigi.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. To try to claim some noble lineage. I mean, black people do anything other than to claim that they're actually black. We part Indian and all this kind of shit. But you can't escape it. The history that we have is the history we have. It's not a mark of inferiority or shame. The question is, what do we do now?
Yeah.
Okay. And you can't really actually move forward without actually having a proper diagnosis and an account of what actually occurred. And trying to rewrite history and to create some sort of revisionism just predicated upon pseudoscience and bullshit anthropology is ridiculous to me. It's just evading longer dealing with the real issue at hand.
I agree.
We're disjointed people. We have no ethos. We may have had one to some degree during the civil rights era. That's eroded now. And so, black folks are trying to find an identity and they're grabbing in all the wrong places. It's like Negroes in quicksand reaching out for a vine.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Okay. If you want to call it, and BGS, don't jump on me. Let's say we're in the red pill sector, right? And we discuss how back in the day, men were respected, and due to the welfare state and due to 50 years of legislation that's anti-man and men being divorce raped, that it has taken the way we're viewed down. And we want to go back to a time where we were respected and women.
That was when?
Pre-60s.
Okay. Are you sure?
I'm talking about as far as man being the head of household, not being a thing. Not being a thing.
Are you sure?
You want that patriarchy shit?
Okay, tell me why I'm not sure.
In other words, okay. In fact, the one thing I like about Diane Stewart, even though I don't like her book very much, Black Women, Black Love, right? She talks about the Africana kinship network, right? Where basically the white folks, especially the North, tried to force us into a patriarchal union, right?
Right.
Which and then put us in Jim Crow, which actually dissolved the whole thing back again, right? So basically, your woman has never wanted. You have never had control over your children, right? Ever. Being a patriarch means the children go with you. You have ultimate control over the women, the children, and the finances. Black men have never had that. It's always been in partnership. Now, if you want to call roles, actually roles in families, a patriarchy, you can. But the thing is, that's not the definition of a patriarchy. You've never had it. And that's like Monahan said it in 1965, right? Never had it. You never had it. You had what they call an egalitarian kinship network, right? Which is basically a matriarchy. And Du Bois talked about it in 1890. What's you might call it? Fraser talked about it. Clark talked about it, right? And basically, your women have always been that way. How come if that was the case, your women have always been more educated than you?
So my question, you just like you went all the way around. You throwing in Fraser and
Gynocracy.
In other words, I have a question to. Hold a second. When have you had a patriarchy?
The closest thing we had to a patriarchy was when people got married and the man worked and the woman stayed home and took care of the kids.
Do you know what patriarchy is?
And it was
you
his
know what
decision.
matriarchy is?
Yes.
Do people, men and women, get married in the matriarchy?
Yeah.
And does the man work and take it, and the woman stay home in the matriarchy?
Yeah.
Okay. In other words, that's what you just said is not the definition of a patriarchy.
But the BGS, look, man, I'm asking a question.
No, you're not. You did not ask a question.
I'm asking a question. I
did not hear a question.
I can't even get the question out. Don't get caught up. Don't get caught up on every single little thing I'm saying.
Why don't we start?
I get what you're saying, sir, but you gotta gain some traction.
I'm asking a question.
Whoa, hold on a second. You gotta start with the question first, and without the statement. Okay. Start with the question first. Okay. What's the question?
Okay, the question is, are we in the red pill community? Are we trying to regain something that was lost? Or are we trying to go somewhere that we've never gone before?
We're trying to go someplace where we've never gone before. And I doubt that's gonna happen.
Nigga.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand. I know what egalitarianism is. I've read Fraser. I've read The Golden Bough and everything. But I mean, man, just at least let me just ask the question. We all educated here, you know.
No, but the thing is, you start with a statement, like 4 or 5 statements before you get to the question.
Yes, sir, I do. I talk all day, so forgive me.
In other words, if you're making a statement, I'm going to question your statement. Get to the question.
You need factual basis behind statements.
If you say got a question, if you have a question, ask the question. I mean, let me ask you, you're a teacher, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if a student raises his hand and asks a question, he start making like 4 or 5 statements. What would you ask? What would you say?
It depends on what we're talking about.
No, if a student raised his hand and said, "I got a question," and he started making 5 declarative statements before he got to his question,
like I said, BGS. I'm a teacher. It depends on what we're talking about.
Bro, come on,
Yeah, come on, man. In other
Stop
words,
it.
you would do
And look,
the
the truth. Look, bro.
Bullshit.
You got a good
hey,
echo.
true.
It's like, bro, I teach for a living. Okay.
Yeah.
So understand this. I'm gonna say it again. Yes, it depends on what you're talking about. Are there times where somebody says something and I'm like, okay, what's the question?
Let me ask you.
When you're around kids for 10 months of the year, every day, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
There's gonna be a dialogue that happens.
Oh, so if your students start saying something that's wrong, what are you gonna do?
So what did I say that was wrong?
In other words, I'm gonna ask you a question. I didn't say who you said anything wrong. What I'm saying is, if your students are saying something that is wrong, that you know is wrong, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna interject or let them keep going?
I'm gonna interject, but I'm not gonna interject before he even gets.
All right, bro.
In other words, when we start saying stuff that is wrong, I'm gonna interject. That's what I did.
So could we deal with that, or could some?
Can I ask you a couple questions?
Could I speak?
I wanted to ask
hold
you
on,
a question.
Truth.
Okay.
Hold on. No. Hold on. Let's. I'm gonna finish with him.
No, I didn't say nothing.
Because I asked my question.
Hold on a second.
You answered the question, but I want to
hold on a second.
Whoa.
We have the truth as I know it. Have truth. Okay. So we have two truths on the same thing. I was talking the truth as I know it. Go ahead.
I'm original truth.
There's the original truth. Yes, that's true. Go ahead. Now, what were you saying?
Me?
Yes, you.
Oh no, I was just saying, like, so if we're not going back to something that we originally had before, and we're trying to go somewhere that we've never gone before, where the man is dominant and we have a true patriarchy, if that's what we're gonna call it. So how do we get to that?
You don't. In other words, the dominant society is not a true patriarchy anymore. The dominant society's patriarchy died with the tender years doctrine, when women started having control of their children up to 7, and then they actually upped the age to 16. At that point, you had no more control of your children. Basically, your patriarchy basically ended then. It's been a slow erosion of whatever else was left. Do you think with Me Too, we have a patriarchy in the United States?
No,
a true one. So basically, you're not going to get it because you don't have enough power to actually do it.
I mean, you can look at the facts of how America is ran.
Yeah, and go ahead, finish your statement. And then the truth as I know is
80% of oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go finish your statement, and then truth as I know is going to go after you.
All right. 80% of all products, goods, and services are controlled and consumed by women in America. I go to every store. When I went to Dallas, Texas, it was nothing but a bunch of black women walking into the store with their babies, going shopping. All the men are out working. The women control the money. They control everything. Almost everything. That's a matriarchy. If you go to Islam, the Arabs that live out in the deserts, you don't really see women going all over the place.
You don't see it. You go to Latin America, you don't see it either. So at least until recently.
So we're going towards that, or we're trying to go towards that model.
We're already here. We're talking about going towards. You're already here.
No, I'm talking about going towards an Arabic or a Latin American.
You're not going to.
The environment doesn't permit it.
It's not going to permit it because basically what you have is egalitarian is actually spreading throughout the rest of the planet. You're not going to get it.
Yeah, because we're not restricted. We're not restricted to the constraints of nature as much because all of this oil that we got is making labor, male labor, not as sturdy. You know, women could live off the excesses of the civilization without needing men.
Yeah,
but if you live in the steppes and the deserts,
yeah,
that ain't the case.
The original formation of all people is the clan, right? Basically, an egalitarian clan that's not predicated on patriarchy. Patriarchy actually arose with the advent of agriculture. Okay, it did.
But I'll say this though, man. I will say this.
Go ahead.
In pre-colonial Africa, for the most part, when you look at the tribes, I mean, you got to understand the tribes primarily from which enslaved people in America, where they came from. They came from what they call Senegambia, around the Senegal and Gambia rivers. and the lands in between them. So you're talking about today's Senegal, Gambia, Guinea, Bissau, Mali, and West Central Africa. That's what you're talking about, which is now Angola, Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Gabon, and all that kind of stuff. But those family structures weren't matriarchal like the way, they just weren't. Okay, they were patriarchal. Okay, now, but again, we live in America, man, and feminism has turned, the family structure upside down and on its head. But
I go back to I go beyond that, because even in West Africa, those people are actually recent, right? Maybe at the most 5,000 years back. Okay.
You're going way back. I'm talking
about I'm talking about the original what is it, bare metal formation of family structure is clan based, and clan based is basically egalitarian. They actually call it a matriarchy, but the thing is, even if you go there, basically a patriarchy and a matriarchy don't work the way it does in the West. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. So, but this is what I'll say. So you're right about the agricultural piece. At first, you have people worshiping the moon and the mother goddess.
And the mother goddess, yes.
Then you get into solar cults. And then when you get into the solar cults and the great agricultural civilizations,
and then
you see a shift from female power to male power.
In fact, my teacher told me this a long time ago. He said there was no patriarchy when the role of the male semen was unknown, and they didn't know that till they started actually doing raising animals, and they would see it. I said, okay, if the goat or the chicken or whatever we're trying to raise actually screws the female, then we get a baby goat. They said, oh, that's the role of the male. That's the role of the male sperm. And before that, they worshiped the goddess. So basically, it was basically a quote unquote matriarchy, or a clan based matriarchy, which we actually do see in Black America. It's actually a clan based matriarchy. In fact, what's her name? Diane Short actually describing my family. Basically, it's a clan based matriarchy. And I fight with the women all the time about control and them doing shit. I still have a certain amount of power, but the thing is, it's still the women get together and they gang up on you. It's still
they just kind of wear your ass. They kind of wear your ass down.
Wear you down. So but the thing is, a clan based matriarchy does not work outside of in an urban setting. That's the problem. But go ahead, Gigi.
Yeah. So, but I would say that the clan based matriarchy that you are witnessing, you can call it the gynocracy. You can call it Black single motherhood,
right?
Or whatever you want to call it. The way it is now, its current manifestation has been catalyzed by slavery.
Yes.
This is just what it is. So you got a group of women who, for the most part, are enjoying the spoils of
literally
of white slavery.
Yeah.
In relation to control over the family, and they don't want to lose it because whatever modicum of power that they receive from that and sense of well-being that they get from it, they don't want to let it go. Okay. And I think this is part of a tactic the white folks use in order to prevent our progress. Right. And they may have tried to correct it with the Moynihan report, and to try to give Black men a leg up. But what they've run away from that model now. But I think this is one of the reasons why you find conservatism so popular among Black men in this space.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think they, but my thing is you can take that piece, because conservatives are about patriarchal traditional family values. That's what they value. Okay. And the left has gone crazy. I do believe the left is going in terms of, social programs and policies. I think they've gone too damn far left. And so you're seeing a swing to the right of Black men who understand that the system that the left has created is not working in their benefit. It's giving everything to women. And now they're just being unapologetic about it. Now, and Black women are also being unapologetic about it. And so Black men are saying, well, fuck the left. But the thing is, when you cozy up to the right, then you have to, I guess you got to play a Jedi mind trick with your own self because these people are racist, man. Just they're overtly racist.
Yeah,
okay?
I agree.
They don't
the
speak
only
control
power move would be for us to be in financial control of our clan, right?
But that's never been the case. I mean, even since slavery, like that's why I read that piece a long time ago from Robert Staples.
Yeah.
And Robert Staples was just going on talking about how it just brought changes in family life for African Americans, right? So what he says in his paper is called The Myth of the Black Matriarchy, right? And it talks about family life in Africa, pre-colonial Africa, okay? And he basically says this model was impossible during slavery, and tobacco, cotton, the buying and selling of slaves split up families. You can't even have a family that's stable when your master can sell you. How can you be the head of household when you can get sold? You might be on another plantation next month, so you can't be the head of the family. Okay, but one thing you do know is, and even motherhood is unstable in the context of slavery. I mean, they did allow children up to a certain age to stay with the mother, but they'll sell their asses too. And women would screw. Black women would have many of them screwed for freedom. They gave up their children for freedom. It just is what it is. Okay, but these are the ugly truths nobody wants to talk about, right? But the Black father was forcefully deprived of his responsibilities and the privileges associated with fatherhood. And Black men want those because we know that we love our children and want to have an impact and an effect on their lives that's just as deeply profound as their mothers. But we're not allowed that. We're not afforded that in contemporary American culture. It's just not given to us. And so that's the issue that we have. It's a terrible thing, man, to be split apart from your kid, have the kid be used as a bargaining chip or a tool for a come up, or a way to hurt you or harm you.
Yeah,
through parental alienation. It's terrible.
Yeah,
but here we find ourselves. I think we need to change policy to the extent to which we can agree with the members of the right and say, look, we don't like what's going on in the left to the extent to which the family is being eroded. But we don't agree with this race shit y'all talking about.
That's one hell of a trick, man.
But I mean, I've seen white men who are willing to allocate money and shit to programs from the right. In St. Louis, like there's a program called the Father Support Center. The left is not supporting the Father Support Center. It's conservative white folks that are doing it. Because they want men to be involved in the lives of their children. They're still trying to institute the Moynihan tactic.
Yeah, they're trying to solve a problem, and that's the solution we haven't been tried because the left and Black women actually oppose it.
That's the issue, and if we get, but at least the manosphere is willing to say that.
Yeah, which is why they hate our guts. But yeah,
but the men on the left and academicians on the left. Even if they don't agree with this shit, because most of these men in academia have either white wives or they have wives that are submissive. I'm gonna keep it 100. I've seen it with my own eyes. They don't have, these ignorant ass Black women walking around. You ain't the boss of me. You ain't gonna tell me what to do. Typically you don't see that. Okay, in academia, you got Black men with stable families and shit. Okay. I'm one of the unfortunate ones that didn't have that. Okay. But it's, Black men are just contending with the social landscape of dating and marriage, and they're finding that it's not to their benefit. Okay. And you should just see the shit that women are saying. Just listen to them. They're telling you what they think, what their value is in their eyes, and what your value is in their eyes. They want a lottery ticket, man. They want a life of comfort and material consumption. That's what the fuck they want, man. And they want to be able to go do what they want to. They want to do as many girls trips as they want to, and they want to be obstinate and unruly as much as they want to. And
free of consequences.
But the social consequences are not dire for girls. That's the issue. See, girls can come from single parent families and do okay. Boys don't get that same luxury. It's different for us. And this is why, black male studies is important, because when we get into these situations where we're born to single parent mothers, we don't get out of poverty the way that they do. We don't have the same opportunities that they have. We go to prison. They go to college. They get encouraged. We get told to be quiet. We go to jail. They get Section 8. It's just the way that the system is. And so, you got black men who are seeing this shit and they're appalled by it. They're like, okay, well, how can we get to the point where we can become tethered again? And in the current social landscape, I don't see how we can become tethered again. I wish I knew the answer.
Well, if you don't, we don't, man, because you guys are our brains. So.
Well, I think at least argue for parity in policy. Try to create, 50-50 custody right off the bat. Don't give women, the luxury of just being able to claim, well, this is my child. I mean, women think like this. They think that they're the owners of their children.
They do, yeah.
That's not just yours. You didn't fucking get that kid by yourself. I mean, some of these women are now going to sperm banks. That's a whole different situation. But the vast majority of kids are not born from women who are going to sperm banks. They're born with real live men. If
they took the responsibility for their offspring, like instead of trying to push off the blame on black men, I might not have a problem with it, but they don't.
But here's the deal. See, this is the issue. After the sexual revolution, screwing before marriage became just commonly accepted. This is a common practice amongst us now. It happened back then, but you would get punished socially.
Yeah, most times.
But now it's just like they doing slut walks.
Yeah.
BGS, when we get the opportunity, I would like to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm tired.
All right. So my question is since African Americans,
and who's speaking? Who's speaking?
This is Last Zulu. I don't know if you can hear me, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you. Just
okay. Basically, so my question is: since African Americans necessarily were quote unquote sold into slavery, why necessarily do you have why ain't African Americans out there fucking up West Africans necessarily?
Fucking up West Africa. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. How I meant it. I mean, like, why?
No, you said it, but that doesn't mean anything. Why do you say that? In other words, how are they doing it? There's not enough of them to actually do that.
I mean, not enough African Americans to go over there. Okay, that probably makes sense.
Basically, you maybe on the whole continent of Africa, and this is just a rough estimate. You might have out of 1.5 billion people, you have maybe 50,000 African Americans on the continent, spread out. How are they fucking up anything?
That's what I'm saying. No. What I mean is, so if African Americans were sold into slavery, why do I see a lot of African Americans going into West Africa shaking hands with these people?
Because they're trying to get away from because I'm one of those people, right? Because I want to go back. Okay, you get tired of being the underclass and where you're at, man. Just get tired of that shit. And basically, what a Ghanaian told me a long time ago. Basically, if you put on the clothes, you walk around, keep your mouth shut. You blend right in. They don't know who you are.
That's right. Well, I understand that because I've visited the continent before. So my question is:
so have you lived someplace outside?
Let me ask a question.
Truth, stop. Have you ever lived outside the United States?
No, I have not lived outside the United States.
What's the longest you've been outside the United States? And when it's one stretch.
And one stretch has probably been 3 months. Not 3 months. I'm sorry, sir. I mean 3 weeks. Sorry.
3 weeks. It's really not enough time. But even when you say you land off the plane and you walk around for a couple of days, you feel a weight lift off of you?
Not personally, no, not necessarily. I mean,
in other words, you roll by a cop and you don't worry about them because they're waving at you instead of looking at you funny.
Not necessarily. I understand what you're going with necessarily.
In other words, that's why you don't see the value. And if you don't see the value in it, then it's not for you.
No. So my question is,
but how are African Americans fucking up West Africa? I want to get to that.
No. When I meant like in some, all right, y'all sold me into slavery. I want some kind of money, or somebody hating me kind of role. I mean, version of fuck up. I didn't mean like fucking up as an tearing up society.
Ghana tried to set something up. African Americans back.
Well, they're doing a better job now. I can tell, man. You know, because I got a partner over there, man. I have a whole bunch of people over there, right? And I have a friend of mine. He's got 2 Ghanaian wives, right? And the biggest thing is you're supposed to have a right of abode, right? Which is quasi citizenship, man. Which legally it's on the books, but thing is it's legally not enforced. But that's Africa, and that's the problem.
Quasi citizenship.
In other words, the right of vote means gives you the quasi citizenship. In other words, you don't need a visa, a visitor's visa. You don't need a green card. Basically, it becomes your permanent green card. Become like a permanent resident, right? And that's right. That to my knowledge, that has never really happened in Ghana. Maybe it's going forward now. But the thing is, I hear brothers over there complain all the goddamn time about that. We're supposed to have right of abode. It's been on the books for 20 years, but you never enforced it. But that's the way. That's the way it works.
Are you talking about basically like people can go over there and get citizenship? Is that what you were talking about?
Okay, it's not citizenship; it's residency, basically, and that's what it's supposed to be. Citizenship means you're a citizen of the country. They give you a Ghanaian passport. You become one of them, right? Okay. Where a legal resident means you're still an American citizen. You don't have the same rights as a citizen, but you don't need a visa or a whole bunch of other stuff.
As in a green card.
A green card. You become a legal resident of the country.
So basically, from my understanding of the situation, so basically, African Americans have basically one or two options from one of 3 options how I'm looking at it. Well, basically one of 3 of options. A, stay in the United States with the people who enslave you, or go to Africa and work on the people.
I wouldn't want a lot of African Americans going over there. Or 3, that would be
to some random area necessarily and just live out your life however you so see fit, basically. Correct?
Those are your options. Okay.
You got to be a certain type of person to go there.
And if you want to go,
I'll visit it. Trust me. I mean,
if you cool with the racism and you cool with the other stuff because you're used to it, hey, so be it.
I'm not used to the race. But all I'm asking, I'm trying to get the lay of the land and set it for I make my own personal move, basically. So basically, I want it's basically stay under the white people. That's racism. That's just racist. Or go to the Africans that threw you on the boats. Or go.
Are you trying to come to America? Or are you trying to leave?
No. He doesn't. No, come on. In other words, at the end of the day, it's business. Does it matter? Or are you trying to find a place for you where you can actually thrive and be happy? What do you want to do?
I mean, if you want 2 wives, it's legal in Ghana, right?
In other words, well, you can actually go someplace else with people that don't look like you. You have to go to Colombia and live in Colombia, but the thing is, you're still going to be an American.
Yeah, you can't get rid of your Americanness. You've been raised in America, so you're going to come wherever you go. You're going to have a certain mindset.
I have no problem with my quote unquote Americanness.
In other words, what he's saying is you're going to be an American no matter where you go. So there's always going to be issues with you being a foreigner. That's what he's trying to tell you.
I have a question for Laz Zulu.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Where in Africa were you?
Personally, I had went to Nigeria necessarily for like a stay necessarily for like 3 weeks. That's about it.
Nigeria is actually moving forward to actually give people South Africa, Nigeria actually moving forward to actually give African American citizenship. They actually.
I heard about it. Yeah, I plan on moving to. I really plan on going to.
If you really want to be a citizen, you do have a claim going to Liberia. You can actually go to Liberia and get a lawyer and become a citizen in Liberia if you really want to.
Liberia? Oh shit!
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, basically, Liberia was actually founded for the descendants of African American slaves.
And don't they all speak English out there too?
One time. Huh? Say what?
So don't they all speak English out there? So it's not too much of a barrier.
It's not too much. Well, they speak English in Ghana too. So basically, most of the West Coast.
Actually, they speak they speak the British form of Ghana. No, in Ghana, just like Nigeria, they speak the British form, and everything about them is British. But if you go to Liberia, it's everything's American. It's an American form of English they speak.
In fact, Liberia has a form of the American flag that it flies. Yeah. Anyway,
hell, the capital is called Monrovia after President Monroe.
Once you go to Liberia, is it easier to get citizenship once you're there? Once
one time. It is easier to get citizenship because it's actually they tried to change the constitution to actually say that you had to be born there, but the thing is, you can actually be there for a year and apply for it, and go and get you a lawyer. You probably can get citizenship.
It took me 5 years to get mine. Different citizenship, but yeah.
The thing is, anything outside of the continent, basically, so you go to Latin America. Well, it used to be in Latin America, you can get your citizenship within 3 to 5 years. In most parts of the world, you can get your citizenship, at least your permanent residency, within 3 to 5 years. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I just want to put some clarity on it because my family's from Ghana, and they're actually in the 1%. Like my family's on my father's side is related to is related to like the king. My aunt is like fourth cousins to him, and we're in like the political structure and stuff. Basically, when it comes to Ghana and like Africa especially, everything is all about money. Like they don't really, I've tried to bring companies there, businesses there, like they give you the runaround, and then next thing you know, that they're calling the company that you tried to bring over there and trying to make some side deal. So really, it's not that they don't want people, they don't want you there, or there's some shit like people don't really care. Like it's at the end of the day, it was all business. You know what I'm saying? It was like the drug game. You know what I'm saying? The money was flowing, and everybody was just doing what they had to do. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like
truth. Hold on. But I was trying to, at my last video, I actually played the thing about like cotton twines, right? Yeah. Where the practice of indentured servitude still exists. It's not unusual. It's been there for like hundreds of thousands of years. It's not new. Now the white people actually bastardized that form of indentured servitude, right?
They just made it. They just made it. But basically, what it is that it's just like the crack game. Literally, like if you take the 80s with the crack era and how it was, is literally identical. You're just changing like cracks for people. You know what I'm saying? They didn't know what the crack was going to do. Some did. But a lot of them didn't know what they were going to do. They thought it was going to be the same as it was in Africa, because in Africa there's rules. Like you can't rape. You can't rape your indentured servants. You can't beat them. You can't. I mean, it's basically like having.
There's no way, bro. Hold on.
Hey! Stop. Let man talk.
There are laws, like there are literal laws on the books, and there are laws like in every single part of Africa and every nation. Like basically, Africa didn't have the slavery how people think of slavery is. It's more like indentured servitude. So like let's say if you go to war with another tribe and you defeat them, then they got to pay you tribute. Tribute includes gold, silver products where they give you goods, but they also give you people that'll come and they'll serve and they'll work for a certain amount of time. Like when those people come,
Europeans, indentured servitude works basically the same way.
Yeah, but what they did is that they just basically took it and they basically just, you know what I'm saying, they just went buck wild with it. You know what I'm saying? And because they were in a new land and a new place, and because and people don't like to say that everything that's done was written and approved by the Catholic Church and by the Pope. You know what I'm saying? Like none of the European powers could do anything without the Pope signing off on it. When the Pope signed off on it, saying that they could enslave Africans and that Africans weren't human and all that stuff, all that stuff is on the book. That's why they did all the stuff
that's true. But the thing is, at the end of the day, man, just like the crack dealer, right? You did what you did.
Yeah. So basically,
people have to fess up to it and own that shit.
And that's pretty much what it is. So like a lot of the history is coming back to the surface now because they can't hide it anymore. And with all the different documentaries and just the conscious community bringing up all the other stuff. Everything's gonna come out eventually. But this puts you this puts really African Americans you're really the new Jews going into the 21st century. You know what I'm saying? If you play your hand the right way, you can get paid from everybody. Everybody around the world owes you money. You know what I'm saying? Everybody around. So,
hey,
but the
BGS.
Hold on, AB.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Wrap it up, bro.
So I'm just saying, everybody around the world owes you money. So the same way the Jews are still getting paid from the Germans, you can get paid from everybody. But the problem is that you just don't have the unity. You know what I'm saying? And you got too many coons. You know what I'm saying? And too many people on the other side that's working against your interests. Like the reason why Israel, you know what I'm saying, has gotten the land from the Palestinians is because when in 1945, when the higher ups decided to take over Palestine, all the Jews that weren't with it, they all ended up in a shallow grave. You know what I'm saying? And they were like, look, you either gonna be on this side or you ain't gonna be around to kneecap us. So, but the problem with black people is that they're too scared to get their hands dirty and their hands bloody. You know what I'm saying? So they sit there and allow our Sharpton to run around for like 40 years pumping his bullshit, and then all these other coons that just talk. Other people don't do that. Like if you're a Ghanaian and you got a Ghanaian running around talking crazy, he's gonna end up missing. His own family is his own family.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that other people don't do that, but like what all the scholars are saying, with African Americans are in such a different aspect of everything.
But I mean,
these kind of people can run around. These kind of people are glorified because of that. It's so distorted. It's so distorted here.
We've been sold a fairy tale, and we're trying to uncover the fairy tale because it's not really. When I say you were sold and it was just business, okay, a lot of people don't want to accept that and get over it. You're gonna have to get over it, okay? Because it's 200 years ago. It is what it is. People did what they did, including white people. At some point, you're gonna have to say we got to go for it and get over it and actually heal ourselves and start to do business. Okay, clear the record, point fingers, whatever you need to do, truth and reconciliation. We had to move forward to actually fix our culture.
Because Ghana kind of started it. They kind of got the ball rolling.
Like right now,
let's get this going.
All right. Okay, wrap it up, bro. So
basically, like right now, I'm actually in talks with the government right now to actually create a consulting company whereby we would do everything. We would do everything when it comes to the right of abode, and then basically cut the government a check. Basically, they just want to get their beak wet. So all I went to them, I was like, look, we'll do the background checks, we'll do everything. You know what I mean? If an African American wants to do a right of abode, they pay X amount of money. We do background checks, whatever, and then we just slide them a little bit of money, and that's really all that matters.
African Americans, especially coming from here, can talk money. You just need to know what the procedure is. You know?
Exactly, and that's all it is.
Whether there's above ground or below ground. The thing is, from what I've been told over the past 20 years, man, it's like a ball of yarn, man.
The new president, like my aunt knows him. Like he was actually at my aunt's 80th birthday. Like she knows him very well. So I'm in talks with him right now to basically basically it'll be a consulting company. So basically it'll be a company that's created like here in New York, and then all we're doing is just doing all the paperwork because they don't want to do the work. That's the problem. Like they don't want to spend money to do the paperwork and have to do background checks and banking and all that stuff. They want somebody else just to do it.
You know what it is, Mr. Dark too, Dark too. And I said this because I know because we had a whole bunch of contacts in Ghana, right? And I said just the retirement money alone, Ghana's missing out for billions of dollars a year.
Billions,
that retirement money.
And basically, I said that back in 2014, man, and I know a lot of people that actually do business in Ghana. I'm sure
we've already done the numbers. Like they can easily. All you need is about like 500,000 people, and then they didn't get $10 billion a year easily.
Yeah, at least easy. Yeah.
I have one last question to ask you.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, man. Ask the question.
All right. So my question. So I thought necessarily the reason they didn't do their right of abode necessarily was for the out of fear necessarily for a lot of like African Americans come over necessarily because they felt like we were going to do something to them necessarily.
No, it wasn't fear. It wasn't fear. Trust me, it's not fear. They're not afraid. Like it's all about the money.
partially, if you have a whole lot of educated, African Americans coming over all at one time, flooding over at one time, overwhelming your system, then they're actually going to vie for power. So yeah, there was some of that.
Yeah, that would be something.
There's some. There was. I'm not saying it was a lot, but there was some of that, which is why
you don't want to take over happening.
But at some point you had to get past that.
BGS, trust me, we got a million.
Yeah.
And we got like a million Nigerians and all other people, Fulanis and all these other people that we deal with that bring problems. We got Fulanis running around like killing farmers, in the middle of the country in Kumasi and other places. Trust me, dogs. African Americans ain't what like they want dudes there. They're not the problem.
Because what happened? What happened in Liberia?
Hold on, man.
Remember with Liberia? As soon as all the American educated people came over and they started causing more ruckus.
Yeah. The thing is that to happen. The thing is that and I agree with Ghanaians. Ghanaians are cautious people, as cautious as a group, right? They want to.
I would be.
What I'm saying they're very cautious, more cautious than Nigerians, because for the most part, Ghana is a very peaceful country for the most part, and they have a certain way of doing things, and they're cautious people. They don't just let you in, they have to check you out. So I think they've finally come around to let's go ahead and do this, because they could have done this 20 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, right now, like they see the dollar signs. They see the winds changing. So now is like the right time, because literally whoever is able to get the top 1% of Black America in their country, I mean, they can literally be a first world country in about 10 years.
You can get what's the average Social Security income in the United States? $20,000, right?
Yep.
Okay. Mm-hmm. What is the average wage? The average last time I saw the average wage in Ghana was $5,000 a year. Okay, and basically that's Ghanaian dollars, and basically you have free American dollars coming into your system, right? Credit free, down there, ship nothing out. Nothing has to go out. You have to trade for it. It comes in free. I get to give these people someplace to live. Yeah, have free American dollars that you need for exchange anyway coming into your country. I said that
the reserve currency of the planet.
And reserve currency of the planet, which you have to which Ghanaian, which is why the CD, the I think it's still a CD, right? It's still a CD.
The
CD is why the CD went from 1 to 1 to almost them to 1 to 6, because they don't have enough American dollars coming in. Where you can actually get free American dollars coming in. That's why I say retirees that don't need a job. Okay, don't impact your labor pool. Don't impact anything. Basically, they actually add value, add jobs, add money. It's nothing but a win-win situation. I said this 7 years ago. The thing is, when you crunch the numbers, basically, there's no reason not to do it, which I noticed why they started building all these retirement villages and all these fancy homes.
It's all about paperwork and money. They just want to spend the money to like hire the staff to do all the work. So that's why I'm literally putting together like a consulting company to basically do all of it, like in New York, and then basically just we do all the work here, and we just wire money back to them. They give us all the ID cards, and then we just go from there, and that's it.
Keep in contact with me. I may need your service, man.
I'm already BGS. I'm already a Patreon, so don't even worry about it. I can hit you up anytime. So
because with the next
literally
year and a half,
literally this would have been done probably by the end of 2019, literally by the beginning of 2020.
But COVID.
But COVID kind of pushed everything. So
I know.
We're looking at next year.
I noticed with the villages and stuff like that. I said they're not building these for Ghanaians. They're trying to attract the retirees to come over. I said, okay, which is smart.
I was wondering that too when I went over there. I saw a lot of buildings being built, and I was like, I know the people down there couldn't afford it. So I'm like, who are they trying to? Americans, but I didn't necessarily know who exactly they were trying to get over there.
Which is smart if you know how money works, how transfer funds work, and how trade works. Basically, it's poop but simple. If enough Black people retirees, not workers, but retirees want to go over there. You have I think you have 48 million people. You got a quarter, 20%. So you got like you have maybe 8 to 10 million retirees that are Black, right? that you could attract. If you attract just a small percentage of them, you're gonna. It's free money.
The boomers.
Like all you need is a
One
million.
time.
Like all you need is a million, and like my family alone has over like we just bought over 100 plots. Of land like that we're in the process of building
because if you don't, Uganda and Kenya
condos and stuff like that.
Uganda and Kenya are trying to do the exact same thing because they see the exact same thing. But people like Ghana because I don't know what it is now, but Ghana used to be one of the safest places on the continent.
No, it's our only problems right now is just the Fulanis and the Muslims that's always acting up, and then there's always a little beef with Nigerians because they come there and they start working and doing what they do. So but other than that, because Ghanaians we're not pushovers like the
why don't you just kill them?
No, we can't do that. You know what I'm saying? But the Ashantis ain't no joke. So we're peaceful because we're really the only homogeneous country on the continent, because the country literally 80% of the country is one, it's like Japan, one ethnic group, and then there's smaller ones that can't really do anything. Other countries is really just a whole bunch of kingdoms that were just smushed together by the Europeans. That's why they're always banging on each other. People think just because they're dark, Africa is like Europe times 1,000. You know what I mean? Because every country has 1,000 different separate kingdoms with different DNA, different languages, everything. But people just think that just because they're there that they're supposed to like each other. Nah, it's like basically basically putting Europe together and then expecting them to get along when they
Europe did not get along until after World War II when the United States forced them to.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Once America leaves Europe, even now they're all banging on each other right now. From the Eastern Bloc and all the other stuff, they're still banging on each other. The only reason why it hasn't spilled over to the western side of Europe is because they still have European bases and troops over there. If it wasn't for that, Europe will be like Africa, 10 times worse. You know what I mean? Because they got more guns. And they're just crazy like that. So there's a lot of nuances and a lot of history that people just don't know about, and everybody's just going off the propaganda and just making up their own assumptions. Trust me,
I think Lazula had a question for you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
Oh damn it! I forgot my question.
Okay. AB, go.
Mr. Durko, I have a question.
Okay. Oh, AB.
I do remember my question. I'm so sorry. I remember my question now. I'm so sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
No, we gotta let AB go though. We gotta let AB go. He's been waiting for
I'm sorry.
Can I speak after?
You okay? Well, AB then Lazula, and then you got after Lazula.
Thank you.
Go ahead, AB.
All right, I was actually gonna add on to Gigi's point about us moving away from the left. Just an observation. The right's base is dying out. Via COVID and drugs and other
and education.
We should there's blood in the water, and we should use that. We should hold the right hostage. Say, look, your base is dying out. You need some more voters.
Well, write up a plan and submit it, man. You can't just say it. You got to write up a plan. How do we do that?
Okay.
Got to write up a plan, man. I'll bring you on. You can actually spill your plan out, see if it has merit. We should. Black people are good about what we should do. How do we do it? And less about how we do it. How do we do that? How do we make them accept us, or at least listen to us? And basically,
I don't think that'll ever.
Well, it could. The thing is that basically, the environment makes strange bedfellows. So
good point. The environment does
make great bedfellows. Go ahead, Lazula. What's your question?
My pockets. Well, I wanted to add to with the dark okay or dark kangaroo, kangaroo, whatever. I wanted to necessarily ask the question of you say you were having a chapter or you were starting in New York. So my question is, would there be a chapter necessarily the same thing you doing in Georgia necessarily or in some of the southern states, or are you just necessarily doing it just for your area and you plan on expanding, or how necessarily that work?
No. Basically, what it is just having an office, like the main consulate of where everybody sends their, if you wanted to get a visa, you'd have to send your paperwork to New York because that's where the consulate is. So like me, I have a dual citizen. I just got my passport last year. And then I had to go to the consulate, send the paperwork, do all the stuff, pay a fee, and then they sent my passport to me. So now anytime I want to go, I don't need a visa. I just take my Ghanaian passport and I'm good to go. So that's how it's gonna do, because you don't need it. All I really need is just a website where you go into, you put in all your information, taxes, the 3 years statements, and then your social and ID to do a background check, and that's it. You know what I mean? They just want to make sure that there's no rapists, no killers coming in there, and then once that's done, all we do is just send all that. Once that's done, we just send your information over to the consulate, and the consulate prints up an ID, and that's it. You got your ID and you're good to go, and then you can just go there, open up bank accounts, do all your stuff. It's just basically, they don't want to do no work, man. Like, understand, when it comes to politics, they're just there to just get money. You know what I'm saying? They're not there to, like.
All right, so Mr. Darkness, so my question is, when the last time have you been to Ghana necessarily?
I was there in 2018.
In 19? Okay, so my question is, the last time I went.
2018.
Okay, my last time I actually I didn't personally go over there, but actually what my friends did, because I think he went 2019 necessarily around that time period. They said weed and like stuff like that was actually taking off, like drugs were taking off over there in that area. And I was wondering to know if you saw anything about that necessarily when you was over there in around 2008 or whatever.
Yeah, that's usually the Nigerians that's bringing all that stuff in and trust me, like Ghanaians, like they don't really do nothing. Like it's a really religious, like, you know what I'm saying, like really
laid back.
Laid back type of event. Anytime you see anything that's crazy with like any type of scamming, robbing, drugging, all that stuff, Nigerians are the ones that come in there and they teach like the local, like, kids that are out on the street, you know what I mean, the hustle and game and stuff, and then they start, you know what I mean,
there's a big Nigerian presence as far as the drug trade.
There's a huge beef. I mean, they literally
going from Latin America to Brazil, and then to Africa, and then into France and in Southern Europe. Big triangular trade with Nigerians running that.
So it's a big beef right now, because like last year, like actually before the like during the pandemic, they closed down like a lot of Nigerian shops, and they kicked out a lot of Nigerian people out of Ghana for just doing illegal stuff, doing stuff they're not supposed to do, and then Nigerians retaliated with kicking Ghanaians out. So it was just a back and forth, just a little slight beat, because they come in there and they do what Nigerians do, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we're not gonna let you come fuck up our house, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I think I saw some, like, I heard something about that on the diaspora channel pages and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, you see it. If you go to the diaspora channel, I think he did do a video on that like last year, like early last year. It was about the beef, and like I've got Nigeria, like my my close friend that I work out with every day. He's Nigerian, and he's always getting on me with that, and we go back and forth. But you know what I'm saying? It's just it's the old people, man. That's really what the issue is. It's just the old, not to get on BGS, man, but BGS's generation, the generation before, they're the problem, man, because most of them they think the white man's ice is colder. They got the coons.
They do.
They got the dudes that's been educated in Europe and UK and think everything
I've
white
seen
is great.
a big trend. It's a big trend of the younger Africans.
They're
going to the foreign countries for education.
They
come right back because they can't afford it.
It's not even
come
that.
right back.
The younger kids, like they want to ball out too. Like they see all the all the natural resources being taken, and they see how like they're not getting right now. The great thing about the younger generation is that they see everything. Like before, you know what I'm saying, our fathers and forefathers, like they didn't know what they had, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like a hot chick, you know what I'm saying, that's giving the pussy up to everybody.
The internet. The internet's waking them up.
Yeah, exactly. So they know
the internet is.
They know the prices now. You know what I'm saying? They know the prices now. So it's like you can't come in and give them some bullshit prices and like expect to just come and get over. Now they're the ones that's getting over. So the young dudes, the problem is that, you know what I'm saying, the old people just they're not dying fast enough yet, and that's really what this is. You know what I'm saying? Like this, the sooner they just die and just move out the way, You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be able to come out there and get it up. And that's
It
what it is.
sound like the millennials, man. Yeah, y'all old niggas ain't dying fast enough.
That's the problem. That's really what it is, man. Because look, they all like they don't know how to get money. They don't know how to get money, bro. All they know how to do is just do a campaign, get into politics, and just bleed the country dry, and just make backdoor deals and just get bribes.
They're worried about their pockets. They're
exactly.
not worried about
So that old way is done, man. Like the young kids, like they're trying to network, they're trying to do stuff with each other, and it's like, you know what I'm saying? And it's getting to the point now, man.
I'm seeing a big trend of them young people buying beachfront houses after getting that education in Europe.
Yep. Look, I'm telling you right now. I'm like out of all my friends, I'm the only one that's here, and I'm the only one. I'm poorer than all of them. You know what I'm saying? They all got crazy paper. You know what I'm saying? Multi-millions. They all went back. Like one of my cousins. He's one of the first. You know, like Africans to have his own oil company and oil drilling company. He's drilling oil in Sudan and other places. Crazy paper. You know what I'm saying? One of my other
Chinese money, Chinese technology, and the internet changed the game.
Yeah. China's infrastructure tightened up.
And plus Ghana's kind of late to the game because East Africa got off first, so they're catching up.
Yeah. So and I got another cousin too that owns one of the largest cell phone suppliers in Ghana as well. Crazy paper. I got another cousin that what does he own? Man, I forgot. He owns he owns what is it, a military contracting company where he gets like, you know, computers and all this other stuff and then sells it all over Africa to like different countries and stuff. So they're all getting paper. You know what I'm saying? I'm the only one that's literally still here, and I'm trying to get back as soon as possible because America is done. I mean, everybody's already seen the tea leaves. Everybody is like America right now is like the Titanic. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's
you trying to get the fuck off, man.
Yeah, everybody's getting the fuck off. Everybody's getting out because
America had its heyday, but it's on a slow, steady.
It's you know, because it's you know, well, Darku knows who I am. I've actually said this many times because we were in the middle of this, man, back in like 2005, 2006, and basically we're going back and forth to Chinese and so basically we saw this coming years ago, man. So they're finally starting to pop off. So people are actually starting to get on board because now they can see it. They couldn't see it back then, but now that people can actually see it, which is good. You know, so
yeah, I mean,
all that young workforce in Africa.
Well, the thing is, it's okay. And I said this years ago, right? Africa's gonna have four things: young demographics with young people, right? They have resources, right? They're gonna have technology, okay? They're gonna have technology and infrastructure. The thing they're trying to do now is infrastructure. Once they get that done, basically they're already on the freeway, right? They're on the freeway already. They're just trying to get to the destination.
Trying to get the logistics set up so they can move all of that stuff around.
It's just infrastructure, like consistent 24/7 power, which is something that you need. Which Ghana, I don't know if I haven't been there in a while. I'm sure they're working on it, but I'm pretty sure it still hasn't.
Well, China, once they start offloading the labor, they're gonna need it, so they're gonna build it.
Like BGS, they're all over, man. The Chinese all over. I mean, they're building. I mean, the infrastructure project they got, ridiculous, man, ridiculous. I mean, they got like they got those high speed rails going throughout the whole country. They got. I mean, they've been building highways from the interior of the country, bringing it all the way down to the.
It's about time y'all got on board, man, because you guys because you guys were actually first up from 2008 to 2011, and you guys kind of got cold feet, so they went.
It wasn't that. What was it? The last president effed it up. You know what I'm saying? Because he wasn't experienced.
That's what I'm talking about.
All about stuff. So
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he basically ruined the country, and then the new president that came in is like he has to redo all the stuff that he stole and all the bullshit.
Because everything moved east. The guy says, you know what, fuck it, Nigeria and Ghana and whatever, you guys are on something. So we're gonna go east instead of west. So they started in east instead of west. So I'm glad you guys are catching up because you guys were supposed to jump off first, and you didn't.
I mean, the
last you guys should have been way ahead of Kenya and Tanzania.
Like the last president, like Mahama, like my aunt actually put him through school. You know what I'm saying? Like he's real close with like my aunt, because my aunt is like she's like basically like the kingmaker in the country. Like like on my father's side, her father brought that like the Pentecostal church to Africa. So when it comes to that church money, super long, you know what I'm saying? And like so she has a lot of influence, a lot of power through the Christian church, you know. So she has her own organization that she goes all over Africa and other places, linked up. I forget the organization that she's with, but it's an organization that's like it's linked up with. They're all over the world, and I forget the name of it, but it's like some Christian group that's like evangelical that do with the Pentecost and all this stuff. So basically, like if you want to be president, you know what I'm saying, and she don't co-sign on it, you don't become president.
Yeah, when that's where it works. Anybody want to jump? I hear people breathing in the background. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say also Sierra Leone is offering automatic citizenship if you can prove that you have ancestry from that area, Mende ancestry.
Nah, that's trust me. Don't do that, man. That's a scam, and that's all cap. They just want to get your money and give you the runaround for like 3, 4, 5 years. But by the time you even notice what happens, you're gonna be out like 20 to 50 grand, man. Like anybody that comes in, you gotta prove that.
He cut to the chase.
Nah,
I've already known
one time.
I've already known people that have done it, but they did it back in like the late 2000s, the early 2000s. That's what I'm saying. I already know people that have done it.
No, I feel you, but right now, since it's like Sierra Leone, like I got one of my one of my uncle's friends, like he when a couple years ago when that outbreak happened over there, what's that called? The Ebola stuff. Like he had a diamond mine that had to shut down. Right now, he's looking for investors. He wanted me to. He wanted me to. He wanted me to come in with him to restart the mine for like $1 million. But Sierra Leone right now is a shithole. You know what I'm saying? If they're begging black people to come and do all that stuff, it's all a money grab. Trust me. There's no money for any type of political structure. You're gonna go there and some guy's gonna print out some ID that he did, in his house, and it's not going to be worth anything.
You should always visit the country and walk around and see what they're doing.
Yeah.
But Ghana's been on that. Most of the African Americans actually in Ghana. You have a big expat community already in Ghana.
A lot of Jamaicans there too.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Well, it makes sense.
The whole diaspora.
Well, it makes sense when you look at the history of Ghana. I mean, Kwame Nkrumah pretty much was educated at Lincoln University. He was inspired by Marcus Garvey. You see the flag. I mean, so they labeled it as the gate of return, or the gate of no return, and the gate of return. So it only makes sense that they like start off that repatriation process.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's the game is on, right? Basically, you have a whole bunch of about 5 or 6 countries on the continent actually competing for the same pool. So do your due diligence, go visit. I know some people actually moving to South Africa because South Africa is trying to do some of the same things. So
and also right now, like especially to to all the men out there. Trust me, the fastest way to get citizenship is just find a chick out there and just get married. You know what I'm saying? That's really what it is.
That's the best way. You gotta
do it, you gotta mix in. A chick that's in like the upper class or someplace that's like not too low, but somewhere in the middle where they got a name and they got a family name and stuff like that. And you in there. It's real simple. But people, dudes doesn't want to do that. You know what I mean? Because they like their freedom and independence. But Africa is not like America. Like these chicks, as long as you slide them some cash, you can have as many mistresses and stuff as you want. Like they don't really trip like that. Like you can have multiple wives if you want. You know what I'm saying? And then even the people that have multiple wives still have mistresses and they all know about each other. As long as you keep the women paid, so they can go shopping and stuff, they don't bother you, dog. You know what I'm saying? So dudes get scared about getting married. Marriage is business. It's all about bringing families together to build. Like they don't look at getting married just to have sex.
And Ghanaian women for the most part are well behaved. They're not really outrageous. So
they're not gonna bother you, dogs. As long as you don't bring no outside babies, as long as you don't disrespect them and stuff like that, and you keep them paid. You gotta keep them paid. You know what I'm saying? So you give them a salary, like, a couple $100 a month or whatever, so she can go shopping with her friends. They can't go bother you. You know what I'm saying?
Much.
And then you
it's
can
a
just
fair
have
exchange.
you could just have your, you can have your shorties on the side or whatever. Just make sure nobody comes to the house getting in the face, and that's it. Like, dude, but my great grandfather had 7 wives and like 14 mistresses. Like, ain't no big deal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But he was with he died at the age of like 94. His youngest wife, he had a kid with her like 2 years before he died. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that was the youngest wife, and his youngest wife chose him. You know what I'm saying? So like the women they choose up. You know what I'm saying? It's straight pimping over there, dog.
Oh yeah,
like, they choose up on the dudes.
They do choose heavy over there in Ghana. They do.
You know what I mean? So like, don't. So I'm just saying, like, if you really want to get citizenship, like, you serious, just go over there, having fun,
marry into a family,
and that's it. As long as you marry in, you in there.
Yeah, because you go in there to be absorbed anyway. You're not trying to go over there. I had to tell this
to try to
bunch
dominate.
Of brothers. Well, they want to come in and be American. You want to get away from being American anyway. Go be part of the country, part of the culture, man. Instead of trying to do all this bullshit.
Yeah.
Dude, look. I like my right now, like my Nigerian friend. He like his wife is Ghanaian. His wife is in Nigeria building their house. He's been in America for over 10 years. He got married in America to get his
green card.
to get his green card citizenship, and he still got chicks over here. His wife knows about his chicks. She ain't tripping, because as long as he's sending money back home and he's doing what he's got to do, she knows he got to get his rocks off. So all he does is just date chicks that are over 40. You know what I'm saying? So he can shoot up the club and ain't got to worry about no babies. You know what I mean? He's smashing all these African American chicks with he's smashing nothing but single moms, man, over 40. You know what I'm saying? He's like, yo, he said, I don't need no babies. I don't need no. So he's just smashing chicks that, you know what I'm saying, the uterus don't work no more. And that's it. And his wife knows. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no, like, shorties don't trip on the sex thing, man. Like, they know a man's got to get his John off. As long as he's doing what he has to do and he's doing his duty, that's what's most
important. I have a question for y'all. There's a strategy I'm thinking of. Of course, I love America. I'm American as it get. You know, football player, apple pie, soldier. I love this country. But I don't want my progeny having to grow up how I grew up, with no guidance, just winging it all the time. So would it be best for me to work here and start a family there?
Yo, they do it all the time. But what do you think these Africans are here for? Look, trust me, every African that you see here that's over the age of 25, that he's got a wife back home, dogs, that he's sending money to. Every single African that's in America or anywhere else that's working, if they're by themselves, trust me, they got a wife back home, or they got a bunch of wives back home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's a strategy that you come here, you work, and you send money. Like, yo, Western Union sends more money back through their services through Africa, billions of dollars a year, like at least over $100 billion a year is sent back home because people are sending back money back to their families.
They do that in Central America too, man.
Yeah.
You can tell it's payday because by walking by Western Union and see people lined up to get what they call them releases.
Like right now, it's cheaper. Look, it's cheaper to send money to Latin America and Africa through Western Union than it is from state to state in the US. If you want to send money from state to state, they'll charge you $20. If you want to send money to like Africa, it's like $2. You know what I'm saying? So that just shows you the amount of money that's being moved back and forth on a daily basis. So that's what dudes do. Like they come here, just like my Nigerian friend did. They get a job, they work. You know what I'm saying? They like five to a 2-bedroom apartment or whatever. They work like right now. He's been working for Uber Eats for the past like 5 years now. You know what I'm saying? Getting money. He does his own business, making his own money. But he says he's building a mansion back home right now. He's building a mansion. He's been buying plots of land for the past 10 years. Like he's building like a 2-story mansion. It's almost done. And when he's done with it, the mansion is only going to cost about like $50,000, and everything in there built up from the ground up with contract and everything. You know what I'm saying? If he's trying to get the same mansion over here, it'd be like he got to spend $1 million for that. You know what I'm saying? So
that's what I would. Because I don't want my if you don't want your children to not have.
Look, if you're an American,
I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, but listen, if you're an American and you have a child in a foreign country, you can easily get the child's citizenship because you're the father and you're an American citizen. So the same way they did it with the military men coming from World War II and Korea is already on the books. So you don't necessarily have to bring her here and her giving birth here. She could still give birth there, and you can still do the paperwork.
I had a friend who did that. He married a Hispanic woman, and he paid like $5,000 each child. I think the children were they weren't legal yet at the time.
Mm-hmm. And we're gonna go about 20 more minutes, guys. So if you guys want to ask a dark cool question, better get it in.
You can't let me hurry it up.
You
then.
can't just
but
go.
If it's your child, if it's your child, you won't really have as much issues getting that citizenship in America.
No, because they have to give it to you. Because the same thing with the GIs. Why do you think when the military men go overseas and they have children overseas, they're considered American citizens because of the father?
A lot of times they have them on the base though. That's what I was saying. Can't you just have your kid on the base?
No, I know that, but look, America's not going to separate you from your child. If it's your DNA, you know what I'm saying. There's paperwork for it. You know what I'm saying. I know a lot of people that have done it before, where they have wives and stuff overseas, and they have the kid, and they just want to bring the kid over. Because think of it, if you want to bring your kid over here, they're not going to say like, nah, you had your kid in another place, so we're not going to let you bring it in. If you're a citizen, you know what I'm saying, you can bring your child over. You know what I'm saying. A lot of people do that. You just got to pay the fee and just fill out the paperwork. You know what I'm saying, so that they know that they have the birth certificate and stuff like that, and you can just you get a citizenship. I mean, they're probably not going to be able to be president, but I mean, I doubt. You know what I'm saying.
Just so your children can, if they want to go to college or join the military or something,
it's all just paperwork you got to file. That's all.
Yeah. I'm glad they straightened this shit out, man, because it was a mess. Okay, it was a mess.
All right.
I'm glad they straightened it out.
DGS, man, like really, like people think like they don't want you. They're not. Trust me, dogs. They're not thinking about you like that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
They just don't want to do the work. You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna cost money, and then they're gonna have people have to do all this stuff. They don't want to pay for it, and they don't want to do it. They just want somebody else to do it for them and just give them some money. You know what I'm saying, for it. So that's what I'm trying to do. Like literally, if I collect $1,000 to do people's right of abode, and then give the country 500.
Oh, that's cheap. That's cheap. Yeah,
that's cheap. You know what I'm saying? And they go because anything more than 2,500 is going to be like you're raping dudes. You know what I'm saying? But between 1,000 to 2,500, you know what I'm saying, for like a family or 1,000 per person, and you give the country $500 every single person, you get 1 million people. That's almost $1 billion. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to say no to that. But they just want somebody that's going to be able to do all the work for them and just give them the money.
Because that's the biggest sticking point from people actually going over and wanting to go over and actually retire there and stuff like that is the freaking paperwork. Because when I was over there in 2008, there was no clear answers. Because how do you get it?
Because DGS, because they don't have the department. Trust me, I've been into all them departments. They still have the buildings that the British left them in the 60s, bro. You know what I'm saying? It like in the 40s. They don't do nothing, bro. They don't do nothing. These dudes are straight bush league. They just there to just collect the check. So that's what the issue is. They just not telling you because they don't want to lose face. You know what I'm saying? So they try to act all big. Acting big is real big in Africa, dogs. Everybody want to act like of something they're not. You know what I'm saying? If they're not smart, they want to act smart. If they're not rich, they want to act rich. You know what I'm saying?
Sitting big on a small throne.
Basically.
So the Negroes, they're just the Negroes.
The niggas, man.
So they Negroes.
The niggas, man.
You can't even just say that. They just
all niggas, bro. They're all friends.
They're all fronting. So it's all the same, huh?
You know what I'm saying?
I could all fall from the tree. I mean, damn.
It's all the same.
All it is, this is how easy it is to do a right of abode. All you have to do is just get a graphic designer to design how the ID is going to look. You buy an ID machine, you know what I'm saying, and then you make sure everything is coordinated with a software, or whatever, with the country. So they know that when you come to the airport, the software that they have to check people's IDs, is already in the system, and then you just print out IDs. That's it.
Okay.
It's gonna cost less than $50,000 to get that set up, and just have a staff that's going to be able to do all the stuff. And then all you have to do is once you collect people's information, all you do is just hire a background check company that any business can hire to do the background check, so you get the paperwork, and that's it.
Yeah.
Real simple. You know what I'm saying? But they don't know. Trust me, dogs. These are old motherfuckers, dogs. They don't know. They just want to get a check. You know what I'm saying? So so that's what I'm doing right now, is that I'm going there to get to get the
maybe you can like start
president.
I don't want to, you know, dictate to you what you can do, but man, you got to get paid for this.
He's gonna get paid.
No, I'm gonna get paid, because remember, every time like the money I collect, you know what I'm saying, for doing the process and paperwork, we get a piece out of it. You know what I'm saying? So we collect the money here, you pay us, and then we just break off. Like I just send the money to the consulate, or I just break off whoever I gotta break off, and then I just print out the IDs, we ship it to you, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? So basically, the fee that we collect covers everything. It covers the ID, it covers the background check, it covers all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And then we just do everything
through the right process. See,
yeah.
BGS, I got a question.
Go ahead.
I got a question, but it's about like my life and stuff. How come like all the women in my life are all trying to like get me to date and shit? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, trying to get you to date who?
Just trying to get me to date, like trying to fix me up and shit.
Oh, because you're single and you're young. They're trying to set their women up. So yeah, in other words, you're young.
Keep you in the clan.
Yeah. Basically, you're available, so they're trying to set you up with a family member or a friend. That's what women do. It's called matchmaking.
Matchmaking. Yeah, I mean that's one thing I realized. Women.
How good is this matchmaking though? Is this matchmaking
depends on the depends on the female. Sometimes you can get a good one. Sometimes you get sometimes you get an 8. Sometimes you can get a 4. It just depends on the woman.
Oh no.
The same thing happened to me. All my cousins, they were all pressuring me to go date and, you know, try to rush my life.
Yeah, they want you to get matched up.
Yeah, without me cultivating my own skills up before I even think about that. But they just, you know.
Hey, Darku, are you in touch with African for the Africans tours? Because he comes there like twice a year. Yeah.
Yeah, Don. I'm not really connected. I mean, I know about them, and I follow Search for Uhuru as well. So I've been trying to link up with him as well to like do
because
stuff.
they've been going to because I went to Ghana with back, God, seems like ages ago. But the thing is, should hook up with him, man. And
I mean, right now we're in development to like literally. Like, I just bought the domain name rightofabode.org. So I've already bought the domain name. It's just putting the software together and all the other stuff and really just getting all the stuff out the way.
So you're getting it off. You haven't got it completely off the ground yet.
Yeah, like once it's time to do the marketing, I know who to hit up. Like you're one of the people that I plan on hitting up to like get a network, because basically the goal is to just work from the top down. So work from all the fraternities, because I'm linked up with the Qs, the alphas and the K. So we offer it to all the HSBCUs, all the talented 10th, and then we just work our way down, and eventually once we're able to get the cream of the crop, then we can promote it to everybody else, because we don't want it to be a flood where it's like all the ratchet people start coming in, because then it'll dilute it. We want to make sure that like once we bring the paperwork in, they see like, oh, doctor, lawyer, because then because then they're gonna be more they're gonna be more, you know what I'm saying. But if I bring in Future and T.I. and you know what I'm saying, motherfuckers like that, they're gonna be looking at me sideways like, yo man, like you know what I'm saying, you ain't bringing the right people over. So
you got to keep the old folks happy, huh?
Yeah, that's all it is. Once I keep the old folks happy and they know that we're bringing in the bougie people, then they'll just relax, and then we can bring all the hoods. We can bring the hood in afterwards and stuff. But I'm gonna let you know the strategy. Trust me. Like the strategy,
all right. Keep me posted, man.
I'll keep you posted. But look, I'm telling you right now, like if you're a black man right now and you got everything going for you, like even I'm doing it. The strategy right now. Go to Dubai, you know what I'm saying? Like look to get property, get a condo, whatever, and look to get set up in Dubai. You get set up in Dubai with bank accounts, all that stuff, so you can transfer money into Dubai, and then from Dubai you can go to any African country you want and then set up there, because it's like they make it very hard to like transfer money if you want to transfer money through the banks and stuff like that. That's why most of the time people normally just take cash with them, because you know what I'm saying, the Western Union got everything on lock and it's always a problem. But Dubai is like the crossroads of everywhere, especially when it comes to the rest of the world. Africa, you can transfer money to Dubai with no problem. You can transfer money from there to, you know, Asia, Europe, wherever. It's like an inflection point.
I think Bitcoin and digital is actually going to start changing that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like Bitcoin, if you have digital currency, that's also real big out there too. In fact, Africa had like digital money, digital currency, like 10 to 15 years before it was even popping out here. You know what I'm saying? When you go to Africa, like nobody really uses cash. Like everything is done by mobile money. You know what I'm saying? Like when I send my family members money back home, I don't send through Western Union. I send through like
WhatsApp
you know, Remitly or Wave or stuff like that, where you send the money and then it goes on your phone like mobile currency. It's like crypto. So they're on that crypto joint. So like anybody that takes like a crypto, you know, platform down there is going to be a trillionaire, because everybody's already acclimated to using like.
And once the Chinese make that switch to digital, man, it's going to be real big. But anybody got last questions for Darku? Because Darku nigga, where you been, man? You could have been in there earlier. Where the hell you been, man?
I've been here, man. But you know, I try to keep everything low key until it's ready to pop. You know what I mean? I don't want to. Because you know, you never know who's listening. You know, so
that's true. I'm probably going to be doing a Patreon stream, probably maybe Saturday or Sunday. So
that's cool. I should be on there because I get all your alerts when it comes on. So
Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, I know. That's when we do shit behind the wall. Like normally this stuff is behind the wall. So, but Darku's spitting fire, man. Because I've been begging. I mean, I've been begging for this kind of shit, man, for the last since 2009, man. Somebody need to get this shit done.
I gotta visit first before I gotta step ground on there. You know,
ain't been there, man.
Nah, man, I've been slacking, but I mean, I got my passport though. I just got my passport.
In fact, man, the flights to Ghana are real cheap now, because
it's getting super cheap now.
Because cheap now, because it used to be, man, like, man, you had to pay like to go to LA from Ghana, like damn near $3,000, man. Now I checked it, but last I heard it was like 800. I said, what the hell is going on?
It's just it's like going from US to Ghana is the same as going from US to UK. But the thing is that because it's Africa, they hike up the price like 3 times because they know we ain't got no place else to go. But now, like they, you know, like the new political structure and the new administration, they've been making some real moves and really like they just end the deal with Switzerland so that they can't keep ripping off our cocoa anymore for the
direct flights now.
So they're doing because he's a lawyer and like he knows about the money, so he been had money, so he's not like one of those thirsty dudes that they just come in there just to get money. He's been rich.
Man, man, I laughed my ass. You know, I shouldn't say that. I laughed my ass off, man, because me and my buddies, he found that in New Africa magazine about the CFA and how bad it was. They said we need to go on a campaign. So we started going on a campaign, man, about the CFA, and a lot of youngsters actually picked it up, man. I said, man, I was so happy when they said we're gonna actually kick the French and Europeans out, man. I got tired of them ripping off.
The problem with the CFA countries is that, you know what I'm saying, the countries themselves is literally like a mixture of like 1,000 different ethnic groups. So there's no real, and also the large portion of all the people that cause the most problem are the Fulanis. The Fulanis are literally like the foot soldiers of the European powers. You know what I'm saying? Because basically because they were the main ones that were, you know, I mean, going into the interior and capturing people and bringing them to the thing, because they were, for one, they were Muslim, and two, you know what I'm saying, that they were a mixture of different like groups. They weren't really like an actual
Organic group. Huh?
Yeah, organic group. They got Roman in them. So they're all like mixed up and they're all crazy. They're all nomadic, like crazy nomads. So
one day you had to get on and when we got more time, get on and
yeah,
talk
yeah.
about it because a lot of people don't
Interesting.
understand that. They understand the actual history of it, and just like here in America, a lot of Africans actually ashamed of what it went on and the amount of Africans they actually sold over here, so they kept it quiet because they were actually ashamed.
You know what I'm saying?
Now
So
everybody's starting to admit it.
Yeah, like it's not just it's not really
Time
cut and
heals,
dry. Like,
right?
yeah, like once you understand like the history and like what really went on, it's not cut and dry. Like people just like to think it was just what I mean, random dudes running. It wasn't random dudes, man. Like they knew who they were taking. It wasn't just like just going in there and just taking whoever, man. It's literally like the mafia. It was like like kings. There were kings that were down with it, and there were kings that weren't down with it. The ones that weren't down with it got killed. They were fighting wars. You know what I'm saying? And the ones that were down with it, you know what I'm saying, was rocking until they either got defeated or they just went with the side. So as the CFA, especially all the Francophone countries, all the guys up top are puppets. You know what I'm saying? If they don't do what the French wants, they end up dead. You know what I'm saying?
But the thing is that they've basically started their own coin and kicking the CFA out. So I'm glad to hear it because the money's starting to shift, man.
The money's starting to shift, but at the end of the day, all the major companies are still, owned and run by, the French companies. You know what I'm saying? Like like I'll know when they're serious is when they nationalize everything and then fully kick them out. You know what I mean? As long as the French military
I saw that recent battle this last year with the Ghanaian money. With the French, they always trying to go in there and sneak in.
Yep.
Suck up the money. To take resources out, basically.
The biggest thing is trying to get the resources for bottom dollar. They're trying to get it out as cheap as possible. I'm glad to see that finally the African people are actually standing up and say, you know what? The hell with you. We're not selling our stuff for that. And if you want to come in and try to do something, which before the French had the demographic problem, they probably would. But the United States is going through its turmoil, and Europe is going through its turmoil. They can't do what they used to do.
It's every man for himself, man. It's every man for himself. So right now, like the French have never been fighters. You know what I'm saying? They've always leaned on America and like UK and the other Western powers to hold what they got. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But now it's like everybody's
Times
struggling.
change.
So they can't hold on anymore.
Any last question for Darku, because I'm getting ready to get off of here because it's coming up on like
it's time
5
for
hours.
me to go to sleep.
Yeah, I know it is. And Darku, you should have had your ass been up here because we could have asked about that, especially the Fulani and other tribes actually went into the interior and got people out. But we can do that next time, or at least do that behind the wall.
You think it would be better?
Anytime you need me, man, just hit me up. Like this, like I said on my Patreon. So you probably see me in your as one of your memberships and stuff like that because I use the same handle for everything. So
all right.
One last question.
Go ahead, True.
Do you think somebody got an echo? But do you think it would be better for African Americans to go get citizenship and be represented by an African country and be backed by an African flag?
Yeah, because
it'd be better for the mentality, the mindset.
Yeah, because the problem with African Americans is that there's a lot of stuff that you're not being taught. You know what I'm saying? Intentionally, is because you're not considered part of like the human family when it comes to nationality because you don't have a nationality. You know what I'm saying? You're basically considered like outlaws, or you're considered
untouchables.
Or you're considered you're considered out of the legal scope of how the world runs. Like if anybody in the world, because there are laws that are in place that's been written by every single nation, whereby you can't genocide people, you can't do like a whole bunch of stuff to like people that have a nationality. That's why like every time like the Moorish people talk about nationality, everybody thinks that they're crazy, or they're just talking some some imaginary stuff. But everything the Moorish people say and the Moorish movement says is 100% true. You know what I'm saying? Everything. Because without a nationality, if you ain't got nobody to back you, that's why the Chinese and the Asians were able to get a bill passed so quickly, because they had a nationality. Because
they had whole countries behind them.
Yeah, it's not just that. The whole world was behind them. Because if America didn't show that it was doing something to combat you know what I'm saying, the Asian attacks that was happening, they would have to deal with the UN, and they have to deal with the world process. They don't want to deal with that because then they got to answer to the entire world, and then now they come under the jurisdiction of world courts. You know what I'm saying? But the reason why they can do whatever they can do with black people because you don't have a nationality. So really, it's like a technicality. They know you're getting fucked up, but it's like they can't really do anything because you're not under their jurisdiction. You feel what I'm saying? So it's just like a New York cop. It's just like a New York cop going to Pennsylvania. You know what I'm saying? And then he sees somebody doing a crime. You know what I'm saying? Technically, he's a cop. Technically, he's supposed to, you know what I'm saying, go out there and arrest the guy. But guess what? He's a New York cop. He's not a Pennsylvania cop. So he can't arrest somebody in Pennsylvania, you know what I'm saying, and then try to, you know, make that stick in court because, you know, he's under the jurisdiction of New York. That's how it is around the world. So everybody knows what's going on. Trust me. Everybody knows it's fucked up. But until you have a nationality, they can't really do nothing about it.
Exactly. And you got to belong to somebody. The thing is that I got to get black Americans out of the idea. Do you want to go someplace and be American? You want to go someplace and be part of a group? That's where you get your power.
You can have and I'm sorry, I just want to say, and that's the reason why Israelis, the Israelis are fighting so hard to keep Palestine, and because that gives them a nationality. They have a land, so therefore they can say, because where you are is the same place that they were, you know, 100 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't have they didn't have a nationality, even though they were German, even though they were in all these different countries. You know what I'm saying? Their ethnicity didn't go back on that land.
They were just out there.
Yeah, they were just out there. So therefore, when you out there, you know what I mean? It's just like being in somebody else's house. If you're in somebody else's house, you can't put your feet up, dog. You can't go in the fridge like that. You know what I'm saying? They can do whatever they want to.
You know I'm gonna clip this, right? Because this is interesting. Dennis Sperling will love this, man, because it's right up his alley.
Look, there's no nation called Blackistan. You know what I'm saying?
No. Don't tell that to the divestors, man, because they believe there is land.
Yeah, and you can't.
I feel honored that I was able to generate such a response from you.
And also, you can't be from two different continents. You know what I'm saying? African American is actually 4 different continents. It's Africa and then all the Americas. So it's like, so if you put that on a legal paperwork and say that I'm African American, you're saying I'm from 2 different continents. Legally, they're gonna be like, all right, so where you from? You know what I'm saying? Who are you? When I say I'm when I say I'm Ghanaian, they know where that is. I can say I'm Ghanaian. I'm part of the Ashanti people. They can trace me back in history and trace me back to a landmass and a place and an ethnic group, which is part of the world court and the world the agreed upon parameters of how the world is run. So you just can't do anything you want to do, because if you do that, you become renegade and everybody bangs against you.
But that's what I like about restrictions. You know, you're supposed to have restrictions. You know what I'm saying? So
last question.
There's
order. We're gonna wrap up like 2 minutes.
All right. I know we've been going on. I got to get some sleep. So
go ahead and finish your thought.
Later.
If you want to finish your thought, you can finish your thought. We're gonna actually wrap it up.
No, it's just look. All I'm saying is that if you gotta have a strategy, you know what I'm saying? Look, just pick a country, you know what I'm saying, or pick several countries. I mean, it's like the Dynasty Mia's got like 5 different passports right now. He's going to every single country and
I don't blame him.
Passports.
I don't
you know
blame
what I'm saying? So all you got to do is just pick a country, pick a struggle. You know what I'm saying? Head over there.
Pick a struggle. Hey, Darku, you ain't shit for that one, sir.
Look, and I'm gonna tell you this right now. Anybody that's listening, that there's an app.
Pick your poison. You know.
Look, anybody that's listening, listen to me carefully. There's an app called Hello Talk. It's an app. It's an app whereby if you want to learn different languages, you can chat with different people. It's pretty much like a social media site, but for people that want to learn different languages. Download that app, Hello Talk, sign up for it, and then just pick a country, and then just start. You know what I mean? Just start adding girls in that country, and then you can just start talking to them.
So say for somebody like me that maybe wanted to transition to Ghana, should it be Tree? They should learn.
Yeah, but everybody speaks English. Like even in Ghana now, like the younger people, most of them don't even know the language. It's a problem.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
really?
Man, they're not. They're too Americanized. Literally, listen to me very carefully. In the next 25 years, you're not gonna know the difference between the hood and then Ghana. I tell you right now, because all the young people, they all act like basically like somebody from New York, fucking, you know what I mean, Pennsylvania, or like Texas. You know what I'm saying? Because I have cousins. I have nephews. I have nephews and nieces that only speak English.
Really? Because when I was there, everybody knew the local dialect, man.
No. Those are like the people like on the ground, like the people that are still like, you know what I'm saying, like the poor people, like everybody middle class and up. All their kids, man, they just speak English, and they don't want to teach them the look. I got mad at my cousin. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? He's got his kids here. Like he talks to his wife. You know what I'm saying, in the tree language. But then he talks to his kids, and then he feeds them Chick-fil-A like every day. I'm like, bro, like, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing? Like, his kids don't understand. His kids are completely Americanized. They only go there to visit, and they speak English. I mean, 99% of everybody, especially under the age of 40, knows English, and English is done with everything. So it's like you got to really go to like the villages, or you got to go to like the real like poor places to find somebody that doesn't know how to speak English. But literally, like, yeah, you don't need to learn the language. And like, if you were to go to the Hello Talk app that I told you, and go to Ghana and try to talk to a chick, she's gonna talk to you in English. She's not gonna talk to you in like Tree. It's really like
isn't the Nigerians speaking English too?
Yeah. I mean, basically every single English-speaking like country, they speak English there, and like every French country, majority they speak French, because there's so many different tribes and ethnicities and different languages that even people within the country, if they spoke their own language, they won't be able to talk to each other. So they use the English and French as just the main language that everybody can talk to each other with. You know what I'm saying? Because in Ghana, there's like 100 different ethnic groups, but there's like about 4 or 5 major languages. There's the Tree, Ga, the Fulanis, and then like a few different like real obscure, you know what I'm saying, languages and stuff. But if you go to places like Congo and like what is it, Guinea, and like other places, though, you can have like 200 different languages within the same country. You know what I'm saying? And the DNA is all different. Like literally,
with everything, everybody becoming so Americanized. You know, everybody's gonna want to be American eventually.
It's the internet, and plus your kids probably gonna have to learn Chinese on top of that. So
basically, so the Chinese, dude, if you go to Ghana right now, there's a whole bunch of Ghanaians that speak the languages even more than the locals do. You know what I'm saying? Because they go into the interior to like steal gold and do all the bullshit that they do. And then like their kids are there, and their kids are learning the languages. So there's like mixed, half Ghanaian, half Chinese. That's been there for like 20 years now. That you can go there and find half this, half that, half Europe, half this. So I mean, it is what it is, man.
Smithsonian, I'm mad at you, man. You should have got in earlier, but you got the very last question. Go. You got 3 minutes, man. Jump in. Smithsonian, you there?
I'm good to go. This was a good stream, man. This is a knowledgeable man. You know. Maybe,
hey, we got experts all over the world, man. Smithsonian, you there? Unmute, man.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I guess because I'm going to end the stream, Smithsonian, if you don't unmute.
So what we got? 50. We got 50 years to the decline of the country.
No. You got like
USA is already in decline.
I think it's about the next 15-20 years.
Like the complete decline, though. Like
no, it's not. It's not going to collapse. It's not going to collapse. No, it's not collapse.
Really,
the peak of U.S. power was when was
1950s.
Actually, the peak of U.S. power was actually 1989 when the Soviet Union actually collapsed. That's the peak of U.S. power. And that since then, it's been a decline. They've been trying to scramble to hold on ever since.
Basically, America is going to be where the UK was after they lost.
Yeah, pretty much.
At World War II
in the 50s. So they're just going to be like the London or like the UK. And then they're just going to have.
It's going to hang on. It's going to slowly but surely erode, just like UK has. Go ahead, Wilson. You got the last question.
To a different country, I guess.
Speak up, you Sony. We can't hear
I
you.
want to make sure that your brothers can hear me.
Real, you got to speak up.
Your mic.
You're real low.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, no more.
Oh, something happened to your mic again. Something happened to your mic.
No, I think he's not in the U.S. So he's probably got a delay. Ask your question.
Well, yeah, I was kind of. My question was.
No, I'm talking about Wilsonian. He's got the last question because I should have bounced. You got like 2 minutes, literally.
I want to make sure that you brothers can hear me.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
You brothers can hear me.
Just ask it so we can respond before you cut out.
He's got a delay.
I'm not asking anything. I just want to check in with you brothers. I'm in Johannesburg right now. I just left Congo from a conference. So I want to say something real quick, even with the delay to the brother. I was in Ghana for 8 months, and I didn't hear everything from the beginning, but I need to stress this. It's to use the word American or Americanized or Westernized, it's a little bit too strong because they're just as traditional as a lot of people. Again, time is moving, cities and things of that sort, but it's not what you think. Even I was there in Kumasi, and I had a lot of issues speaking with people just because their English isn't the best. But obviously, you have educated people, and same thing when you came to Congo. But in my opinion, I can't say in the next 25 years it'll be as the brother has said. I disagree with that portion.
Okay, we actually do this on a Patreon. I'm sure Mr. Darku will actually sit down on it because he came in late, so we didn't get as much in as we probably should have. We actually have this discussion, but got a last question, closing thoughts, real quick, and we'll actually hit the button. Anybody?
Good to go.
I just want to say a shout out to all you brothers from Africa.
All right.
And I hope
much respect.
Be a time where we can get
Okay. Anybody else? Closing thoughts?
Yeah, man. Before I leave, man, just the only thing I can say is just get your passport, man. If not for anything else, just as a life raft. You never know when you got to pack all your things and head to the airport. You know what I mean? So get your passport. Get your passport. Get your passport. You know what I mean? Because
what y'all do?
No more questions, okay? All right.
No,
all right,
just gonna ask when y'all gonna do the Patreon.
I'll let everybody know. Probably like Saturday or Sunday. Probably more like Sunday. And I actually I actually advertise it. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right, y'all.
Yep.
All right.
I'm gonna hit the button. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate you, Darku.
Thank you.
All right. Peace.
All right. Bye.